Chapter 11 USJ Arc Part 2. /N. I can proudly say that I own a copy of every Saints Row game on my Xbox and Switch, but I don't own either of these franchises. Quirk name, Saints Flow. Abilities, Halo Veins. When activating his quirk, Izuku gains 2 sets of glowing lines that loosely resemble a nervous system all over body. One set is lime green while the other is a dark violet. When his quirk is turned off, all the way the glowing lines, which Izuku has nicknamed Halo Veins, have faded out mint green and in faded out light violet glows to them. Super Strength. Unknown limit but allows to jump around at incredible distances. Increased durability as result. Can channel more energy to attacks to give more power but can result in pain or injury for Izuku. Super Speed. Currently can run at max speed of 120 km per hour. 33.3 meters per second. Healing ability. Can focus energy to heal self faster and others, but can leave the Izuku is used on tired after. Can give headaches if used too much in a short time. Blast. Charges up energy that user can throw like a projectile with different effects. Green Blast. Energy forms into a green ball that when it is thrown breaks upon impact with force and sends a small shockwave of force that pushes everything slightly away from where it hits. Supercharged Green Blast. Izuku forces more energy into a green blast that can multiply its effects. Can strain his arm and make his arm unusable for a bit if strained too hard. Requires 2 hands. Supreme Green Blast. Izuku uses different flowing strands of green energy that he shoots out simultaneously that create a green blast that has the power of 40 green blasts combined. Extremely dangerous to use as even the slightest bit of a misstep could result in the energy releasing early in Izuku's arm and injuring it gravely. Purple Blast. Energy forms into a purple ball surrounded by purple flames. Flames do not burn user and burn out in a flash once blast impacts something. Flames disappear instantly but do burn anything near where the blast impacts. Supercharged Purple Blast. Izuku forces more energy into a purple blast that can multiply its effects. If used too often in a shirt span, it too overloaded with energy can lead to danger for burning his arms. Requires 2 hands. Mold. Blue energy that can be held like a solid object and molded into many things. Dense but lightweight. Can be used to bring things closer to Izuku or swing from object to object. If used for too long, or the mold takes damage, can lead to a mental strain on Izuku that begins with a nosebleed. Over time, as Izuku has used it, bright blue lines gave form the ridges and lines on his hands and lower forearms. Electricity. Izuku can conduct yellow electricity inside of himself that he can release in any direction. If he charges up too much to release, he will short-circuit his bodily functions and be paralyzed momentarily. Usage has caused yellow arcs of electricity to start shooting around in his sclera. Can be used to give Izuku a quick boost of energy. Wings. Izuku has a pair of wings that can be materialized with a flow of energy or vice versa. Wings are green in color, and most feathers have small purple flames that are mostly harmless but give feathers a burnt appearance. Wings have own senses of feeling that Izuku gains instantly. Wingspan is 6 meters. Previously on the heroic saint. Aoyama screamed in pain, and Izuku saw that. Without thinking, he flew down and attacked Shigaraki from his side, separating him from Aoyama and causing a cut to appear on his shoulder. Shigaraki grinned, because that was just the opportunity for Nomu to get Izuku. The next sound would haunt Aoyama and Momo for a long time. The Nomu gripped Izuku by his side and ripped his left wing straight out of his back, and Izuku released a bone-chilling scream. Izuku collapsed to the ground as the Nomu dropped him, apparently content with ripping off just one of his wings. Izuku couldn't feel any ord of the left side of his back. The Nomu dropped Izuku's ripped-off wing on the ground in front of him. Shigaraki laughed maniacally. If their teacher having his ribs crushed and didn't crush the spirits of the students, then no doubt they scream from their friend definitely did. This definitely helped him in the long run of crushing All Might. Momo stared in shock at the broken back of her friend, the blood pouring out from where his wing was just forcibly removed. Nomu. Shigaraki decided to rub salt on the wound. Rip out the other one so it doesn't look as weird. If he moves a fire that just kick him. Izuku heard those words and tried weakly to move away, Onoi to have the Nomu Stio on his back and pull out his right wing. Izuku let out a cry, losing his wings like this being the worst feeling he has ever felt. Izuku tried to get up, but the Nomu followed orders and stomped on Izuku's back. Momo felt rage well up inside of her, and side-channeled her cloak, olaning and making Shigaraki pay for what just happened to Izuku. Shigaraki looked at the girl giving off hate towards him. Nomu, this one still has some fight in her apparently. Get rid of it. The Nomu stepped off of Izuku and looked at Momo, who glared back at the monster. Nomu made to move towards her, but got stopped as 3/4 of his body got covered in thick ice. Shoto looked at the scene in front of him with shock. Of all the things he pictured happening in the plaza when he got here, it was not seeing his teacher beaten half to death and his first friend bleeding and broken apart on the ground, with his prized and beloved wings painfully removed from him. Mashireo was in a similar state, almost wanting to vomit, and the sight of Izuku's broken back. Shigaraki scratched his neck in irritation. Why were more of these brats showing up? A portal opened next to Shigaraki, and his right hand Kurojairi, the Mistman, appeared. Master Shigaraki, Kurojairi said as the portal closed. A student has escaped and is getting help as we speak. Shigaraki scratched his neck intensely. Why were things not going according to the plan? If you weren't the way out of here, I might have considered killing you. Kurojairi didn't respond to that statement. Instead, he looked at the scene in front of him, from the broken eraser head and broken student to the student who froze Nomu in his spot. If anything, All Might should arrive soon then. Let's get rid of these brats before that. Shigaraki looked at Nomu. Nomu, make these brats regret being here, especially that girl. Shigaraki motioned to Momo, who still glared at him with hate. Nomu responded, but breaking the ice immediately with a flex. Momo immediately created a cannon and set it off right as he got close to her, the cannonball blowing off Nomu's arm. Shoto used more ice to trap Nomu's legs. Ojiro, avoid his strikes if you can, Momo said as she got distance from the Nomu, whose arm was growing back. Mashireo nodded. He was the one here in the most trouble regarding engaging this thing, being a melee-styled fighter while everyone else can be distanced. He moved around the side of Nomu that had the healing arm and started using his tail for powerful strikes. Should we pick them off? Kurojairi asked Shigaraki. Nomu will be more than enough for them, Shigaraki said. We can just watch and enjoy the show before he kills All Might. Aoyama held his decayed arm and grimaced. Luckily, the decaying stopped before massive damage could be done, but his arm was useless for the time being. Aoyama, however, didn't need his arm to use his quirk, and he had determination to avenge his twinkling buddy. Aiming for a second, he fired a powerful shot that tore off the Nomu's undamaged arm that was about to grab Mashireo. Thanks, man, Mashireo said to Aoyama as he backed up to catch his breath. It is no problem. Aoyama did a small pose with his good arm. This thing was meant to kill All Might? Shoto thought out loud. Shigaraki grinned, knowing that Nomu was about to destroy them. The Nomu roared and broke his legs out of the ice. His arms grew back faster than before and he leapt at Mashireo, grabbing him by the tail, crushing where he gripped it in the process, and swung Mashireo into the ground, before throwing him towards the fountain. Mashireo landed face up in the water, gasping as he couldn't get up anymore. Before Nomu could attack anyone else again, Shoto sent a huge glacier at him, covering his body up to his chest in thick ice. Shoto sent a stream of fire into Nomu's face. Oh, a quirk with 2 elements, Shigaraki remarked as he watched Shoto fight Nomu. It appears so. Although he doesn't seem to control his fire well enough to use it in a way that would override Nomu's regeneration quirk, Kurojairi said. To prove Kurojairi's observation, Nomu broke out of the ice. Ignoring the fire, he slammed a fist into Shoto's chest. Shoto flew backwards, but used his ice to slide into a standing position, creating a walk in front of him to stop the Nomu from continuing its assault. Momo used her energy beam to take shots at Nomu, who ignored the burnt cuts into his skin from the attacks and still went after Shoto. Shit! Shoto cursed as the Nomu broke through the ice wall and grabbed him by his left leg. Shoto set his leg on fire, increasing the intensity so as to escape. The flames burned his legs, but Shoto did get away. Shoto, get down! Momo yelled as she set off the 2 harpoon guns she had created, both hitting the Nomu in its chest and pinning it to the ground. That girl does have quite an interesting quirk, Kurojairi said. She is seemingly creating anything she needs or wants on command. Shigaraki nodded. Maybe he should let his master know of this interesting quirk. The Nomu roared again as it stood up, letting chunks of its flesh rip off with the harpoons. Momo glared at the beast as she tried to form a plan to put it out of commission. It seemed to shrug off every single attack within a minute. The slowest healing injury was to its brain, but that was a spot the Nomu actually avoided letting get harmed. Aoyama tried to aim for its brain. Aoyama nodded weakly, running low on contents of his stomach to use for his quirk. I will try, mademoiselle. Shoto heard the words of Momo and shot an icicle at the Nomu's head. However, the Nomu actually dodged for the first time. It seems they found a spot that does some damage, Kurojairi stated. Shigaraki scratched his neck, getting impatient about the arrival of All Might taking too long. Won't matter. Aoyama fired a shot with all of what energy he had left, and it barely missed the Nomu's brain, instead vaporizing its entire lower jaw. The Nomu actually fell off of its balance from the shot. Good shot, Aoyama, Momo said. Sadly, that is all I have left without causing myself damage. Aoyama was upset it wasn't the brain he got. The Nomu fixed its balance and its jaw regrew. It twisted to face Aoyama and flashed forward towards him. Oh merd. Aoyama cursed in French as the Nomu appeared in front of him and grabbed him by his midsection. Aoyama. Momo aimed her harpoon gun at the Nomu. You shall release me, foul beast. Aoyama snapped as he forced a laser blast from his stomach at full power. The laser destroyed the Nomu's arm that held Aoyama and half of Nomu's chest. For such a weakling, he has a powerful quirk, Shigaraki mumbled to Kurojairi. Aoyama groaned as he hit the ground, his stomach in pain from overusing his laser. Momo fired the harpoon, actually nailing the Nomu on the top of its brain. The Nomu fell over from the force of the harpoon, getting up as the brain regenerated itself slower than the rest of the body. Enraged, the Nomu screeched and lashed out at the closest person, which was Aoyama, who couldn't get away in time. The Nomu punched Aoyama with incredible force, launching Aoyama through the air and crashing into the ground a decent distance away. Aoyama groaned, feeling that some of his ribs were broken. There was no way he could get back up because of how his armor caved in. Momo shot a beam at the Nomu to take its attention away from Aoyama. The Nomu snapped to face her. Izuku stared at his wings, barely conscious. The sounds of his friends' fight not registering until he saw the form of Aoyama get launched past his vision. Izuku realized how useless he was here, and it made him start to remember the locked-away memories from his past. Useless was the only word he remembered from that memory before he shoved it out of his head, deciding to defy the years of believing what that bastard made him think. Forcing more power from his halo, a huge wave of purple energy washed over him and made a booming sound as it exploded off of him. All eyes snapped to him.
Impossible.
Shigaraki muttered as the boy who should be a broken mess start to stand up. Momo had happiness dance in her eyes as Izuku stood up. Izuku, glowing purple and yellow electricity dancing all over his body, glared at the Nomu. His sclera and pupils a deep violet while purple flames erupted from his eyes. His halo veins glowing with more intensity than before, with flames similar to his eyes erupting from the veins. His mold had activated band covered the torn flesh on his back like a layer of armor. Get away from my friends, you son of a bitch, Izuku said in a flat tone to the Nomu. The Nomu stared at Izuku in confusion, not used to people getting back up from its power. Nomu. Shigaraki called the Nomu's attention. Kill him. The Nomu didn't hesitate to charge at Izuku, who braced himself. The Nomu attempted to drop a fist down on Izuku, who caught the fist, albeit shakily. Everyone, especially the Nomu, was shocked that Izuku, who should by all means still be on the ground struggling with consciousness, had countered the Nomu's strength. Izuku grinned as the flames and electricity surrounding him started to burn and shock the Nomu's fist. Not so tough for you, shitbird. Izuku released the Nomu's fist as he jumped up and slammed a supercharged purple blast at point-blank range into the Nomu's jaw that he followed up with a punch. The Nomu flew backwards, crashed to the ground. Everyone was shocked even more that the Nomu actually took a few seconds to get up, and even longer for his lower face to regenerate. That's what happens when you fuck with a saint. Izuku spat. Shigaraki's eyes widened. Saint? Was this the saint his master spoke of? The Noma's eyes actually reacted for the first time that day when Izuku said that, as if remembering something. Dark red lines started to show up all over Nomu, similar to Izuku's halo veins. The Nomu's mouth changed from its locked, pained expression to a scowl. The Nomu's muscles bulged as it charged Izuku with renewed vigor. Kurogyri shook his head slightly, knowing this was the end for the hero in training. Katsuki tried to propel himself into the air, but Yui grabbed his shoulder. Katsuki, wait. Yui said. Katsuki scowled. I need to help him. I have a plan. Yui spun him around to face her. It might stop that thing. Katsuki kept his scowl but stayed. What is it? Yui picked up a rock. Do you still have buildup in your gauntlets? I haven't used them yet. They are both at full capacity. Katsuki was wondering where she was going with this. Can you make explosions that have force but no sound? Yui asked. Katsuki raised an eyebrow. I have only worked with adding sound, but I can try. Perfect. Achiko, can you use your quirk on me? Katsuki, and this rock? Yui held up the rock. Achiko also seemed surprised, pulling herself from watching the Nomu and Izuku trade blows. Huh? Oh yeah, definitely. Yui smiled. Excellent. Release the quirk when I clap. Achiko nodded. What is your plan exactly? It clicked in Katsuki's head, and he grinned. We're about to crush that fuck. Izuku flipped through the air to regain his posture after the Nomu threw him. The Nomu's sudden rise in strength that was caused by the red marks all over its body made Izuku think. That stuff looked really similar to his halo veins, and he felt like it had a reasoning that had to do with that weird feeling Izuku felt when he first saw the Nomu. Izuku charged green energy to his arm, launching it at the Nomu as he landed back on the ground. The Nomu's arm dislocated from the blast, but it popped back into place a second later. Can't you just stay fucking injured? Izuku asked. Izuku, its brain doesn't heal as fast as everything else. Momo said as she moved next to him. I have a feeling that if we can destroy its entire brain, then it is done for. Momo felt the electricity all over Izuku from her position next to him. Unlike the Nomu, it didn't harm her. It actually felt nice when the occasional spark would hit her. Got it. Izuku started to form a new plan. How are all of your abilities active at the same time? Momo asked. Izuku shook his head. No clue. Maybe I have a new ability where I can activate everything at once. Does it feel like it might run out? Momo didn't want Izuku to push himself and lose whatever this new type of ability was, because she felt like it was the only reason he was able to be up and moving. Beats me. I feel great. Izuku lit. He could still feel all of his pain and fatigue, bit the adrenaline from his abilities, the mold covering his wounds, and the electricity all over him worked as a huge energy boost that let him keep fighting. Even his healing ability was increased as it was attempting to patch up his midsection and the torn flesh on his back. Momo looked at him, feeling like he was lying for her sake. Shoto sent out a glacier at the Nomu, making the ice sharper as he tried to cut its legs off. I can try to immobilize it while you two try to kill the damn thing. Shigaraki scowled. These three kids were definitely annoying. Should we intervene? Kurogyri asked. They seem formidable enough for Nomu at the moment. Nomu, get rid of the ice one first. Shigaraki commanded. The Nomu swapped its gaze from Izuku to Shoto, who cursed at the new attention. The Nomu jumped at him too quickly for him to react. Nomu grabbed Shoto by his burned leg and swung him into the ground, cracking it beneath the ice Shoto made slide away. Shoto cursed again as his ankle was definitely broken from that. No way he could move fast enough now. Izuku tackled the Nomu away from Shoto before it could crush him. Izuku punched the Nomu's jaw loose and the Nomu brought down a fist on Izuku's back, shattering through his mold and causing Izuku to yelp. The Nomu then punched Izuku off of itself before dodging a beam shot from Momo. Izuku, are you okay? Momo asked as she saw him struggle for a second as Hike got back up, his powers all faltering for that 1 second. Izuku wiped the blood from his nose. I can do this all day. Izuku noticed movement in the side of his eye and looked up to see Yui and Katsuki far above them. What the hell? Izuku mumbled. So are you ready? Yui asked Katsuki, who had successfully used small silent explosions to propel them above where the Nomu was. Katsuki nodded and twisted his body to face the ceiling, having one arm moved around Yui so she was above him and wouldn't be in the way of his explosions. Just give me the word to start this. Once it happens, you might want to hold tight. Yui nodded. The impact will make us lose our senses unless you get us away at the last second. You focus on making a meteor and I will focus on that. Okay, princess? Katsuki asked. Yui didn't respond to him, instead clapping her hands over the rock that was now below Katsuki to let Achiko know to release their gravity. Izuku watched as Yui and Katsuki started to fall down, right where the Nomu was. He saw as a large rock appeared that kept getting bigger and bigger as they fell. Izuku realized what they planned and had to make sure it worked. He quickly shot out large tendrils of his mold from both hands, latched them onto the Nomu. Momo, Izuku said as he kept focus on holding the Nomu. Make sure Shoto is out of the way. Izuku motioned up. Momo saw that Shoto had already moved himself away, seeing what their friends were doing. Kurogiri, Shigaraki said. On it. Kurogiri started to open a portal that would send the makeshift meteor at the students instead of Nomu. Before he could properly open it, Momo shot a high-powered beam that burned a hole through the side of his collar. I don't think so, Momo said as she prepared another beam. Here goes, Katsuki announced as he pulled the pins on both of his gauntlets. The ensuing large explosions made the now house-sized rock drop even faster. Izuku held his mold until the last second, not letting the Nomu get the chance to move away. A mere second before the massive rock would crush the Nomu, Izuku let go of the mold. The ground shook from the impact that Katsuki and Yui barely avoided as Katsuki propelled them away. Oh, he has to be dead now, Izuku huffed. Oh shit. Katsuki groaned as he rolled his shoulders upon standing up. That hurt my arms to do. Yui stood next to him shakily, under the effects of using her quirk too hard. It worked. Good job, princess, Katsuki praised, using one arm to keep Yui balanced. The ground shook again as the rock cracked opened, revealing the Nomu that just destroyed its way out. Oh, you got to be shitting me, Izuku groaned. Just fucking die already. Telling someone to die? Shigaraki said in mock surprise. That is not very heroic of you. Damn right. I'm a saint, not a hero. Izuku flipped Shigaraki off. The pupils of the Nomu shrank in size, and it screeched at the word saint. Nomu, remove the newcomers, Shigaraki said. The Nomu actually defied his orders and rushed Izuku with more speed than before. Izuku was caught off guard as it shot a dark red blast at him as it got close. Oh shit. Izuku dodged the blast and saw that it had the same effects as his green blast. Izuku created more mold to make a staff to attack the Nomu as it chased him down. Nomu, Shigaraki snapped as he scratched his neck furiously when it didn't respond. What the hell? Kurogiri shook his head, remembering how Shigaraki's master did say something about a deep code in the Nomus that would send them after any saints. He never explained what the saints were yet, but this kid very well might be what he was referring to. Yo, back off, Izuku shouted as he changed his mold into a baseball bat that he swung and broke the jaw of the Nomu. The Nomu screeched in response and shot a red blast that hit Izuku's stomach and launched him into the ground. Help, Izuku, Momo shouted to the other students who were shocked with the ferocity the Nomu now had for Izuku all of a sudden. Momo created a high-powered beam that took off the Nomu's arm that it was about to attack Izuku with, giving Izuku time to get back up. D. Katsuki shouted as he launched himself through in the air to start unleashing explosions on the Nomu. Shoto sent out ice with his good leg to stop the Nomu from getting closer to Izuku. Yui picked up Izuku's discarded gun from the ground and started to use it on the Nomu. The Nomu ignored the four kids' attacks on it and continued its pursuit of Izuku. Izuku created mold in the shape of a sword to defend himself as the Nomu got close, cutting off the arm that had just regrown from Momo's attack, the arm regenerating back almost as soon as he cut it off. Fuck off, Izuku yelled at the Nomu as it shot a red blast at him. L. nailing his right thigh. Izuku learned that the red blast operated much like his green blast, except either the Nomu has a stronger base blast than him, or it was meant to just be far more painful than a regular blast. Stunned for a second from the hit, Izuku wasn't prepared to brace himself when the Nomu took his molded sword and stabbed Izuku in the chest with it. Ah! Izuku grunted, slightly relieved it didn't hit his heart. Izuku! Shoto created more ice, ignoring the drip to his own temperature he was suffering. The Nomu then grabbed Izuku by the top of his head and slammed his head isn't the ground before firing a red blat into the side of his face. Glow stick! Katsuki shouted as he blew more intense explosions into the body of the Nomu that just shrugged off every attack they gave it. A loud crash erupted as everyone could see that the entrance doors to USJ have been busted open. The Nomu screeched again and slammed both of its fists down on Izuku, the sounds of his bones cracking following. All Might didn't even say anything as he entered USJ, too enraged to speak coherently. He saw some of the students, some harmed or unconscious, being tended to by students not in any medical danger. Number 13's suit had been completely shredded in the back, and the teacher wasn't moving. The boy Ijiro had intense burns covering his upper left chest, his left arm and his neck and the left side of his face. The worst punch to All Might was seeing the torn open chest of his prodigy Nito and his shattered arm. Where are the others? All Might managed to say through his rage. Mezu pointed to the plaza down the steps. I believe they all went through the plaza to come here and got sidetracked. All Might nodded. The rest of the teachers are on their way. Protect your friends, and I will save the others. Without another word, All Might shot down to the plaza, but stopped almost immediately as he saw the scene in front of him. What could be described as a monster had just brought down its fists on Izuku, while the other students struggled in vain to stop it. When the fists were raised off of Izuku, he could see multiple bruises, a rib actually poking out, and burning red energy on the left side of Izuku's face. All Might noticed what he recognized as Izuku's wings lying over by the Aoyama boy, who was also in a dire state. Worst of all, he couldn't see the slightest bit of movement from Izuku. All Might knew about the oath and legacy Izuku had taken up. While he didn't agree with some of the things the boy's ancestors did, they were good people and heroes like him at the end of the day. It crushed All Might to know that the boy wouldn't be able to carry that legacy because it appeared like he wasn't alive anymore, which meant All Might failed as a teacher and hero. He was supposed to be here with the class today, but because he was reckless with his use of One for All and his time limit, the students had to suffer through this event that even adults shouldn't have to bear. Shigaraki was the first to notice All Might. Clapping, Shigaraki spoke. Finally, the big boss battle. Nomu. Kill All Might. The Nomu went back to following orders again, but not before swinging his arm around and hitting Katsuki off of him into the ground. All Might gripped his hands tightly. I have no idea why you would harm these innocent children to get to me. However, I will make sure it doesn't happen anymore. All Might charged the Nomu and met it blow for blow. All Might. Shoto yelled. It has multiple quirks. It can heal fast as shit and regenerate lost limbs. Katsuki coughed as he stood up. All Might nodded as he used a Detroit smash to shatter the bones in the Nomu's chest. Momo couldn't take her eyes off of the unmoving Izuku, his broken form seemingly mocking her about not being quick enough or strong enough to save him from his current state. Tears started to fall down her face. Yaoyorozu. Yui shook Momo's shoulder. We need to get who we can and leave. Momo didn't move still. As much as I don't like it, the others are still Katsuki got cut off. Don't say it. Momo snapped. She didn't want to hear the words that they all were thinking. It was clear from his state that Izuku had passed on, but she couldn't accept it. Yaoyorozu. Shoto limped over. The others need us too. Momo started sobbing harder. Katsuki looked away so he could stop the years welling up in his eyes about the situation. Just give her a minute. He choked. He hated that despite him trying his best, he couldn't stop that damn thing from crushing in Izuku's chest. Yui nodded and pulled Katsuki so they could go get Mashireo's unconscious body from the fountain. Shoto decided to leave Momo and go get Aoyama, seeing Achiko appear near Aoyama as well to help. Shigaraki looked over at the crying Momo and started laughing. Is this the first time you had to see someone die? Shut up. Momo grit her teeth, feeling hate for the man that caused all of this. It sucks the first time but soon dash. I said shut up. Momo snapped as she turned to the man, her eyes having red sparks shoot off of them. Momo's cloak turned on as she shot towards Shigaraki and hit him with strength Shigaraki wasn't prepared for as his arm broke and he flew backwards. No one noticed the sudden purple glow around Izuku's body. Shigaraki held his broken and arm glared at the enraged girl in front of him. Nomu, Shigaraki said to get Nomu's attention momentarily, so it could see the girl attacking him. The Nomu quickly launched a blast into All Might's stomach, paralyzing him long enough for the Nomu to get away and launch an assault on Momo. Momo was ready, quickly creating a smoke bomb to mask her movements. The Nomu thrashed around in the smoke to clear it up. When the smoke cleared, Momo had created an anti-tank rifle she didn't hesitate to fire, ripping massive holes in the body of the Nomu. Kurogyri, get her. Shigaraki snapped, pissed off at this girl. Before Kurogyri could react, Katsuki appeared behind him, blasting an explosive into the collar on Kurogyri and taking him to the ground, pinning him. Not today, fuckface. Katsuki shouted. The Nomus roared at Momo, sending a red blast that she shot out of the air with a beam. The look of hate for the Nomu and Shigaraki never leaving her face. Shigaraki scratched his neck hard, getting pissed how this girl and that other brat who called himself a saint kept derailing or otherwise throwing wrenches into his plans. All Might jumped back into action, using a Detroit smash to knock Nomu to the ground. Its brain is the weak spot. Katsuki stayed as he kept a tight grip on Kurogyri. Normally, All Might was against violence and murder, but he wasn't too dumb as to not know by now that this Nomu thing was a monster made to kill him. Having multiple quirks, it was obviously from his old nemesis, although the blast that was too similar to Izuku's was a huge question. All Might won't hesitate to end this creature before it brings further harm to his students. The Nomu screeched at All Might, throwing 2 blasts at him that paralyzed him worse than the previous time. The Nomu attempted to attack All Might, but a blast went off and it had a hole in its chest. Momo dropped the RPG she had just used, huffing from how much she had created today. She didn't care about her limits, however, only wanting to punish them for what they did to Izuku. The villains who have been around the area started to wake up, seeing their main target in All Might standing among them. The villains grinned. It was a good fight, All Might. Shigaraki spat. However, now you and your precious students will die. Denki finally got to the top of the stairs with the unconscious Fumikage. Denki! Hanta shouted as he rushed over to his best friend. What happened to Tokoyami? Denki made a grin face. I fucked up, man. Please tell me he will be fine. A voice spoke from the broken entrance. Everything will be fine now. The conscious students turned to see what looked like the entire staff of UA along with Tenya arriving to save them. Niza spoke again. We are here to help. Nomu, kill the girl first. Let everyone else have fun with All Might, Shigaraki said. Nomu obliged and rushed Momo, who ducked under his swing and shot 2 beams into its arm to cut off the limb. Momo used all of her available power from her star and punched the Nomu in its side. The Nomu's side exploded into bits that quickly grew back. The Nomu screeched again as it began to hectically throw red blasts at Momo, stopping when one finally nailed her leg, stunning her so Nomu could attack her. Nomu punched her chest, cracking her cloak, before he grabbed her and slammed her into the ground, which shattered her cloak completely. Nomu stomped on her chest and roared as it finally defeated the girl. All Might scowled as he charged the Nomu, ignoring all of the villains who were attempting to surround him. He punched the Nomu hard enough to launch it away from Momo, and he followed it through the air to not let up. It seems you can't save any of your students, All Might. Shigaraki taunted. So much for being number 1. Unseen by everyone, as they were busy watching All Might and Nomu fight, Izuku struggled into a sitting position. Izuku had channeled his mold into multiple layers in his chest to stop the Nomu from crushing all of his organs earlier, costing him a couple minutes of blacking out. Izuku's chest and a majority of his body were screaming at him to stop moving, but he continued to crawl his way out of the hole in the ground Nomu had caused earlier. Izuku had to help his friends no matter what. Izuku felt his heart stop when he saw a couple feet away from his crack in the ground was Momo, not moving much like he was earlier. Izuku rushed out of the crater and to her, gently grabbing her arm to check for a pulse, not realizing how his nerves in his arms were too fried to let him know. Not being able to feel a pulse and not seeing her move made Izuku realize she might have been killed. Killed because he was too weak to actually defeat the Nomu on his own. Izuku felt the words return to him. Useless. Worthless. A waste of space. Something inside of Izuku snapped. Snipe if you could kindly, Niza said to the staff member of UA.
No problemo.
Snipe prepared to start shooting rounds to incapacitate the villains in USJ. Before he could shot a loud boom, and a wave of purple on the verge of black energy shook the building. What was that? Midnight looked down at the plaza where it came from. Midoriya? Tsuyu asked as everyone's gaze went to the center of the energy. Everyone in the plaza stopped and looked at Izuku. The dark purple energy rolling off of him was unlike anything they had ever felt. The pure hatred and malice that it gave off was enough to make grown men shake in fear. All of Izuku's wounds suddenly started healing almost as quick as the Nomu's had earlier. His halo veins all bulging with only the dark purple energy, replacing even the green halo veins. Who hurt her? Izuku said in a low tone, barely masking the murderous edge to it. No one spoke, out of confusion for how this broken kid was fixing himself from wounds that would kill a normal person, and out of fear for getting his attention at the moment. I said who hurt her. Izuku's voice carried over the entire building. He turned to the closest person, a villain with a spider-like face. The villain gasped as he saw the boy begin to transform. Izuku's skin started to turn leathery and black. Izuku's fingers began to stretch out and become claw-like. Izuku's teeth all turned razor-sharp and almost too long for his mouth. Actual horns grow from Izuku's scalp that flowed backwards over his ears. Finally, Izuku's eyes became soulless black orbs. The villain shakily pointed at the Nomu, who along with everyone else had actually stopped to gawk at the boy. Izuku's soulless black eyes spelled hatred for the Nomu, and some of the villains in between Izuku and the Nomu actually moved out of the way for the now demonic-looking kid. Izuku lost all semblance of his self-control as he glared at the Nomu. I'm going to tear you apart.
Chapter 12 USJ Arc Final.
/N. I didn't write an author's note for the previous chapter because I deadass didn't know what to say after making Izuku have a demonic transformation. I didn't want to have this be a 3-chapter arc, but the chills I got writing Izuku's transformation I feel like made it a good ending to a chapter. Quirk name, Saint's Flow. Abilities. Halo Veins. When activating his quirk, Izuku gains 2 sets of glowing lines that loosely resemble a nervous system all over body. One set is lime green while the other is a dark violet. When his quirk is turned off all the way, the glowing lines, which Izuku has nicknamed Halo Veins, have faded out mint green and in faded out light violet glows to them. Super Strength. Unknown limit but allows to jump around at incredible distances. Increased durability as result. Can channel more energy to attacks to give more power but can result in pain or injury for Izuku. Super Speed. Currently can run at max speed of 120 km per hour, 33.3 meters per second. Healing ability. Can focus energy to heal self faster and others, but can leave the Izuku is used on tired after. Can give headaches if used too much in a short time. Blast. Charges up energy that user can throw like a projectile with different effects. Green Blast. Energy forms into a green ball that when it is thrown breaks upon impact with force and sends a small shockwave of force that pushes everything slightly away from where it hits. Supercharged Green Blast. Izuku forces more energy into a green blast that can multiply its effects. Can strain his arm and make his arm unusable for a bit if strained too hard. Requires 2 hands. Supreme Green Blast. Izuku uses different flowing strands of green energy that he shoots out simultaneously that create a green blast that has the power of 40 green blasts combined. Extremely dangerous to use as even the slightest bit of a misstep could result in the energy releasing early in Izuku's arm and injuring it gravely. Purple Blast. Energy forms into a purple ball surrounded by purple flames. Flames do not burn user and burn out in a flash once blast impacts something. Flames disappear instantly, but do burn anything near where the blast impacts. Supercharged Purple Blast. Izuku forces more energy into a purple blast that can multiply its effects. If used too often in a shirt span, it too overloaded with energy can lead to danger for burning his arms. Requires 2 hands. Mold. Blue energy that can be held like a solid object and molded into many things. Dense but lightweight. Can be used to bring things closer to Izuku or swing from object to object. If used for too long, or the mold takes damage, can lead to a mental strain on Izuku that begins with a nosebleed. Over time, as Izuku has used it, bright blue lines gave form the ridges and lines on his hands and lower forearms. Electricity. Izuku can conduct yellow electricity inside of himself that he can release in any direction. If he charges up too much to release, he will short-circuit his bodily functions and be paralyzed momentarily. Usage has caused yellow arcs of electricity to start shooting around in his sclera. Can be used to give Izuku a quick boost of energy. Wings. Izuku has a pair of wings that can be materialized with a flown of energy or vice versa. Wings are green in color, and most feathers have small purple flames that are mostly harmless but give feathers a burnt appearance. Wings have own senses of feeling that Izuku gains instantly. Wingspan is 6 meters. Previously on the heroic saint. Izuku's soulless black eyes spelled hatred for the Nomu, and some of the villains in between Izuku and the Nomu actually moved out of the way for the now demonic-looking kid. Izuku lost all semblance of his self-control as he glared at the Nomu. "I'm going to tear you apart." Izuku charged the Nomu so fast that it appeared to everyone that he had teleported. Using his claws, he ripped huge gashes into the Nomu's arm, which healed very slowly compared to everything. Izuku caught a punch the Nomu aimed at him with an open hand. Izuku's arm didn't even shake, which surprised everyone. Izuku closed his hand over the Nomu's fist, cutting into it with his claws. The Nomu howled in pain as Izuku brought up his other arm and used his claws in one swing to cut off the Nomu's hand. The Nomu fired off a red blast, but Izuku smacked it away from himself. "Rarg!" Izuku screamed as he began to unleash more attacks on the Nomu, each attack leaving large gashes in its body. All Might didn't know what to do. Seeing the student he thought had died getting up at him turning into whatever he was now was at the bottom of things he thought would happen. All Might didn't need to worry about other villains because it seemed like everyone had frozen their spot to watch the boy overpower the Nomu. The Nomu threw its fist at Izuku to stop the boy from jumping at him through the air, but Izuku reacting by using his claws to cut into the fist and slide down the Nomu's arm, leaving even more gashes as he went. Izuku released his claws from the Nomu's arm and began to tear them into the Nomu's chest with a flurry of slashes. The wounds the Nomu were taking were barely healing at all compared to earlier, seemingly slowing down the more Izuku cut into the Nomu. The Nomu surged with more red energy and led Izuku to the ground, pinning Izuku there. Izuku tried to claw at the Nomu with his left hand, but the Nomu grabbed it by only his middle finger. The Nomu twisted off Izuku's middle finger, breaking it off save for the first joint. Tossing aside the broken finger, some people noticed that it turned back to normal after it was broken from Izuku. Izuku grunted in pain, and the dark purple veins on him started to glow even more. Izuku's sharp teeth got exposed, and he bit down as hard as possible onto the Nomu's arm, causing it to lose some grip on Izuku, which he capitalized on. Breaking free, Izuku slashed his claws into the Nomu's neck, causing the beast to scream and attempt to rip off Izuku's leg. Izuku slashed the arm off that attacked his left leg, which was now broken. The Nomu shot a red blast out of its Jew arm and managed to hit Izuku, knocking him off of the Nomu. Not feeling paralyzed, Izuku jumped back at the Nomu with his good leg and began hacking at the Nomu's midsection even harder. The Nomu's regeneration ability had all but completely stooped at this point, leaving the Nomu a huge mess of broken flesh and missing an arm. The Nomu charged up as much of its red blast as it possibly could and fired straight at Izuku, who dodged it for the most part, the edge of the blast hitting left side of his face. Izuku's face was glowing red where it hit him, and his eye was shut. Shouting, Izuku jumped at the Nomu. Izuku used his claws to climb up the Nomu, and he began to stab his claws into the Nomu's brain, hacking at it with intensity. The Nomu's movement slowed before it just stopped completely, having finally been killed. The Nomu's body toppled over with Izuku landing on his one good leg. Izuku stared at his kill before he looked up and roared almost like a beast over his kill. A second later, he fell forward onto his knees and hands, all of the traces of his demonic appearance disappearing as he vomited up a black tar-like substance and fell forward into it, looking dead to the world. A fog of purple energy surrounding him. "Kurojirai, get me out of here," Shigaraki said. His plan was a complete bust because of this fucking kid, right? Kurojirai made a portal that they both escaped through, leaving the scene and the villains they hired. What the fuck? Katsuki barely spoke. He had just watched his friend become a demon and completely demolish the Nomu that everyone struggled with before. Nizu shook himself from his frozen spot. Make sure the kids are safe. A villain tried to get near Izuku's body before he started feeling sick. His arm, being the closest thing to Izuku and being in the purple fog, had began to get dark purple-looking burns all over it. Ah! The villain screamed and backed up. All Might looked at the scene with curiosity. Was the powers Izuku had malfunctioning and leaking out around him like radiation? Was it a defensive mist? Before any more villains could move, multiple shots rang out as Snipe used his quirk to guide bullets through one knee on every villain. Katsuki attempted to go get Izuku before All Might stepped in his path. "Young Bakugo, I ask that you stay away from Midoriya," All Might said, noticing the scowl Katsuki gave at that order. Whatever just happened to him has a possibility of leaking out, it seems. Katsuki's scowl got worse. "I don't care." Before Katsuki could move around All Might, he got picked up by All Might by the back of his shirt. "Bakugo," All Might warned. "I will personally make sure he is fine. Go make sure everyone else is okay." Katsuki glared at All Might before he walked away, muttering curses. Midnight, Vlad King and Snipe were all in the plaza, rounding up the villains, almost all of the villains not putting up a fight. Nizu stepped next to All Might. "This wasn't a quirk, and I know that you know what might have caused it." All Might didn't respond, getting impatient about trying to help Izuku. "I have called a hazmat team to come get Midoriya," Nizu said. "They will have to keep him in quarantine until this is all sorted out." The fact that he was so quick to escalate to murder, whether that was a beast or not, rubs me the wrong way. No hero should resort to straight savagery. He didn't react with that at first, All Might said. That was how he reacted upon seeing young Yaoyorozu's condition. "Regardless, I will want to talk with him if he wakes up," Nizu said as he began to walk towards where Momo's body was being out on a stretcher. Tenya felt horrible when he saw the state of his classmates, half of them being put on stretchers and into ambulances to go to the hospital. They couldn't even go near Izuku because of the purple mess of energy surrounding him. "The media is here," Snipe groaned. He was a good eye in the media, but them being here wasn't really good. Nizu walked past Snipe to get to the press. "I will try to keep them at bay. Are they going to be okay?" Toru choked as she saw Ijiro being wheeled off. Midnight put a hand on the invisible girl's shoulder. At least she figured it was the shoulder. "We will do our best to make sure." "What about Izuku?" Achiko asked. Everyone turned to look at the body of the boy. No one could get near without harm. "We have already called for help with his situation," Vlad King said as he walked past them with a group of tied-up villains. He whispered to Midnight, "We need to get the students out of here. Seeing their classmates like this isn't good." Midnight nodded. "Come on, kiddies. I will escort you to your dorms." Katsuki shook his head.
Fuck no.
"Excuse me?" Midnight asked, not used to people giving her lip. "I am not leaving here until I know everyone is safe," Katsuki declared. Most of the other students all nodded to show how they would now do the same. Midnight liked how they stuck together. "Either way, I am watching over you." A team of hazmats walked over with a unique stretcher that had casing over it. "Where is the special case?" A person in a hazmat suit asked, getting multiple people to point at Izuku down below. "This is odd," a hazmat said. "How so?" All Might asked as he stood nearby, just outside of the purple fog. "This mist. It reads as something I have never seen before. The mere energy in a little speck of this stuff is through the roof." The man showed All Might his scanner. "And from what we can see just now, this black stuff is from the same energy, having similar effects, however, to taking multiple energy boosts at once." "What does that mean for Midoriya?" All Might wasn't going to act like he knew some of what the man said. If I had to guess now from what you told me, this stuff, the man pointed to the black tar-like substance underneath Izuku, was keeping him alive to keep fighting and brushing off wounds. Once he finally finished the fight and expelled the stuff like you said, all of his pain and injuries finally crashed on him at once. How several will that mess with him mentally? All Might asked. This all seems unique. We won't know until he wakes back up. We have a room being prepped to handle and contain his harmful energy right now. It should be prepared by the time we get there. All Might stopped the man for a second. He pointed to the wings Izuku had prided himself on. What about his wings? Is it possible for them to reattach? The man didn't reply straight away. We won't be able to tell unless we get him to the hospital. Niza never really liked the media. Sure, they can be helpful in alerting the public to dangerous information and world news that everyone should know. However, they seem to love trying to drag heroes, and especially Yue through the mud if they find the chance, and this was a golden opportunity for them to try. How can Yue let something like this happen? A reporter asked. How many students are hurt? Another reporter asked. Niza did his best to not groan at some of the questions. They treat Yue as if they wanted this to happen to their students. How did the media even get here so fast? Was it possible the villains might have leaked it figuring they would succeed and use this to further ruin the name of Yue? The students are all accounted for and will be under intense security until they are all back on their feet. The hazmat team chose that moment to begin wheeling Izuku out. Izuku was in the glass case, which had filled with the purple fog surrounding him. The team had put bandages and towels over the wounds he had to stop the bleeding, the worst visible wound being the left side of his face covered by a blood-soaked towel. His torn-off finger and wings were also wrapped up and in the case with him. How can you let villains go this far in hurting students before you stop them? A reporter gasped upon seeing the state Izuku was in. Katsuki, who was following Izuku's transport, turned to the media. All of you need to fuck off. Katsuki snapped at the reporters. They did their best to help us, and the villains got too scared of us to even fight after Glowstick fucked up their plans. Midnight stopped Katsuki by putting a hand over his mouth, releasing her knockout gas quirk into it. Not enough to knock him out, but just to sedate him. Hush now. Midnight scolded him. A reporter turned to see All Might exit the damaged building. All Might, can we have a word? All Might normally enjoyed the media, but today he only wanted to make sure the students were fine. I am sorry, but I am occupied at the moment. Is it true that a student scared all of the villains into submission? A reporter asked. Nizu stepped in. All of the students, along with the staff, out the villains into a position of arrest. Now please let us take care of the situation. Midnight had tried to see if the kids who didn't need medical attention would want to go back to their dorms, but none of them would willingly leave the hospital. They stayed in the waiting area outside of the room that a majority of their friends who were hurt were staying in. Do you think they will be all right? Toru asked to break the silence. They're 1A. Katsuki said. They will make it. What about Izuku? Hanta said. They had to quarantine him. I heard a doctor say he had the worst injuries. Minoru said. And that whatever that stuff surrounding him is makes it hard for them to help him. Can Recovery Girl even help him with that stuff there? Kyoka asked. What even was that? Minoru asked. I had never felt so afraid when he got up. He went nuts. Hanta said. He never mentioned that power before. Because he never had it before. Katsuki said. He wouldn't have wasted time before that if he could transform. Once he saw Yamamo hurt, he just lost it. Toru said. It's crazy how he became almost like a wild beast trying to fight that thing. Minoru said. The Nomu was meant to kill All Might. Yui said. Midoriya took hits from it like that, like they were nothing, and cut it to ribbons. Glad he is on our side. Minoru shuddered. Imagine a villain with his powers. A nurse walked out of the room they wanted to be in to see their friends. The nurse turned to Midnight. They can be visited now. Recovery Girl helped them out okay? What about the others? Achiko asked, concerned about the students that weren't in the room. The nurse looked at a paper she had. Mr. Aoyama has to have surgery to remove broken shards of his hero suit from his chest. Kirishima has to get extra treatment for the burns he suffered. Monoma has to undergo surgery as well to remove parts of a broken jaw from a villain from his stomach and chest. Yaoyorozu has been picked up by her parents to be taken to their family doctor to treat her. What about Izuku? Katsuki rushed. Is he Midoriya? The nurse asked to see Midnight Knot. He is being transported to a different facility. Why? Katsuki snapped. The nurse ignored Katsuki's rising temper. His case is unique, and he is being moved to a facility that a specialist is currently also being moved to in order to look into his case. Katsuki wanted to yell more. Why couldn't these useless fucks help his friend here? It was their job to fix people, damn it. Go in there, kiddies, and keep a watch on your friends. Midnight started to shoo the kids into the room. Entering the room, they saw Mina, Mashireo, Shoto, and Fumikage. Everyone looked fine, but Fumikage had a blood bag and bandages covering his eye. Tokoyami, I am so sorry. Denki started tearing up when he saw Fumikage. Fumikage looked at him confused. Aren't I the one who owes you an apology? I lost control of Dark Shadow. That wouldn't have happened if it wasn't for me. Denki said. I shouldn't have used my electricity like that. Fumikage stood up, and quickly Tenya and Hanta went to his sides to support him. Kaminari. I would have lost control of Dark Shadow in that zone a minute after that anyways. If it wasn't for you, I would have rampaged and caused more harm than to just the one villain. I owe you. Denki had more tears. But what about your eye? Fumikage put one of his hands to the bandage covering the useless eye. This is a reminder to me about how far I still need to go to be a proper hero. Dark Shadow had told me he can replace it, but I will leave it like this till I can have better control. Denki shook his head. It wouldn't have happened if it wasn't for me being an idiot. Fumikage didn't like what he was about to do. He hugged Denki. I don't blame you. It wasn't your fault, Kaminari. When Denki heard that, he started to cry harder, feeling sea of the guilt leave. Toru looked at Mashireo's propped up and bandaged tail. How bad is it? Mashireo moved his tail slightly. It's stiff. They said I should have full recovery by Monday. I just can't use it too much. My arm and ribs are fine too. How about you, Ishido? Tenya asked.
Mina smiled. I'm fantastic.
I only had a few bumps and a mild concussion. Her expression turned less happy. How is Ijiro? He has to take more treatments because apparently the burns were more severe than they thought. I think I overheard them say that the fire quirk used has a side effect of the burns leaving nasty marks. Hanta said. It might not have helped that he kept taking them head-on and overused his quirk. Toru said. How about you, Todoroki? Hanta asked the Icefire Kid. Shoto looked up from his phone. My ankle and burns from overusing my fire weren't too bad. I am able to get back on my feet tomorrow. So why so glum-looking? Hanta asked. I have 4 missed calls from my father. Shoto said. He wondered why his father would call him 4 times. I am also worried about Izuku. What happened to Izuku? Fumikage asked. He went apeshit. Katsuki said. It's like he became a monster. He saw Momo beaten on the ground, and it's like he became a demon damn near. Hanta said. He actually grew horns and claws and started destroying Tuat thing made to kill All Might. How is he now? Mina asked. Dunno. Hazmat people had to take him because he killed the Nomu and roared like a monster, then passed out at some black vomit and started leaking out a dangerous fog. Katsuki answered. No one can get near him WDH that stuff unless they have those thick suits. Oh damn. Mashireo mumbled. How about Aoyama? He has to get surgery. When the Nomu attacked him, it broke his armor into his chest. Tsuyu said. Monoma also has to get surgery because a shark villain tried to tear him in half, and Monoma used his strength to get away but ended up breaking some of the villain's teeth in his chest. Wait, where is Yamamo? Mina asked. Apparently her parents wanted her to be treated by a family doctor. Kyoka answered. Do you know when everyone is getting released? Mashireo asked. I believe we here should be free to go by the end of the day thanks to Recovery Girl. Shoto said. I want to find Midoriya as soon as possible. Same. I want to know why that beast lost it when Izuku mentioned he was a saint though. Katsuki said. When he said he was a saint? Fumikage asked. He said something about being a saint and not a hero, and then the Nomu went into a rage trying to get Midoriya. Even the Shigaraki guy couldn't control it, and it always seemed to listen to what he said. Yui explained. Fumikage and Shoto both sat in silence thinking it over. Was there more about the Nomu than they knew that had to do with the saints? Did it do anything else odd? Fumikage asked. Yeah, it started using a weird power that is like Izuku's blasts, except they were red. Achiko answered. Fumikage rubbed below his beak in thought. Was it possible that this league of villains had ties to the saints, or at least to hell? What are you thinking, Tokoyami? Tsuyu asked. Fumikage shook his head. Just thinking about today's events. Midnight walked in. All right, kiddies, you are all free to leave. However, you all have to stay under my supervision until Shota is ready to get going. How is Sensei? Mina asked. He wasn't as hurt as he could have been. He could be back in his feet by this time next week, but honestly, knowing the man, he will be back to working by Monday. Midnight answered. He only had a broken arm and some ribs. If it wasn't for some of you kids jumping in to help him, it could have been way worse. Except for the fact that the 3 people who helped him all are some of the worst ones here, Katsuki said. Yui smacked his shoulder. Stop ruining the mood. Katsuki looked at her with a raised eyebrow, confused that she actually smacked him. Before Katsuki could question it, Hana spoke to Midnight. Is it possible for us to see Izuku? Midnight shook her head.
No idea.
He has been moved to a facility where they can study and see what exactly happened to him. The demonic shit, or that purple shit? Katsuki asked. The purple fog, to be exact. Midnight ignored Katsuki's crass language. However, Principal Nizu wants to study more into Midoriya's quirk. Why? Achiko asked. Midnight knew she shouldn't say this to the kids, but they were in a class with the boy in question. He has belief that Midoriya wasn't completely honest about his quirk. Fumikage and Shoto both got nervous. They knew the truth behind Izuku's quirk. What could Izuku have lied about? Achiko asked. The principal found it odd that Midoriya and the Nomu shared a power and Midoriya never mentioned before have a power to transform his appearance. Midnight figured she should stop talking about it at that point. I am taking you guys back to the dorms soon. Make sure you are ready. Midnight left the room and Hanta looked at Katsuki. What could Izuku have lied about with his quirk? Momo opened her eyes weakly, hearing the beep of a machine next to her. Oh good honey, you are finally awake. Momo heard the voice of her mother. Mother? Momo asked. Where am I? We took you from the care of those idiots and brought you back home. Dr. Hinohara is far better than them. Are my friends okay? Momo asked. Is Izuku okay? Momo doubted that Izuku was anywhere close to okay after what she last saw of him. I have no idea of any of their conditions. Her mother said. I only made sure that you were fine and away from that school. Couldn't even prevent some low-rate villains from attacking. They used an advanced portal villain to get in. Momo said. Either way, this is unacceptable from that school, and I have half a mind to transfer you to Shiketsu instead. What?
No.
Momo sat up. Her mother put a hand on Momo's shoulder. We will talk about this when your father returns from his meetings in America. I'm not leaving UA. Momo said. I said we will talk about when your father returns. He heard the news and got in the first trip back. Her mother left the room. Momo glared at where her mother left. Not as worried about her status at UA because if her father was involved in the decision, it would be okay. All Might stepped into the viewing room. On the other side of thick glass was a table that held Izuku Midoriya as he was strapped up to multiple machines. Toshi, my old friend. All Might heard a voice he hasn't heard from in quite some time. All Might turned to see his old friend David Shield. Ah, David, it has been too long. All Might smiled. What are you doing here in Mizutofu and not on I Island? David pointed to the room with Izuku. I'm the specialist they called in. They wanted someone from I Island here who has had previous knowledge with power quirks and transformation quirks. I was hesitant at first, but Melissa talked me into it. Oh, is the young lass here as well? All Might looked around for the daughter of his friend. She did come along. Figured this could be practice for her. She went for a walk, though, to see the city. David then walked up to the thick wall of glass, separating them from Izuku and the purple fog. So what can you tell me about his quirk from teaching him so far? All Might looked at the unconscious boy on the other side of the glass. All of the tubes and wires hooked up to him. His quirk seems like an infinite power source from what I heard. He can handle as much as his body allows, and I feel that today has pushed him far past what he should have used. Hmm. Can you tell me about this transformation I heard the transport team mentioned? David began to pull out a small notepad. It seems to have been triggered by Dash. All Might got cut off as he heard someone speak. Uncle All Might? A young female voice said as she ran up to him. All Might turned to see Melissa Shield, the daughter of his friend David.
À Mélissa.
It is good to see you. My, how you have grown. All Might chuckled. Are you here to help us with him? Melissa pointed to the boy in the room that has piqued all of her interests. Yes, indeed. I actually have taught this young lad. Wow. Melissa always wanted to get into heroics, but she didn't have a quirk to help her, so instead she went into quirk research to help from that side. As you were saying, All Might? David asked, holding his notepad and pen at the ready. Ah yes, that transformation he did when he saw young Yaoyorozu in what he believed to be a date of death. I feel he felt guilty, and his anger seemed to make his powers react quite violently. His skin became black and he had horns, long claws for fingers, and his eyes became solid black orbs. Honestly, for the 1 second I saw the eyes, I felt that all they had was hatred for the beast that hurt young Yaoyorozu. The beast that is called Nomu, correct? David asked. We have its corpse in another sealed room to investigate how it held multiple quirks. I find it interesting how its regeneration quirk I heard about has not kicked back in at all, even for a second. We also found what appeared to be a metal disc in its brain stem. I think that whatever happened to young Midoriya had increased his own power output to match and overwhelm the Nomus. As the fight between them carried on, the regeneration slowed down and the Nomu actually got weaker, as if young Midoriya's transformation had made his attacks poisoned. What is the black stuff exactly? Melissa asked as she indicated to the tar-like substance in a tube that Izuku had vomited. He expelled that orally as soon as his transformation ended. I think it might have been what caused the transformation, like part of his power that got tainted by the transformation, and upon it meeting the end of its use, it was forced from his body. David bit down on the end of his pen. Rather odd transformation. I heard the quirk file in hand for him, and it didn't mention this at all. I don't even think he was aware of this. Teaching the boy, I have never seen him get so much as ticked off with other people. The extreme anger he held might have been the trigger. What abilities does he have? Melissa held a copy of Izuku's file to quickly scan it, wanting to help. He has this ability he calls his blast attack, where he throws a ball of his energy, super strength and speed. He has the ability to conduct electricity and this unique mold ability to make his energy into solid objects, as well as a healing ability. At this point, All Might pointed to the case Izuku's damaged wings were in. And he also had wings, but the Nomu ripped those out before the transformation from what I heard. He seems to have multiple quirks as well, if you ask me, David said. He told me the energy is the main quirk and everything else is a product of using it differently. Some parts being from his ancestors, like he inherited them. I want to ask about that, David said. I see that for the most part his family doesn't seem to have quirks that are related to anything he has. The most powerful quirk in his family being from his father, the hero Spitfire. His father is Spitfire? All Might raised an eyebrow. Spitfire was the second strongest fire using hero behind Endeavor. It was curious that Izuku never brought up his father with how much he prides himself on his family. He never mentioned that? David looked at the boy. Anyways, his quirk and all of its powers are intriguing to say the least. So is it possible to reattach his wings? All Might looked at the wings again. David shook his head with a grim expression. Not from what we can see. Whatever healing happened from that transformation and the transformation itself patched over the wounds. Anytime we try to use our tools to clean the wings to sanitize them, the parts of the wings near the tools just fall apart into ashes. All Might raised an eyebrow. If the wings did react like that, then maybe they had decayed already, and there was no hope to get Izuku his wings back. All Might knew that Izuku would be crushed by that, seeing as how the boy had clearly loved the wings the most out of all of his abilities. The finger also is rather curious, David said. The finger? All Might asked in confusion. The finger that it said was ripped off during his fight with the Nomu. David led All Might to a small case that had Izuku's middle finger. It seems to still have some if the energy from his transformation and keep swapping between that state and what could be considered normal for him. Melissa looked at the finger curiously when it began to change to a black leathery texture and become longer and more claw-like, before seconds later turning back. After a few more seconds it began to transform again. Like the energy might have stuck inside without leaving, or it doesn't know how to act without the rest of Izuku, Melissa said. Indeed. With it like this I doubt we could do the surgery to reattach it, David said. And that is besides the point of the purple must around him. It seems like his energy was so overused that he in a simple term short-circuited his actual body. All Might looked at the boy with concern. What is his likelihood of making it past this? It seems low unless we find something of similar energy to shock his powers back into their regular flow, David said. His powers seem too unique, however, and nothing seems remotely close to matching it. All Might got worried. The only people he knew that had powers like Izuku were his ancestors that passed into the other life, by walking through glowing doors. Shoto wanted to leave the dorms as soon as they got there. In front of the building was his father, Endeavor. Oh, Endeavor, I didn't know you were here today, Midnight said in surprise. Endeavor, surprisingly to Shoto, didn't act like a dick in response. I'm sorry for coming unannounced. I was worried about my son. Shoto raised an eyebrow, not believing his father was really worried as much as ticked off that Shoto didn't use his fire to wipe out the villains. Can I speak to my son in private? Endeavor asked. By all means. Just let me know if he is being taken off campus. Midnight started to lead the other kids into the building. Shoto sat at a bench on the path while Endeavor sat next to him. Shoto didn't speak because he decided to just listen to the rant about his lack of using his fire in silence.
I'm sorry.
Endeavor spoke quietly.
What?
Shoto said in confusion. I'm sorry for how horrible I have been. Shoto could see his father holding a sad expression. I heard about the attack and how several students were hurt. I tried calling multiple times, and when no response came I feared the worst. It made me think of every time I pushed you too hard for a goal that you didn't want any part of. Shoto heard his father choke. I realized how I have failed as a father. I was too driven into this goal of surpassing All Might. I should have focused on you as yourself instead. Shoto didn't know what to say at all. I don't expect you to forgive me at all now. I need to work for that forgiveness from you, your siblings, and especially your mother. Starting right now, that is going to be the only goal I have. Now Shoto definitely didn't know what to say. I don't know what to say. Endeavor carefully put his hand on Shoto's shoulder. I promised to try and fix everything I have messed up. Inko rushed into the viewing room to see All Might and some scientists. Where is my baby? She asked frantically, before she noticed the large window that showed her son strapped to a table in a complete mess of injuries. She held a hand to her face. Hello, Ms. Midoriya. All Might said. How is my son? Inko couldn't bear to look at her son in the state he was. His condition is stable right now, a man said from beside All Might as he held out a hand. Hi, I am David Shield, and the lead here in researching your son's quirk. Why does my son's quirk need researching? Inko asked. Principal Nizu at UA thinks that young Midoriya either has been hiding all of the facts of his quirk or isn't aware himself of all of the abilities that are hidden, All Might said. Before Inko could say anything, a loud beeping cut her off. What is that? David rushed over to a screen. Midoriya's systems are beginning to drop below safe levels. Raise them back up, Inko said with worry. He hasn't properly reacted to anything we have given him. His powers have an irregular flow through his systems that disrupts any type of medicine or treatment. At this rate, the irregular flow of his energy will kill him by this time tomorrow, if not sooner. The next day in the dorms was really quiet. Everyone who was there had went down to the commons and had turned on the news and just sat there, not wanting to be alone after the day before. It feels too quiet without them, Toru said. Even though Katsuki is the loud one in the class, Hanta said, Katsuki throwing a rubber ball at him in response. I just realized something that sucks, Mina said. Then don't say it and make the mood worse. Katsuki mumbled. What is it? Yui asked. Yeah, nothing can make the mood here worse than this. Denki caught the rubber ball that Hanta tossed to him. Both Yamamo and Midori think the other is dead. They both started fighting harder, thinking that the other one's death was their fault. Mina said. Yeah, that definitely made the mood worse. Kyoka said. They will be fine, right? Rich girl's parents took her to a personal doctor. She should be fine, Katsuki said. And Glowstick has a fucking team with hazmat suits. He better get better, or I will kick his ass. A person making their way into the building and commons got everyone's attention. It was All Might. All Might, Mashireo said, wondering why the hero was there. Ms. Midoriya? Katsuki said as he noticed a sad and teary-eyed Inko Midoriya next to All Might. Hello, students. All Might had a serious and quiet tone. I was wondering if any of you know of relatives of young Midoriya's that could help us help him. Has he ever mentioned a relative that has powers similar to his own? Fumikage spoke. He has mentioned that he takes after his grandfather. All Might nodded. Yes, I have met his grandfather once before his passing. How does Midori need help? Mina asked, looking worried. His body started failing late last night. All Might looked in pain just mentioning one of his students on the brink of death. He has till the end of the day, and we need any help that is possible. Anything about him mentioning something about someone with similar powers to help restart his. Nito's power is sometimes similar, Hanta said. He is in surgery right now, Tenya said. Mina shot up, snapping her fingers. Ooh, oh, Yamamo. She has stuff like his. Where is young Yaoyorozu? All Might asked. Her parents took her for a family doctor to look after. Tenya answered. We have to see if her quirk can help, All Might said. I shall try to get in contact as soon as possible. Momo traced her fingers across the fabric of the blanket she had. She didn't like that she currently had no idea how her classmates were doing. A knock at the door let her know someone was entering. Looking at the door, she saw her father. A shorter man, but his stature and presence still instilled a sense of power.
Ikup kaka.
Her father said as he entered. I canceled the rest of my business trip as soon as I heard. How are you?
I'm fine daddy.
At this point I am sore and worried for my friends. Momo said. Her father made a face. I actually just got an interesting call from All Might of all people. Apparently a friend of yours needs help quick, and they think you are the only one who could help. What? Who? Momo didn't know how she could be of any help. I believe All Might said it was a young Midoriya. Momo shot up. Where? The class were in shock as they were in the viewing room. Katsuki had argued immensely that they had to be there no matter what to be able to help Izuku at any chance. It pained them to see Izuku in such a condition, especially how the beeping from a machine kept letting everyone know exactly how much time he had before his body failed completely. A door flew open and a bandaged Momo with her father behind her rushed into the room. Where is he? Momo asked as she saw the group, who parted to let her see the mess that Izuku was. It stung her deep inside to see him with all of the medical equipment going inside of him. She immediately went for the door to the side hall that connected to the room Izuku was in. Wait, you can't just walk in there, David Shield said. That is dangerous. Momo ignored him and made the door open before she entered the hall and tanned the room with Izuku. Turning on her cloak to avoid the fog, she walked up to him. How do I help? She said loud enough for everyone to hear. David, shocked that the red outline on her was enough to protect her from the dangerous gas, spoke. He needs energy similar to his to kick his powers back into full swing. Momo nodded and channeled her powers from her star to her hands and put them on Izuku's chest, sending the energy into him in bursts. She continued for a minute, but nothing happened at all. It's not working, Momo yelled in frustration, hating that beeping that was mocking her. It's not enough, David said sadly, really hoping that she could do it. Wait, didn't the Nomu have an ability like Izuku's? Shoto asked. Yeah, that red stuff? Katsuki said. Can you take me to it? Shoto asked. Follow me, Melissa said quickly as she made for the door. Not that long of a walk, Shoto and Melissa were in a room with the corpse of the Nomu strapped to a table. This is it, Melissa said. Shoto looked at the Nomu, then noticed an odd-looking disc in a case next to it. What is this? Oh, we found that in its brain stem, Melissa said. Shoto took a guess that the disc was the object that gave the Nomu the powers similar to Izuku. Sorry for this. For what? Melissa asked as Shoto pinched the locked case and broke the glass before picking up the disc. Almost immediately upon grasping at Shoto's whole arm tensed up in pain, and Melissa watched as red glowing lines erupted across it from the disc up. NNGH. Shoto groaned as he felt a surge of power shoot itself across his body. After a second, everything stopped hurting. What was that? Melissa asked. Something you need to keep absolutely quiet. Shoto huffed. That's what we needed. What happened to the disc? Melissa noticed it was gone. Don't worry about it. Please keep this a secret. Shoto began to make his way back to the area where Izuku was. He went past everyone to join Momo in helping Izuku. Luckily for Shoto, learning how to make a cloak was something he could do with his new powers, and he learned it quick enough to not get harmed by the gas around Izuku. He stood opposite of Momo. How do I do it? Shoto whispered to her. Momo looked at him in confusion before seeing the white outline surrounding Shoto. It should be like your regular quirk. Just grab whatever it is and use that instead. Shoto nodded and quickly got in sync with Momo in trying to save Izuku. Nothing happened still, and Momo yelled in frustration. Come on, Izuku. Momo shouted. Fumikage looked on with worry before Dark Shadow popped out suddenly. I can see the problem. You can? Fumikage asked with hope. They are enough to do it, but they need someone to hold the source of his power in place. It isn't in the correct position anymore. Can you do it, Dark Shadow? Fumikage asked. Dark Shadow nodded. Although it might cause me intense pain, I am the only one who can actually guide it back into place. Fumikage walked with Dark Shadow into the room with Izuku, David no longer questioning the kids that went in to help their friend. Fumikage, however, stood right outside of the purple gas to avoid himself getting hurt. Dark Shadow poked Izuku's chest and yanked back his arm like he touched flames. Oh yeah, this will hurt a lot. Going to repay myself a debt? Dark Shadow forced himself into Izuku's spiritual body and noticed that Izuku's soul was barely there. Knowing that it needed to be there, he started to pull it back, but it seemed to push itself back into place. Once it was back, he focused on the halo, which was going into overheating, trying to keep Izuku alive. The halo, however, wasn't in Izuku properly anymore, as if something was trying to pull it out. Cursing at how he felt like he was being set on fire, just being in Izuku's spiritual being, Dark Shadow shook himself and grabbed the halo, never feeling as much pain since when Satan tried to break him. Working through it, he twisted the halo back into its proper spot in Izuku's being, finding it odd as it felt like someone else was helping him move it. Fuckers better hit him with everything. Dark Shadow cursed to get Momo and Shoto to push harder. Come on, Izuku, Momo said again. With one big final push, they gave it everything they had before Izuku's halo veins returned to normal and started flooding with their normal energy. Then the building shook with a huge wave of purple energy. Minutes earlier, Izuku opened his eyes to see a pure black sky. Not a single star, moon, or the sun, just empty darkness.
Brat.
Izuku heard a voice to his right. The fuck are you doing in purgatory? Izuku looked to see his great-great-great-great-grandfather Johnny Gat. Grandpa? Izuku asked as he got up and saw that his grandpa in question was sitting in a recliner next to another person wearing a hot dog suit and a military-looking helmet that covered their face, who was also in a recliner. Where am I? Purgatory. A scratchy voice came from the other person. Congratulations on making it to the afterlife. I'm dead? Izuku freaked out. No, you're not, Gat said as he tossed an empty beer can at the other person. Don't scare the kid like that. I thought it would be kind of funny for a second. The person shrugged. Wait, so I'm not dead? Izuku asked.
No, kid.
The other person answered. People don't get sent here to purgatory when they die. Plus, you are like a glowing thing of glass right now. You're more like halfway right now. Izuku looked down to see that he was a glowing purple energy spirit-like thing that he could see through. Wait, so I am dying? Yeah. The person shrugged. However, you can also live. Gat shot a look at the person. Gat got up and walked over to Izuku. Someone tries to take the halo. What? Izuku said. How? Gat held up a hand. Kid, calm down and let me speak. It looks like someone tried taking it, but the halo smacked them away, just not before it fell out of its spot. I thought no one could take the halo? Izuku said. It's supposed to not be able to be taken by force. Whatever you did that put you here gave someone the chance to even try to take it. Boss, do you have anything to put a lock on this? The other person, now known as the former boss of the Saints, came over. Probably. So you are the new boss? Izuku looked at the person with the odd outfit. Wait, you're the boss? Yep. I am the God Emperor Supreme of the Saints. A bolt of lightning struck down near them. Maybe don't call yourself God Boss? Johnny said. Right. The boss then had purple energy surround their hands. Let me know when to out the lock on it. Gat nodded and used his own powers to twist the halo back into its spot, the halo giving off a warmth as it recognized Johnny. All right, hit it now. The former boss palm struck Izuku's chest, causing him to fall over. All right, now there is a safety lock on removing this thing so nobody but us three can really mess with it. Gat said. Izuku felt like something was pulling him. What's happening? Looks like someone is trying to bring you back down to earth. Don't fight it because that would be stupid. Gat said. He looked at the kid's face. Hey, who broke your sunglasses? Huh. Izuku took off the sunglasses and saw one lens completely missing and the other one with only a few shards left. Oh no. Shouldn't not have been fixed already? Looks like you found an enemy that can break them. Johnny said. Only demonic powers could have broken them. Oh, I fought a monster that flipped its shit when I said I was a saint. The former boss hummed. Apparently we have some enemies on Earth. Well, good luck with that, kid. Just remember that you and the other saints can handle anything together. Before Izuku could say anything he wanted to say to his grandfather, he was finally pulled completely from purgatory. The huge wave of purple energy acted as an EMP and shut off all of the power to the building. The only lights now being the outlines of Shoto and Momo, and Izuku's halo veins. Izuku sat up where he was. Where am I now? Not able to see anything but his eyes started to adjust. Izuku? Izuku heard the voice of Momo. Momo? Izuku saw the girl he thought had died. In the blink of an eye, he was standing up and holding her in a tight hug, that she returned just as quick. I thought you died. Izuku whispered. I thought you were dead. Momo whispered back. No one said anything, letting the two have their moment. David looked at the monitors in confusion. The kid's half was minutes away from actually death, and somehow that surge of energy like nothing before healed him up and knocked out the power for the building and presumably the block. What type of quirk did this kid have? Midori, Mina said as her and a majority of the class ran up to him.
Iguis.
Izuku said as he and Momo finally stopped hugging as if they were afraid the other would disappear. So everyone is fine? Momo whacked him over the shoulder. Don't scare me like that. Katsuki punched his other shoulder. Don't get close to dying unless you actually plan on dying, fuckhead. Ow shit. Quit it. Izuku said to the two. He looked around. Inko moved around the students and wrapped her son in a hug that was almost tighter than the one from Momo. Oh, Izu, I was so worried. Inko cried as she held her son. On my back. Izuku said. Oh, sorry. Inko let go of her son, then checking her son's back and seeing the scarred and ruined flesh. So how long was I out? Izuku asked. You guys seem to be freaking out. Momo smacked his shoulder. We were freaking out because you almost died. Oh, explains why this place looks like an even more advanced hospital. Izuku remarked. Your quirk started to release a dangerous gas earlier, so we had to put you in there to keep you safe. David said through the intercom as the power had just turned back on. Izuku looked around him to see no such gas. Well, it's gone now. I would still like to keep you here for a day or two to see what exactly happened, David said. Izuku jumped back onto the table. All right. Wait, where is my finger? Izuku held up his left hand and pointed at the single joint he had left for a middle finger. Do you not remember your fight with the Nomu? Katsuki asked. Yeah, I got smacked into the ground, Izuku said in confusion. Wait, I remember that I got pissed at the thing because of, Izuku indicated to Momo, and I don't really remember anything after that. Are you telling me you don't remember going apeshit? Katsuki asked. Both Momo and Izuku looked at him confused. I did what? Midoriya. You transformed physically and killed the Nomu quite viciously. All Might said. Do you remember none of that? Izuku tried to remember. only remembering how angry he got with himself and the Nomu before everything went black.
No.
David raised an eyebrow as he added notes about memory loss to the file. What happened to my finger? The Nomu broke it off. Yui said, that sounds painful. Izuku rubbed the scarred joint. Wait, I killed it? Yes. You had claws, and you started cutting it worse than its regeneration could keep up. Then you started hacking its brain to shreds. Shoto said as he flexed some energy through his own fingers. Wish I could remember that, but I honestly don't. Izuku rubbed his hands together. So how is everyone else? Aoyama, Kirishima, and Monoma all should be released within the next 2 days. Yui said, that's great news. Izuku let out a sigh of relief, and then he saw a case that had his wings. Are those my wings? Yes. Sadly, at this point, we haven't found a way to reattach them. All Might broke the news. Izuku looked down. Oh. The room got quiet. All of his classmates knowing how much he loved his wings. That sucks. They will find a way, Izu. Inko said, trying to comfort her son. It's fine. Izuku said in a way that everyone knew he wasn't fine. Everyone save for All Might, David, his daughter Melissa, and Izuku had left the facility. Momo was the only one who seemed to want to argue about staying, but her father wanted to make sure she was completely fine. Izuku sat on the table, having some of the machines hooked back up to him. Can you try to activate your healing ability? David asked through the intercom. Yeah. Izuku then stopped. Wait, on what exactly? The wounds underneath the bandages on your shoulder first. Let me know if anything feels off from usual. Izuku nodded and focused on his shoulder, using his healing ability moderately. David made a humming sound as he watched Izuku's vitals and the scans of his shoulder. Interesting. How so? All Might asked. The energy enters the desired area and immediately manipulates itself into a healing tio of energy. David said. His energy is astounding. David thought deeply. Maybe this kid's energy was the answer to him helping All Might. The sounds of tapping brought the attention of everyone in the commons to look at the entrance. Opening the door, Tenya saw Midnight with a man he couldn't identify. Hello, Midnight Sensei. Tenya greeted. Midnight appreciated how this kid had some respect, unlike Katsuki. Hello. I have this man here who needs to speak to either Midoriya or Ueda. Me? Tenya asked in confusion as he looked at the man, who bowed. Hello, Ida. I am Jayuniki. I have information that you and Midoriya need to hear. Shigaraki cursed as he slammed the chair across the table. How the hell could my master plan be ruined by some punk kid? Shigaraki shouted. Kirojiri stood behind the counter of the bar they used as a hideout, wiping a cup with a rag as if Shigaraki's outburst was a common occurrence. A beep alerted the two to a monitor that was used to communicate with Shigaraki's teacher. Shigaraki calmed himself quickly before accepting the video call that was from his master. How did it go? The low voice of his master spoke. Horribly, Shigaraki said. Some little bastard killed Nomu. His master thought for a second. A kid killed Nomu, you say? If I may. Kirojiri spoke. The child in question seemed to house multiple powers like Nomu. The master hummed. Tell me more. Nomu disobeyed me because of that brat, Shigaraki said. Nomu was made to follow my and your orders. The master said. I even gave him a unique power to keep him in line. The second that brat said he was a saint, he dash. His master cut Shigaraki off. What? A saint? The boy did mention being a saint and not a hero, Kirojiri said. The master felt his hate rise up at the mention of those degenerate bastards. Tell me everything. Chapter 13, Rebirth of the Saints. /N. I don't own the stuff here, but I own copies of the Saints Row games. Quirk name, Saints Flow. Abilities. Halo Veins. When activating his quirk, Izuku gains 2 sets of glowing lines that loosely resemble a nervous system all over body. One set is lime green while the other is a dark violet. When his quirk is turned off all the way, the glowing lines, which Izuku has nicknamed Halo Veins, have faded out mint green and in faded out light violet glows to them. Super strength. Unknown limit but allows to jump around at incredible distances. Increased durability as result. Can channel more energy to attacks to give more power, but can result in pain or injury for Izuku. Super speed. Currently can run at max speed of 120 kilometers per hour, 33.3 meters per second. Healing ability. Can focus energy to heal self faster and others, but can leave the Izuku is used on tired after. Can give headaches if used too much in a short time. Blast. Charges up energy that user can throw like a projectile with different effects. Green blast. Energy forms into a green ball that when it is thrown breaks upon impact with force and sends a small shockwave of force that pushes everything slightly away from where it hits. Supercharged green blast. Izuku forces more energy into a green blast that can multiply its effects. Can strain his arm and make his arm unusable for a bit if strained too hard. Requires 2 hands. Supreme green blast. Izuku uses different flowing strands of green energy that he shoots out simultaneously that create a green blast that has the power of 40 green blasts combined. Extremely dangerous to use as even the slightest bit of a misstep could result in the energy releasing early in Izuku's arm and injuring it gravely. Purple blast. Energy forms into a purple ball surrounded by purple flames. Flames do not burn user and burn out in a flash once blast impacts something. Flames disappear instantly, but do burn anything near where the blast impacts. Supercharged purple blast. Izuku forces more energy into a purple blast that can multiply its effects. If used too often in a shirt span, it too overloaded with energy can lead to danger for burning his arms. Requires 2 hands. Mold. Blue energy that can be held like a solid object and molded into many things. Dense but lightweight. Can be used to bring things closer to Izuku or swing from object to object. If used for too long, or the mold takes damage, can lead to a mental strain on Izuku that begins with a nosebleed. Over time, as Izuku has used it, bright blue lines gave form the ridges and lines on his hands and lower forearms. Electricity. Izuku can conduct yellow electricity inside of himself that he can release in any direction. If he charges up too much to release, he will short-circuit his bodily functions and be paralyzed momentarily. Usage has caused yellow arcs of electricity to start shooting around in his sclera. Can be used to give Izuku a quick boost of energy. Wings. Izuku has a pair of wings that can be materialized with a flown of energy or vice versa. Wings are green in color, and most feathers have small purple flames that are mostly harmless but give feathers a burnt appearance. Wings have own senses of feeling that Izuku gains instantly. Wingspan is 6 meters. Izuku has lost his wings since having them ripped out in the attack at USJ. Transformations. Izuku channels more energy from the halo that activates a new state or transformation. Currently, Izuku has 2 transformations. Transformation, Saint's Rage. Izuku activates all abilities at once, forcing him and the halo into a state of higher work. Can cause extreme exhaustion in Izuku and requires a long cool down. Physical changes involve purple flames coming from his eyes and his skin taking on a purple hue. Transformation, Saint's Demons, only accessed by extreme stress or anger. Izuku loses all sense of reasoning and control and becomes extremely violent. All of Izuku's abilities are locked off, and he only has access to increased super strength, super speed, and healing ability. Gains long claws for fingers that are extremely sharp. Physical changes include black leathery skin. Halo veins all become thicker with only a dark purple fluid. Horns that go back across his head, and his eyes become solid black orbs that cause fear in anyone who sees them from all of the malice Izuku gives off in this state. Extremely dangerous for Izuku to use because he has no control over himself and will attack anything he sees. Izuku really was itching to leave this place. It was the Sunday afternoon right after the USJ incident, and he had just one final test to do before he could remove the last of the bandages from his face and leave to return to his friends at the dorms. They haven't allowed his class back to visit him so that David Shield and his daughter could get as many tests done before they need to return to Island. Okay, now try to see if you can activate that state you did Friday. David Shield said from the other side of the class for his protection. They all had no idea how Izuku would act if he accessed the state he called his transformation, Saint's Demons, and had him in a room that even All Might would have, even if small, issues getting out of. Alrighty, Izuku said as he closed his eyes and tried to focus on the anger and hatred he felt when he saw Momo hurt. For a second, David saw a black fluid dance around in the boy's halo veins before the veins regained their regular color. I lost it. Izuku groaned as he stood up and opened his eyes. David sighed. What were you thinking about? I tried thinking about how angry I was when I saw Momo hurt and how useless I was. David saw the black fluid return very slightly when Izuku called himself useless. I tried keeping that, but my anger left because the fact of me seeing her okay the other day kept nagging at me. I have a theory that your transformation needs extreme anger at everything and that no happiness can invade it for you to achieve that state. How about I try Saint's Rage? Izuku said. David nodded. All right. After you activate that, we can check the rest of your face to make sure everything is okay. Izuku clapped his hands. All right, here goes. Forcing his halo to increase the flow to his body, his skin started to turn purple and his eyes erupted with purple flames, the bandages covering his left eye burning off. Electricity started to dance around his body, his scara turning purple. How do you feel? David asked. I feel alive. Izuku gripped his hands. I feel so completely energized, like I can run straight across the ocean to America, grab a burger and run back before I finish eating it. That is interesting. David jotted down more notes. You can turn it off now. Okay. Izuku felt a bit of exhaustion once he turned it off. Can you turn it back on? Izuku tried turning it on.
No.
I think it has a cooldown. Might be worse the longer I have it on. You should remember that for future use. David said. Why do I have a bump? Izuku said as he rubbed the top edge of his forehead on the left side, where the burned-off bandages no longer covered. David looked up to see what Izuku was talking about and didn't even get to the bump before he noticed what exactly happened underneath Izuku's bandaged face. Izuku's left face from his cheekbone up and around his eye had red lines similar to his halo veins, but more like cracks. The cracks went into his left eye. Matching red cracks went through his scara and iris into Izuku's pupil that was blood red like the newfound cracks. Midoriya, does your sight seem any different? David asked. Izuku stopped rubbing the hard bump.
My Sicht.
Now that you mention it, kinda. David flipped to a new page and got ready to write. Explain, please. Izuku closed his right eye and used only his left eye to see. Everything seems normal for the most part, but it is like I can see like a thermal level of stuff. Like my heat signature? David asked. I think. Can we turn off the lights in here because I think it is night vision or something? Izuku asked. David tapped the lights and felt a shiver when the red lines of energy on Izuku glowed as well as his halo veins, as if they had joined his halo veins as a new part of them. The way it made his eye look felt unnerving. How is your sight? Izuku looked around, seeing better than he normally would have with his left eye. Thinking about it for a second, he poured more energy into the new lines, and the red in his pupil expanded and made his left eye a pure blood red orb. His sight became easier to see everything, but everything was in different shades of red. It's great. If I use more energy, I can see better in the dark, although everything is in shades of red, but different enough that I can tell things apart. David nodded, ignoring how unnerving the red eye was in the dark. Okay, I am going to turn the lights back on. Tell me if the increased light bothers your eye. Izuku nodded, and as soon as the lights turned on, he snapped his eye shut. Oh shit, that was bright. David wrote down that the eye needs to adjust to different levels of light. It seems odd that you have a new addition to your halo veins, as you call them, especially in a color that hasn't been seen on you, but rather the Nomu. Izuku reverted his eye to its now normal state and shrugged. Maybe my energy grabbed onto some of the Nomus when it kept blasting my face. I did take more than one, and it was in different states. Maybe my healing went over them and just added them in. Possibly. The energy the Noma had was said to be similar to yours, so maybe your energy took the energy used to damage you and replicated it the best that it could, using that energy to replace what was damaged by the Nomu. So I would have a cool new finger if the Noma hit my hand with that stuff? Izuku wiggled the single joint he had for a middle finger. They couldn't reattach his finger as it had finally decayed. Possibly. What about this bump? Izuku poked the bump again. David looked at the bump Izuku was speaking of and noticed how a red line went up to the bump, which looked close to black and bone-like. "What is that?" David asked as he opened the door between them to get a better look. Upon getting closer, David could see how the skin had opened around the bone-like thing as if a bone was actually growing. "This is odd. Didn't they say you grew horns during your transformation?" "I think so, yeah." Izuku poked the bone, which was mostly flat with a slight curve, barely a few millimeters above the skin of the rest of his forehead. "Wait, is this the horn? Am I growing a horn?" David poked the bone. "Possibly. It seems like the skin around the bone is already set as if you were always growing it. I may grow more like it was during your transformation and may not. This may be how it looks in what could be considered normal for you, which changes constantly." Izuku mumbled. "Trust me, when I was with All Might in America, normal changed consistently. You get used to it," David said as he went back to the other room. "Wait, you worked with All Might?" Izuku followed David into the other room. "Oh yeah, I was like his sidekick." David grinned as he remembered the time in America. "That's awesome," Izuku said. "So is today my last day here?" David put some files in a folder. "I believe that we got a significant gain of understanding for your quirk, but I honestly think that we can find out so much more. I plan on showing my findings to some of the others at Island and see where that takes us." "So it's a maybe?" Izuku asked. "Pretty much. Although your quirk is honestly so incredible in the potential of its energy that you might get invites to Island to have further, more thorough tests." "Neat," Izuku said as he slipped back on his purple jacket. "So can I actually leave this place now? No offense, but I want to go back to my friends. Please, I know it can be irritating to be stuck in a lab for a few days. Although most of the time it is me locking myself in to do more projects." David waved Izuku off. "You can go now, but Principal Nizu has asked for one of the people involved with this project to stay here for a week to keep an eye on any lasting effects with your quirk." "May I ask who?" Izuku asked as a door opened to reveal Melissa Shield coming in.
Idaddi. Izuku.
Melissa said as she entered. "Hey, sweetie. I'm heading for the airport now." David put on a coat and hugged his daughter. "I will see you in a week." "Guess that answers my question," Izuku said. Melissa turned to Izuku. "I'm going to be the one checking up this." Melissa stopped talking as she saw the changes to Izuku's face, curious about the new red addition to Izuku's halo veins. Can you blink?" Izuku said. Melissa did, then blink. "Oh, sorry. It just looks intriguing." "That's fine. Are you joining us at the dorms then?" Izuku asked. Melissa nodded. "Mem. Principal Nizu and Island are counting this as extra credit in my classes." "I knew I was extra, didn't know I was credit," Izuku joked, which caused Melissa to snort. Melissa looked the other way to hide her embarrassment from snorting. "It's only for this week unless something changes, though." David began to turn off equipment. "All right, kids, time to leave. I believe that the school got a ride for you two back to campus." Izuku put back on his sunglasses he couldn't fix all weekend, but still kept them because of what they meant to him. "Right on." Momo sat there silently while her parents argued. "I do not want her going back to that school." Her mother almost shouted at her father. "That school is the best school. I has friends, and because of the teamwork they showed and what that school taught helped them get through that day," her father said, keeping his voice at an even level. "They had to go through that because of being at that school." Momo's mother snapped. "The villains were there for All Might." Momo said quietly. "Me and Izuku easily got rid of the villains attacking us and tried to stop their plans." Momo's mother looked at her. "I want to meet this boy that tricked my daughter into getting into more trouble." "Izuku didn't trick me into anything." Momo felt a little anger. "I was the first one to even suggest fighting the Nomu." "Don't get that tone with me," Mrs. Yayarozu said. Momo decided it was best to not glare at her mother, so she looked down at the table in front of her. "I have seen young Midoriya," Mr. Yayarozu said. "He seems smart, and from what I can see had the right intentions." "Right intentions means nothing when our daughter got hospitalized," Mrs. Yayarozu snapped. "It would have been worse if not for Midoriya," Mr. Yayarozu said. "What was he doing while she was being assaulted by a monster?" Mrs. Yayarozu asked. "He almost died," Momo said. "The Nomu wanted him, and we tried stopping it. So you got yourself hurt trying to save someone else? Mrs. Yayarosa said. That's what heroes do. Mr. Yayarosa shouted. Momo was thinking to herself about how it was more like saints look out for their own. Mrs. Yayarozu stopped for a second. The room got quiet. I want a word with this Midoriya before I allow you to go back to the dorms. I want at least one of them to understand your safety. Momo smiled, glad that her mom was turning around. Momo was also musing how Izuku would have anyone's safety at the forefront of his mind. Wait, but classes are still happening tomorrow, Momo said. She wanted to see if everyone else was okay as soon as possible. Well, there are still quite a few hours before curfew at the campus, Mrs. Yayarozu said. Hopefully he can get here before that. Mr. Yayarozu pulled out his phone. I can ask the principal about it now. Exiting the facility for the first time all weekend, Izuku saw two cars, with Principal Nizu sitting in one with Aizawa, who looked tired as usual, and the other car had All Might in front of it. Uncle All Might. Melissa ran up to him happily. What are you doing here? I am here to take you to your dorms to get you settled. All Might grinned. I don't think two cars is needed for that. Izuku pointed out. Indeed they aren't. Nizu said. Miss Shield will be going straight to campus while someone wants to talk to you, Mr. Midoriya. On the way there, I would like to discuss certain matters with you. Izuku felt like he should be worried. Okay. Shrugging it off, he walked to the car. See ya, Melissa. See you later, Izuku. Melissa smiled and waved. Getting in the car, Izuku noticed that Nizu was in the back and looking at him intently. So who wanted to speak to me? That will be known later. I want to discuss your actions at USJ. Nizu said without his normal happy tone. Am I in trouble for trying to stop the Nomu and that Shigaraki guy? Izuku was about to say how it was bullshit if he was. Nizu shook his head. No. In the tense situation that you were in, I commend all of the students who stepped up. I am more concerned with your rather violent and malicious fight with the Nomu after what I hear you call your Saint's Demon's transformation. Izuku felt understanding in his head, knowing where Nizu was going to take this now. Oh. It worried me that a student has such an ability that can be accessed in such an extreme state of emotion that they have no memory of their actions during it. Having no memories makes me worry that you also had no control over your actions in that state. Izuku wanted to grin about how he knew where the lecture was going. I checked with Mr. Shield over the weekend to make sure that this transformation of yours wouldn't just strike out on its own, and from what I hear it triggers from your emotions, primarily anger and hatred. I figured that too. I was planning on finding things to keep me from losing it also. Izuku said. I believe so, but what worries me might be the situation with your father, the pro hero Spitfire. Nizu noticed how Izuku winced ever so slightly at that name, and the smallest bit of black fluid going through his halo veins. Aizawa looked for a second, thought the mirror at his student, not knowing that Spitfire ever had wife, let alone a child. Izuku didn't hesitate to fake calmly ask, what does he have to do with this? It is rather curious to see in the file Mr. Shield shared that your father is Spitfire, a man who hasn't seemed to take to being a father. In fact, I haven't heard anything about him having a wife or son before. It worries me that this might be a strain emotionally, and I don't want there to be any risks of a transformation. Izuku kept a cool exterior but wanted to scream about how that man didn't deserve to be called his father. I swear it won't be a strain at all. Words don't mean as much as actions, Midoriya. Nizu said. I want to make sure this is completely a null and void situation. Izuku didn't like how that sounded. Okay, I can take that mediation class at UA. You are already signed up for it, Nizu said. Nizu wasn't going to mention the other part of making sure that problem won't result in anything disastrous. Aizawa got a bad feeling. Back to your earlier question. Nizu began. It is the mother of Ms. Yayarozu. Oh. Izuku nodded, right before he did a double take. Wait, why? Nizu started sipping tea. Izuku did not see him have a minute ago. I do not know. Mr. Yayarozu only said that it was of immediate concern. Izuku mentally panicked. They probably heard about the weird chemistry between their daughter and him. They were going to probably ban him from being within 50 meters of Momo. Or kill him. Should I be worried? I don't think you should be worried. Nizu sipped more tea. I believe it is just about the situation at USJ. You didn't have a good talk with me about it. Izuku said. I think our talk went splendidly. Nizu replied. Izuku wanted to say how mentioning his father wasn't splendid, but that would reinforce what Nizu had said earlier. So where are we going exactly to meet them? The Yaoyorozu estate. Nizu answered. Oh. Izuku couldn't help but think about how easy the Yaoyorozus could bury him deep on their property. Neat. The Yaoyorozu estate was big. Izuku wanted to think about how it would be like flying around the place before he remembered his wings were gone. I believe that you might be in there for a minute, Nizu said as Izuku began to leave the car. You will have us as a ride back to campus, and Ms. Yaoyorozu can join us as well if she is coming. Okay, Izuku said uneasily as he looked at the large mansion, easily as big as his apartment building. Feeling nervous, Izuku began to walk to the front door. Before the glowing boy could touch the door, it swung open, revealing a butler. You must be Midoriya, correct? The butler asked. Yes, I am he. Izuku tried to straighten his posture. Master and Mistress Yaoyorozu are expecting you in the parlor. The butler began to lead Izuku through the large entrance hall after closing the door. This place is nice. Izuku looked around at everything that could easily be as expensive as everything Izuku has ever earned in his life. Indeed it is. The butler started to open a door. The parlor room is in here. Thank you, Izuku said as he walked into the parlor room alone to see the two parents of Momo. You must be this Midoriya I have been reading about, Momo's mother said. Izuku assumed she was Momo's mother because she looked almost the same except older, shorter hair and blue eyes instead of the onyx ones Izuku found so enchanting. Izuku waved. I am Midoriya. Wait, reading. Mrs. Yaoyorozu moved the papers on a table in front of her. I asked for copies of what occurred the other day. While I don't mean to be as crass, I didn't cater for any parts save the parts involving my daughter. You were in quite a bit of them, and it intrigues me how even in this class where you students stuck together, my daughter seems to have a closer bond with you. Izuku didn't like how she said that last part. He assumed she was kinda stuck up as a rich person, and Izuku was well aware of how he comes off as a hoodlum. It also didn't help that at that moment he was wearing broken sunglasses. What do you mean by it intrigues you? Izuku asked, not trying to play dumb. My daughter has always been a strong-willed girl, good grades, strong use of her quirk, excellent control of her quirk. That day she saw multiple friends hurt and continued fighting, but as different eyewitness accounts, every time you were hurt it crushed her. It intrigues me that someone so strong-willed will cry over someone she hasn't known that long at the belief of their death. Mrs. Yaoyorozu was trying to see if she could get Izuku to admit to what she already figured out. I didn't exactly react well either when I thought she died, Izuku said. I read about that. A violent reaction, Mrs. Yaoyorozu said. Which is why I am allowing her to go back to UA under one condition. Wait, you weren't going to let her go back? Izuku almost shouted. Mrs. Yaoyorozu looked irritated and rose a hand to silence Izuku. I was against it at first. However, seeing how happy she was after making sure you didn't die yesterday, and how clearly you two look out for each other, I have the stipulation that if she goes back there, you will make sure my daughter's safety is one of your top priorities. Done, Izuku didn't hesitate to say. Mr. Yaoyorozu looked at his wife. I told you he wouldn't hesitate. Mrs. Yaoyorozu smiled. I expect you to accompany her back here next weekend when she has to make an appearance at her investors' party for our company. The syndicate? Izuku asked. Got it. Good. Mrs. Yaoyorozu looked at the bone sticking out of Izuku's head. Now tell me why you are halfway into that demonic state in our household. Izuku touched the flat horn. Oh, that is like that. I think it's because of the Nomu and the whole hurting my face thing it did. Try to control your powers around our daughter if you can, Mr. Yaoyorozu said. She is told to be waiting for you to return to campus. Wait, she was already going back? Izuku asked. I decided that once I read about you being a saint, Mrs. Yaoyorozu said. I think that it would be best if the descendants of Philip and Johnny Gat got along better than they did. Izuku felt his heart stop when she said that. Did she know? How? What? Izuku asked like an idiot. Mrs. Yaoyorozu smirked at how unprepared for that Izuku was. Please, just a couple of minutes after you made that deal with Loren, he told me. His descendant? Izuku didn't know what to say. Wait, if you knew what was going to happen, why not make me and Momo meet earlier? He never told me your name, only revealing the truth of the timelines and about your own ancestor. He said that the saint would arrive, and I knew it was meant for my daughter. I didn't know about this happening already till I read about you saying you were a saint. Oh. Izuku was still confused about how this was going. So you are fine with all of this? I have never seen her more motivated to get better than in the past few days of her being here, worried sick about you. Mrs. Yaoyorozu said, even if I think you might come across as a hoodlum, you do have that sense of strength I can feel even now.
Thanks.
Izuku said, you can go now. I am sure Momo is ready to go as well. Mrs. Yaoyorozu waved Izuku off. Take care of our daughter, Mr. Yaoyorozu said. Izuku nodded before he turned around. I promise. As he went to the door, he heard Mrs. Yaoyorozu say one final thing. Don't worry about your secrets. They are safe with us. The door closed and Izuku let out a breath he wasn't aware he was holding. He couldn't believe that the Yaoyorozus knew about everything. Then why did Momo seem surprised when he told her? Did Momo genuinely not know? Izuku, said Boy, looked up and saw Momo coming down the stairs with a bag. She had a few bandages wrapped over her shoulders that went under the sleeveless red dress she had on.
Imumu.
Izuku smiled. I'm assuming my parents talked to you? Momo asked as she got to the bottom of the stairs and closer to Izuku. He couldn't help but notice how even without her powers activated, she had a red outline to her irises that were mesmerizing. Yeah, they were kinda dash. Izuku stopped talking when Momo gently put a finger against one of the red lines near his horn. Intimidating. His cheeks flushed at her soft touch. How did this happen? Momo asked as she rubbed one of the lines, feeling the warmth they gave off. I think it was the halo-stealing energy from the multiple blasts the Nomu put into my face. Izuku answered. Is this from that transformation I heard about? Momo touched the almost flat bone sticking out of Izuku's head. Yeah. My guess is the red energy and how much damage that side of my face took just made that stay there. Momo realized how long she had been touching Izuku's face and pulled her hand away quickly, her face turning slightly red. We should get going, right? Izuku nodded. Right. I can carry your bag for you. Momo made a smirk. Oh, such a gentleman. I try. Izuku smiled as he took the bag, and they began walking to the entrance. So how are you? Momo asked as she looked at him for any other changes.
No.
Izuku shook his hand. Ladies first. I am not going to ignore the bandages I can see there. He pointed to the bandages on her shoulders that he had no doubt were all over her midsection. I asked you first. Momo looked at Izuku's eyes through his broken sunglasses. I also expect to learn why your magic shades are broken. You might have asked me first, but it is called ladies first, and as the person who asked first you should say your part first as a form of politeness. Izuku said. Momo playfully pushed him. Okay. Everything is fine and the bandages could be off in a day or two, but I might have a permanent scar along my chest. Izuku frowned. How bad and where exactly? Momo traced along the inside of her left breast. It's where the Noma's foot hit me first. I don't know how bad. She then whacked Izuku. Now, what is the situation with you? He shrugged. I didn't really check for scars. Apparently my transformation, which I am calling Saint's Demons, has a healing aspect, but it doesn't as much heal but force everything back together to keep me going. I want to ask more about that later. Momo said as they got close to the car. Izuku opened the door and dramatically bowed. Ladies first. Momo smiled and pushed Izuku slightly. You're such a dork. I was going for gentlemen. Izuku got the back seat next to her, noticing how Nizu was now in the front with Aizawa. Hello, Miss Yaoyorozu. Nizu smiled. Hello, Principal Nizu. Momo looked slightly confused at seeing the principal. I can assume you are doing well considering what happened? The quirked animal asked, and the creation user nodded. Excellent. We shall have you two at the dorms in a swift minute. Oh, and Midoriya. Huh. Izuku looked up. There is a Mr. Jayuniki at the school who wants to speak to you. Izuku's blood ran cold for the third time that day. First Nizu brings up his father, then Mrs. Yaoyorozu reveals that she knows about the timeline, And now an enemy of his great-great-great-great-grandfather was here to talk to him? Izuku doubted it was going to be a talk and more of a fight. Momo also got worried. Izuku had told her some of the history of the saints and knew exactly who Jayuniki was. Luckily, the two of them didn't let it show because Nizu was watching for a reaction. Mr. Jayuniki, you say? Izuku asked. Why, yes. He said it was urgent family business. Nizu nodded. When we get to campus, you need to get Ida from the dorms first. Neat. Izuku pushed it to the back of his mind. Deciding to distract himself from that problem for a minute, he looked at Momo. Your mom scares me. Momo looked at him slightly amused. She can be like that. She also said I have to escort you back to your estate this weekend for that thing they have. Momo got red. Did her mom purposely try to make them go to a party together? Really? Izuku nodded. Yeah. I think she made me your bodyguard. Aren't bodyguards supposed to be stronger than the person they are protecting? Momo smirked. Hey. Izuku looked offended. I can totally take you in a fight. Who had How on the ground with a gun during the battle trials? Momo asked. I reversed that. Melissa walked into the dorms of 1A. Hey, it's the scientist girl, Denki said, letting everyone know she was there. Melissa waved to everyone. Midori is not back yet. Mina said from her spot at the table with Toru. Shouldn't he be at your lab still? Or with you? Actually, the tests and checkups are over for now. I'm staying with you guys for a week as a way for one of the team to keep a check on his powers in case they act out. How is he? Katsuki asked. He seems fine. I actually have a question about him, Melissa said. What is it? Hanta asked. How come he doesn't talk about his father being Spitfire? Melissa asked. The room went dead silent. Everyone looked at her, and Katsuki broke the remote in his hands from gripping it too tightly. His father is Spitfire? Shoto asked. He had actually seen the man a few times, having once been old friends with his own father. Do not say that name again, Katsuki said with a quiet anger. Melissa looked at him confused. Before she could ask about it, Shoto immediately shook his head. Midoriya has bad history there, Shoto stated. Please don't bring up his father around him. Melissa nodded, not liking how everyone was on edge when she mentioned it. Sorry, I didn't know. Well, now you do. Kaya started picking up the pieces of his remote. Toru whispered to Mina. Who's Spitfire? The second strongest flame-type hero. He isn't really a nice person. Mina remembered seeing stuff about him on the news recently. Katsuki, Izuku isn't here. Denki started. Can you at least tell us what happened? Katsuki gave Denki a dirty look. That is Izuku's business. At least give us an idea? Toru asked. That bastard is the reason Izuku has no sense of self-worth. Katsuki said. What do you mean? Izuku always boasts about himself being awesome and all that. Hanta said. I believe Midoriya might be saying that more to convince himself. Yui said as she was getting a good idea of what could have happened. She looked at Katsuki. Did Spitfire abandon Midoriya? Katsuki scowled at the name. That is Izuku's business. A second later, everyone heard the door open again. Ladies first. They heard Izuku say before he was pushed into their sight. You are such a dork. Momo laughed as she followed him in. Don't use your powers to push me. I don't use mine. Izuku said. I wouldn't notice if you used yours. Momo smiled. Izuku dramatically got offended, taking a big step back while holding a hand over his heart. How rude. Stop flirting. Mina shouted to get both of their attention. Both of them snapped to Mina. We were not flirting. They said at the same time, both red and embarrassed about what they knew was them flirting. Mina looked at them like she was looking at bullshit. Denial at this point isn't cute, it's annoying. Accept it and go find a room. Both of them got insanely red. Before either of them could retort, Tenya came down the stairs.
A Midoriya.
Tenya said, Are you well?
I'm alive.
Izuku replied. Excellent. Did Principal Nizu alert you to the meeting we are to attend? Yeah. Lead the way, my guy. Izuku started to follow Tenya as they left the dorms. Momo looked at everyone who was looking at her. What? When are you two gonna fuck? Denki asked, and Kyoka whacked him over the head. Did you know Midori's father was Spitfire? Mina asked. I said not to say that name. Katsuki snapped. Relax, he isn't here. Mina waved her arm at the door Izuku left. I just wanted to know if Yamamo knew it all. Momo looked at her confused. No, did you know? Momo felt an odd feeling thinking that Mina knew more about Izuku than she did. Yeah, the scientist spilled it a minute ago. Toru answered. You didn't know either? I don't think that Midoriya would just go around telling people whatever it is that he hides if it is as bad as Bakugo makes it out to be. Mashireo said. So stop talking about it. Fuck. Katsuki sighed. Midoriya, I have one request before we go in there. Tenya said as they stopped in front of a conference room at the main building. Shoot. Izuku said. Don't attack my ancestor, please. Tenya asked. Izuku narrowed his eyes at Tenya, considering the request. So you know stuff? The taller teen nodded. He talked to me yesterday. He told me the history between our ancestors, and he wants to make his own request. The glowing teen narrowed his eyes further. Why would I want to hear a request from the guy who killed my grandma? Why would you accept a deal with the guy known for getting the closest to killing your grandfather? Tenya asked. Izuku kept his stare. He has 2 minutes. That should suffice. Tenya nodded and opened the door for them to go in. Izuku saw the man he knew was Jayuniki of the Ronin. Hello, Midoriya, Jayuniki said as he put a box on the table in the middle of the room. I have no doubt that Gat has told you about me, and you share his hostility for me. Damn right I do. Izuku replied. I will make this quick then. This is for you. Jayuniki slid the box over to Izuku. It is from people who talked to Dane about making amends and being on the right side this time around. Izuku opened the box and saw multiple pins of the saint's symbol, as well as one he believed belongs to the Brotherhood and another for the Sons of Samedi. How did Dane was sought out after what happened last year. By me and Mero of the Brotherhood. I don't see yours in here, Izuku said. Jayuniki held it up, having had it on his person. This one is for my ancestor directly, if you will accept Ida as a saint despite the history between our two families. Izuku looked at Tenya, who sat there patiently. You know everything already? Jayuniki has informed me on everything except the contents of the box and any current allies you have, although I do have my ideas of who they are. So you understand I am remaking the saints, with some of the same guidelines? As long as I don't hurt people who don't deserve it, then I am fine. 2 biggest things. Loyalty, gotta have it with my crew when it is started. And being a saint comes first over being a hero. Tenya actually paused at the last part, which Izuku figured he would. The guy didn't want to be a hero like his brother. I can accept that. Tenya only partially believed it when he said that. Izuku nodded. All right, then you are one of the saints. Jayuniki handed the medallion to Tenya. Tenya's arm had a spasm as the medallion glowed and poured all of its power into him as it became bound to him. Ah, he grunted, feeling a little pain in his forearms. Almost as soon as the pain started, it ended. You feeling okay? Izuku asked. I feel stronger. Tenya noticed the yellow outline of his body, glowing similar to Shoto's white from the day before, Momo's red glow, and Nito's own orange. What does this do exactly? It should increase your speed greatly and also give some strength. I gave a request for there to be an ability unique to yours that has to do with swords. Jayuniki answered. I am not one for the blades, but I guess I can learn. The glowing yellow teen rotated his arms. Why did my arms sting? Try using your energy, Izuku said. The ability might be in there. Go for the buzzing of it, or whatever it feels like. Tenya nodded and mentally grabbed onto the energy in his arms. Not sure what to do exactly, he tried pushing it out through his hands. In response, twin blades of bright yellow light erupted from his palms, going out 1/2 meter before stopping at a sharp point. Whoa. Izuku looked at the energy blades. You got lightsaber hands. Can you twist the angle that they are at? Jayuniki asked. Tenya tried to turn the blades so it would be like holding a pole. Taking little effort, the blades rotated. They feel warm. I bet. Izuku looked at the blades from the side, seeing how they were similar to katanas, except for being bright yellow energy, that is. Tenya wanted to see what happened and tried to let go of the blades, only to have them completely shoot back into his arms and disappearing. This is interesting. Izuku nodded before he turned to Jayuniki. So is Mero's for a descendant? Who does the sons of Samedi belong to? Mero said that his descendant has a family name of Kirishima. Ijiro? Izuku asked in surprise. Honestly, how is it that all of these descendants happen to be in the same country or city together, let alone the same class? So you already know him? Jayuniki asked. Apparently. Okay, so how about the Samedi one? That is from Mr. Sunshine. He has no descendant, but said he wanted to be of help. It is his Loa Dust ability. Jayuniki answered. Izuku looked at it and pondered. The Loa Dust can keep things calm and be effective in crowds. Best bet would to be giving it to Fumikage, since he was the only ally thus far with no extra abilities. Alright, what about these? Izuku picked up a Saint's pin. Dane said that Gat started making those to help you have a powerful start. He only made these with some help, and you have to figure out how to make more if you need them. I believe they give simple purple cloaks and a bit of strength. Neat. Izuku held up 3 that looked slightly different, being a slightly bigger saint symbol than the rest. What about these? If I am correct, I believe that Dane mentioned people by the names of Pierce, Shondi, and Julius. Julius? As in Julius Little? Izuku shook his head in confusion. I thought he was a rat bastard. As far as I know, he is on purgatory with the old boss, them having made peace a few decades ago. Jayuniki answered. Is this also his way of making amends? I believe so. Jayuniki nodded. Did they add any extra stuff to theirs? I believe Pierce added what the Saints called the dubstep gun to his. Izuku grinned as he looked at the medallion. Nice. I believe the one from Shondi has an extra shield-like ability, like multiple layers to it. Izuku figured he could give that to someone who was good offensively to balance them. Julius, I have no clue about, sorry. This is fine and more than enough. Izuku put all of the medallions back in the box and was about to close it before he saw something else at the bottom. Pulling it out, it was a simple reddish-pink coin. What's this? I believe that is from Jezebel for her ancestor. Wait, as in Satan's daughter Jezebel? Izuku dropped the coin in his confusion. She had a child? With who? Jayuniki shook his head. I do not know. That is for her ancestor, however. How am I supposed to find a descendant of the devil? Izuku asked. How is this a good idea? You should know by now that Jezebel has a dislike for her father. Satan cast her out of hell, along with the rest of the saints involved in the events decades ago. I know that. This is just weird as hell. Do I have a name to help me find them? She wasn't exactly clear apparently in her translation from Purgatory. Something about the coin just being a magnet. That seems like it will take a while. Izuku put the pink coin in the box and closed it. Sorry, I started off as an ass. Jayuniki nodded. I would have acted the same given the circumstances. Was that all? Izuku asked. Indeed it was. I wanted to offer my bloodline the chance to get in the correct side this time around, and Dane wanted me to give you the box. Thank you. Did my grandpa have a message for me? Izuku asked. I don't believe so. I wasn't told of one. Oh. Izuku felt a little sad. That's fine. If it is okay with you, I would like to go back to my dorms now. Jayuniki stood and bowed slightly to the saint. It was nice to meet the new face of the saints. Tenya followed Izuku out after a quick goodbye to his ancestor. So are there any other rules, boss? Boss. The glowing saint turned around. I like the sound of that. Gotta have purple on you, my dude. Represent colors. Tenya nodded. I will do my best as a saint. So what do we do as saints? I haven't made it really official yet. Let me, hold on, I have the best idea ever. Izuku said as he began to walk faster to the dorms. Midoriya, wait up. Izuku was grinning as he felt like he was so close to having the saints become reborn. Getting back to the dorms, Izuku already saw a wrench in his plans. Class 1B was there. It wasn't too bad, but it did halt his plans for the moment. Hey, it's the glowing boy Midoriya. Cozy Eye grinned.
Midoriya.
Itsuka grinned and waved from a table. We wanted to check on you guys after what happened in Yaoyorozu said it was fine. So how are you flying these days? Cozy Eye asked. The room went silent again, and Cozy Eye felt bad when Izuku looked like that hurt. My wings got ripped off. Izuku said. They said it is a low chance of them finding a way to reattach them. Cozy Eye felt even worse. He had gotten it clearly the other night that the dude loved his wings.
Hey, I'm sorry, man.
It's fine you didn't know. Izuku smiled. Your eye looks so pretty, Pony said as she looked at the red lines across the left side of his face. Looks badass. Tetsu nodded. Thanks. You guys know that I wasn't the only one to get scars from USJ, right? Izuku asked. Katsuki got messed up nasty. Katsuki spun in his seat. The fuck do you mean I got messed up? I barely took a beating. So you were telling me your face was like that before USJ? Izuku asked. Fuck you. Katsuki couldn't help but smirk slightly. Is that a horn? Pony started to poke the bone on Izuku's head.
Yeah.
Izuku said. I had a new thing during the attack, and that's just there. Now we're horn buddies. Pony announced. I have horns too.
Mina geled.
Horn trio. Does it bother anyone that 2 of the 3 in this horn trio are the love experts of the class? Setsuna asked. The expertise probably comes from their horniness. Denki said. Kyoka whacked him over the head. Ow, what? Do you not think before you speak? Kyoka asked. What did I say that was wrong? The electric boy was confused. You called them horny, dude, come on. Minoru surprisingly didn't add another joke. Because they have horns. Denki pointed at the 3. Oh wait, horny. Oohoo. Lord, you're stupid. Kyoka sighed. Anyways, what new thing makes you have a horn grow? Tetsu asked. A transformation. Izuku didn't feel like saying he became essentially a violent demon. Transformation? The hairy student from 1B, Jirota Shishida, asked. Dude went feral. Hanta said. Grew horns and claws and he turned black. Scary shit. Minoru nodded. Claws. Pony looked at his hands. Are you missing a finger? Pony grabbed his hand and pointed at the missing finger. Oh, would you look at that? Izuku said. Yeah, the Nomu ripped it off before I tore its brain to shreds apparently. Apparently? Itsuka said. Do you not remember losing your finger or anything? Setsuna asked.
No.
I blacked out during my transformation. I do the same somewhat. Jirota said. The more I go beast-like, the less self-control and reasoning I have. I bleed the more I rip my balls off. Minoru said. Izuku started laughing hard, and soon others started as well. What? Minoru said. I thought we were saying risks of our quirks now. Then Minoru remembered his pervy nature and realized exactly what he said. Oh, that's funny. I think I would have the same problem. Denki said. Izuku started to walk to the stairs with his box. Fumikage dude, can you help me with this? Fumikage looked confused for a second before nodding and following Izuku. Once they got out of earshot of the commons, Izuku spoke. I got you a medallion. A medallion? Like the one Yaoyorozu had accepted? Fumikage asked. Yeah. Turns out Ida is related to someone from the past with the Saints as well. That guy brought me this box, and I have a good amount of medallions now. One specifically for me? Fumikage doubted there was one made with him exactly in mind. It can go to anyone really, but I think you could use it best. Izuku stopped as they got on the 5th floor, opening the box and pulling out the medallion from the Sons of Samedi. I know the guy who made this. Seems scary, not going to lie, but a good dude. Fumikage took the medallion. How would this fit me well? If I am correct, this has the strength and speed boost, the shield apparently everyone but me gets, and a personal ability of Mr. Sunshine's. Mr. Sunshine? Fumikage questioned the name as they entered Izuku's room. He is pleasant. It's called Loa Dust, which was a drug back in their days. The ability, as far as I know from my experience, has a smoke-like ability that can pacify of calm things. Like Dark Shadow. Fumikage nodded. That would be perfect with me when it comes to subduing his rage. Where is Dark Shadow, by the way? Izuku was surprised that the demon wasn't out at the moment. He is upset about USJ and blames himself for the loss of my eye. He has not been coming out lately as much. How is it, by the way? Izuku looked at the ruined eye that was covered by a dark purple eye patch. By the way, nice touch with the color choice. Thanks. And I'm okay. Dark Shadow said he might have a way to replace my eye. That's cool. Izuku held out the medallion for Fumikage. So you want this one? Fumikage nodded and took the medallion. How does this work? As soon as Fumikage asked, the medallion glowed and Fumikage started to absorb it. A dark green glow covering him. Instead of pain like the others, he felt calm and relaxed. This is unique. How does it feel? Izuku asked as the process finished. I feel calm. Fumikage smiled. He figured it was side effects of the Loa Dust ability. Can I try this Loa Dust ability here? Sure, knock yourself out. Izuku nodded. Fumikage pulled on the energy in a way that felt natural, and a dark green smoke poured out of his palms. He accidentally overshot the energy, and the room was filled with the strong smoke. Shoto walked up to Izuku's door a few minutes later to ask him about the powers he had taken from the Nomu. Opening the door, a cloud of dark green smoke rolled out and hit Shoto. Shoto chuckled at the fuzzy feeling he got and forgot why he went upstairs in the first place. Hey, who's there? Shoto heard Izuku ask in a funny tone. Shoto couldn't remember his name. The smoke making him feel fuzzy in his chest. Dude, we have Cheetos. Shoto heard the voice of someone familiar speak. Shoto didn't need another invite and entered the room. Hey, where is Midoriya and Tokoyami? Tetsu asked. They have been gone for a while. Same with Todoroki. Tsuyu said. Can't be a proper party without them. Mina said. Yamamoto, go get your boyfriend. He is not my. Momo got red. Ashido, stop it. You are fun to mess with. But you should go get your boyfriend. Setsuna grinned. Izuku is not my. Momo looked flustered before she left to go find Izuku. Notice how she went to find him? Setsuna asked. Also, she said Izuku, but we didn't. Mina said. I mean, that part was obvious, though. Setsuna pointed out. She also didn't finish the sentence either time. Pony said. I would use my love expertise, but that seems like a 1A thing.
Mina nodded.
Don't worry, I have been on it. I give it a week or two before they are all over each other. Can I get in on that bet? Setsuna asked, before Itsuka smacked her. No gambling, Setsuna, come on. Itsuka scolded. That's just like Yamamoto with Izuku. Denki pointed out to Hanta. Hana pointed back. You're right. The parallels are crazy. Getting to the 5th floor, Momo smelled something off. Not taking chances, she quickly created a gas mask. Izuku? Momo got closer to his room where the door was cracked. A cloud of dark green smoke slowly pouring out. What the hell? Pushing the door open, she found a very questionable sight. Fumikage and Shoto, two of the most stoic people in the class, on the floor giggling like dumbass alongside Izuku, who looked like he had spaced out. Momo noticed the smoke slowly flowing from Fumikage's arms, making it clear that he was the source. Wait, guys. Shoto said as he waved his arms in the air. What? Izuku moved his head slowly to look in Shoto's direction. Weren't there Cheetos? There were Cheetos. Izuku sat up, noticing Momo. Hello, Amo. Midoriya. Fumikage said. I don't think that is her name. I said Momo. Izuku looked confused. No, you said Amo. Shoto said. No, you said Amo. Izuku shot back. You said it first, though. Fumikage said. Said what first? Shoto asked. Not you. Him. Fumikage pointed at Izuku. I said what? Izuku looked confused. What? Fumikage asked him. What is wrong with you three? Momo looked at the three. What is wrong with us? Izuku looked offended. What is wrong with you is with us. What? Shoto looked at Izuku. That didn't make sense. You don't make sense. Izuku retorted. Are you three high? Momo asked. No, I am on the ground. Izuku answered. Why is there smoke coming from Tokoyami's arms? Momo asked. Shoto tried to speak before he stopped. Wait, what was the question? I think she wants to know about the Loa dust. Izuku said as he plopped back down.
Loa dust?
Momo felt like that was familiar. She then remembered a talk with Izuku about the past where it was a drug. Did Tokoyami get a Loa dust power? Momo asked. TSSSHEA. Fumikage nodded. So you idiots are high. Momo sighed. Tokoyami, turn off your power. Fumikage looked at his arms. Oh, would you look at that? Hey, you didn't turn it off. Izuku looked at Fumicage's arms as well. How do I turn this off? Fumicage asked. Wait, I got it. The smoke stopped pouring out of his arms. You three come on. Momo grabbed Izuku's arm to pull him up. Whoa, head rush. Izuku almost fell over before he crashed into Momo, head first into her chest. Okay. Momo moved his head away from her chest, feeling flustered. Keep it together, Izuku. Shush, pretty lady. I think I am falling. Izuku fell over.
Izuku no.
Izuku took her down with him. Come on.
A fine.
Izuku tried getting back up before falling back on the floor. Momo sighed, the other not even attempting to get up. Momo groaned before she stood up and went for the commons to get help. Momo entered the commons with her gas mask still on, which a few people found odd. What's up, Yamamo? Where is Midori? Mina asked. What's with the mask? Denki asked. Momo didn't answer but pointed at Achiko and Katsuki. You two come with me. Katsuki looked annoyed as he stood up. What did the glow stick do this time? Why did I even ask? Katsuki said as they looked at the three guys on the floor of Izuku's room. Are they okay? Achiko said as she adjusted her new gas mask. They will, but I need you to make these idiots weightless to get them out of here. Momo said. Why was I needed then? Katsuki asked. Yell at them if they are being idiots. Momo said. The explosive teen grinned. Hell yeah. He moved over to Izuku, who was now floating up. Stop being an idiot, dumbass. Izuku frowned. Too loud. I disagree. I think I am not loud enough. Katsuki grinned. Momo opened Izuku's windows and created a few fans to blow the air out. So what dumbass brought weed here? Katsuki asked the three floating guys. We don't have weed. Izuku looked at Katsuki like he was stupid. Fumicage learned a new ability and dash. I think I overdid it. Fumicage said. Wait. Shoto held up a hand, or held it down since he had his back against the ceiling. Are we high right now? Yes, dumbass. Katsuki said. So did Bird Brain gain a smoke drug ability? That seems fucking out of nowhere for him. I think it is a defensive ability to help subdue Dark Shadow. Fumicage blinked. And apparently anyone who breathes it in becomes an idiot. Momo said as she closed the door to Izuku's room behind her. So what do we do with these guys? Achiko asked. Someone needs to watch them so we can just take them downstairs with us until they return to normal. Momo said. I'm not babysitting, so someone else is doing it. Katsuki said as it started pulling Fumicage and Shoto by their legs like balloons. Someone get glow stick. Momo pulled Izuku down a bit before she started following Katsuki. It's a good thing you didn't breath it in earlier. Achiko said to Momo. I guess. Momo was remembering Izuku calling her a pretty lady earlier. Do you think we could give them something to make them get out of it quicker? The gravity girl asked. Hopefully. I preferred Izuku when he was a smart idiot. That is a contradictory statement. Izuku said from the air. You can say that but can't stand up straight? Momo asked. The floating boy shrugged. At the bottom of the stairs, the six were met with questions. What happened to them? Denki asked as he saw the three guys who looked like they had one brain cell working among them in the air. Tokoyami got a new ability and it made these morons high as a kite and dumb as a bag of rocks, basically. Katsuki said as he guided Fumicage and Shoto to above a couch, while Momo got Izuku above another couch. Damn, I misses out on something fun. We had Cheetos. Izuku chuckled. There were Cheetos? Fumicage asked. You guys get more interesting every time we come over. Setsuna grinned. Achiko touched her hands together, and the three boys dropped onto the couches. Someone needs to watch these dumbass so they don't kill themselves trying to remember how to breathe. Katsuki said. Dude, breathing is hard sometimes. Izuku said. Maybe for your dumbass. Katsuki said. I am a professional breather. Dude, I want to be a professional breather too. Izuku started to laugh. What happened to the Cheetos? Fumicage looked confused. When did we have Cheetos? Shoto asked. Someone slapped them. Katsuki walked away. I think I could take Chester Cheetah in a fight. Izuku said. Could you? Setsuna asked. Izuku looked like he was struggling to comprehend her question. Wait, could I? You tell me. Setsuna said. Izuku's eyes went wide. Ah, this is freaking me out. Setsuna, don't purposely mess with them like that. Itsuka said. What? It's funny, Setsuna argued. Just don't. Itsuka said. Yeah, you might fry their last 5 working brain cells. Denki said. You're one to talk. Kyoka said. If you use your quirk too much, you end up like them. We just need to keep them here and have someone watching each of them. Momo said as she sat next to Izuku. And we can guess you have Midori covered? Mina grinned, not even slightly surprised. Are you going to help or just make jokes? Momo asked. Jokes. The pink girl smiled. I can watch Tokoyami. Achiko said. I was going to read anyways. Ribbit. I can take watch of Todoroki. Tsuyu said. It will be like watching my brother. Wait, why are we being watched? Shoto looked confused. You can't watch yourselves. Denki said. Shoto nodded at the answer. Izuku slumped to his side, his head resting on Momo's shoulder. That stuff is nice. I bet. Hanta said. You all look super gone. I'm not gone, I'm right here. Izuku yawned. Momo rolled her eyes before taking a couch pillow and putting it in Izuku's face. Go to sleep, Izuku. Izuku took the pillow and dropped it on his lap, his head still on her shoulder. Okay, pretty lady. Momo got red and gently pushed Izuku's head away to lay back on the couch. Izuku, stop talking till you are fine. I am fine. Izuku picked his head back up and looked at her. Are you sure? Denki asked. Your neck looks weak. Your neck looks weak. Izuku shot back. Whose neck is weak? Shoto asked. Ribbit. No one. Don't worry about it, Todoroki. Tsuyu said as she started setting up a chessboard with Mezu. How long should this last? Achiko asked while Fumikage was poking his own arms. Hey, scientist. Katsuki shouted from the kitchen. Find out when they will stop being utter dumbass. Before Melissa could even say anything, Izuku clapped his hands together. Wait, I have an idea. Izuku shouted loudly. What is it? Denki asked. Izuku looked confused for a second, as if he forgot what he was going to say, before he snapped his fingers. Electricity. That was already invented, Midoriya. Shoto said. Not that. Izuku groaned. This. Before anyone could say anything, Izuku activated his electric ability and shocked himself, as well as Momo next to him. Luckily for Momo, it wasn't a bad shock, just surprising. Izuku blinked a couple of times. Whoa, head rush. That feels like some clairvoyance sort of stuff. So you are fine now? Achiko asked. The glowing kid shook his head around for a sec. Yeah. It feels weird, but I also feel like I can actually think properly now. We'll definitely be fine quicker than before. Izuku plopped down on the couch. I am just going to sit here and try not to spin with the room. What about these two? Hanta pointed at Fumikage and Shoto. Have Denki shock them. Izuku stared up at the ceiling. Okay. The electric teen grinned as he had electricity start dancing between his fingers. Don't overdo it, Denki. Kyoka said. I won't. Denki said as he poked Shoto's forehead and shot electricity into him. The ice fire teen jolted up. That doesn't feel pleasant. Indeed it doesn't. Fumikage said as he felt the shock push him closer to normal. I need to get a better grasp on my ability so as to not have this repeated. So you idiots are good? Katsuki asked as he exited the kitchen. Good, because food is ready in a few minutes. Itsuka stood up. All right. Come in, guys, let's give one some alone time. 1B had left and food was eaten. Everyone was still in the commons, however. So does anyone know when Aoyama, Kirishima, and Monoma return? Mashireo asked. Right now, actually. Nito said as he walked in, wearing a loose shirt and pants. Whoa, this is the first time I haven't seen you look like a preppy kid, Hanta remarked. Nito looked down at his clothing. I can't really wear clothing my actual size for a few days until my size gets better. I have to keep pressure off of it. What happened with you again? Denki asked. Shark villain tried to tear me in half with his jaws. I actually have some of his teeth in a cup. Nito carefully sat down between Kyoka and Toru. Dude, nice. Make a necklace. Hanta said. Did anyone miss their dazzling classmate? Aoyama said as he walked in, sporting a small scar along his collarbone. Hey, my twinkling buddy. Izuku grinned. No, you're part of the horn trio now, Midori. The pink girl stated. Can I be part of both? Izuku asked.
No.
Mina said instantly. One or the other. Okay then, twinkling buddies. I barely have a horn anyways. Izuku said. You traitor. The pink girl narrowed her eyes and pointed a finger at him. This betrayal will not be forgotten. Okay. Izuku stood up, but got slightly dizzy. Oh, too fast. Momo put her arm out to balance the saint. Sit back down, Izuku, until you're fine. Izuku waved her off.
Infine.
Izuku made his way to Aoyama. Thanks for kicking ass at USJ with me. Did it with style. Aoyama did a pose. Hey, is Kirishima the only one not here now? Denki asked. He is actually with Recovery Girl. Aoyama said. I saw him as I came here. He should be here soon. Izuku looked at Nito. Hey dude, can you help me with something? Nito nodded and got up. As lasting as I don't strain my chest. Trust me, it is just speaking. Izuku went to the stairs. Wait, so it's finally happening for real? Nito looked at the box Izuku had opened and was holding. Yep. Izuku grinned. And I know exactly what to do with all of these right now. Wait, you are already going to give them to people? Nito asked as he held the one from Pierce. Everyone? Izuku stated. Everyone? Nito asked. As in all of 1A? Yes. Izuku nodded. I am so sure of this. Why? Not saying it is a bad idea, but what made you think of this? Izuku started walking downstairs with the box. Everyone fought together for their lives at USJ. If that doesn't make the type of bonds and loyalty I want to instill in the first Saints, nothing will. So how are you doing this? Nito asked. I am telling them everything. Izuku said. I want them to trust me as the leader, and I have to be clear about what they are joining, past and future. Izuku got to the bottom of the stairs and saw everyone surrounding the table. What's going on? Izuku asked. Ijiro, I am so sorry. Izuku heard Mina through the hole, walked around the group to see Mina gripping the said red head in a tight hug. Ijiro had bandages covering the left half of his head down his neck and the upper part of his chest, as well as the entirety of his arm through his shirt. Mina, you're fine. Ijiro said quietly. No, I am not.
Mina snapped.
You got hurt trying to get me. I would do it again. Ijiro replied. You would have done the same for me, so don't apologize.
Mina pouted.
It's still my fault. I could have avoided the fire, but I didn't. It is no one's fault but my own. So how bad is it, my guy? Izuku sat down next to him. Whoa, hold up. Ijiro pointed to Izuku's face. What happened to you? He got uglier. Katsuki said, Yui lightly smacking him. If anything, that makes him hotter. Toru muttered. Hotter? You already thought I was hot? Izuku raised an eyebrow. Duh, the invisible replied. Ripped as hell, gorgeous eyes, good hair, good clothing sense, and your halo veins make you seem like a Greek god. Izuku grinned.
Ashak, I'm blushing.
But what happened, man? Ijiro asked. Nomu fucked me up and my halo veins absorbed the energy it hit me with to use as fuel to heal everything, I guess. And the horn? Ijiro asked. I had a demonic transformation. Izuku said. I lost control of my anger and became demon-like. This stayed out apparently. Now tell me how bad yours is. Well, Recovery Girl scolded me about how I kept trying to tank the burns that I shouldn't have been trying to tank. My hardening apparently messed up the already off type of fire the guy had, and now pretty much everything underneath the bandages looks burnt. Even your hair? Denki asked. Are you blind in that eye? Katsuki asked. My hair was shaved off on that side, so they could treat everything better. It will grow back. My eye thankfully is fine, and once the bandages are off I can use it. Izuku nodded. That stuff is a badge of honor now. Izuku started to type on his phone to send a quick message to Momo, while still looking at Ijiro.
Hell yeah, man.
Wearing them with pride is manly. Ijiro grinned. Every bruise, cut, or injury I get I plan on grinning through. Momo looked at her phone that just went off. She had a message from Izuku. Can you keep the scientist occupied somewhere else? I will explain later, promise. Momo nodded at Izuku and tapped Melissa's shoulder. Hey, do you have any of your equipment here? Yes. Why? Melissa asked. I have a new ability, and it confuses me how it doesn't seem to act like the rest of my quirk. I was wondering if you could help me understand what is going on with it. Melissa looked excited. Oh, definitely. Let's go to my room and see what the problem is. Izuku smiled as Momo went with Melissa out of the commons. Hey guys. Izuku said to get the rest of the class's attention after Melissa and Momo left. I want to tell you guys some stuff. However, everyone has to promise to keep this a secret no matter what. Everyone looked at him in confusion, thinking he was finally going to open up about his father. Sure. I promise this secret will stay a secret, Mina said. Most everyone nodded, but Katsuki looked a little uneasy, thinking it was about Spitfire. You guys know how I keep saying I am a saint, right? Yes. Wasn't it what caused the Nomu to go berserk on you? Yui asked. I am still trying to figure that out, Izuku said. However, I want to tell you guys about the saints and ask you guys to become the new ones. Minutes later, everyone looked at Izuku quietly. They were all processing the important and very secret information Izuku had told him. Izuku was sitting quietly while they thought. He had told them about what the saints used to be, a gang of criminals, to celebrities, to running America, to avenging Earth after an alien invasion and destruction of Earth. He told them how he actually had the halo that once belonged to the devil himself, and how Izuku was past the legacy of remaking the saints, and he wanted them to be more than average heroes. The only people not looking even slightly confused were Shoto, Fumikage, Tinya, and Nito, as they already knew. Dude, this sounds like a completely insane thing, and it makes me think that you are still gone from Tokoyami's smoke. Denki then pointed at Fumikage. Wait a damn minute. Did you get that ability from Izuku? Fumikage nodded. I did. So you knew? Mashireo asked. Dark Shadow is an actual demon, Fumikage said. He told me his suspicions of Izuku on the first day, when he saw Midori and flipped out. Mina said. Wait. Kyoka said. Does that mean Todoroki, Momo, and Nito also already knew? How would they know? Hanta asked. It makes sense if you think about it. Toru said. Todoroki must have gotten his powers from the Nomu that day at the lab, helping Midoriya. Nito has been friends with Midoriya for a while, and even knew his grandfather. And Yamamoto didn't mention her abilities, but had them after being with Midoriya for a few days. Yeah, they knew. Izuku nodded. I told Shoto the other day after we talked, and I thought he would be a great person on the team. Fumikage, when he and Dark Shadow confronted me about my powers being seen as demonic, because Dark Shadow can see that. Nito has been an ally for years. What about Yamamoto? Mina asked, wanting to know how those two came to become allies. It was part of a deal with this guy Philip who gave me my healing power. He asked that his bloodline joins, and Momo is from that bloodline. Did that deal mention you two having sexual tension? Toru asked. Izuku choked on his breath. I was also recruited, Tinya announced. Earlier today, in fact. I believe I will shine brightly as a saint, Aoyama said loudly. Izuku looked at Aoyama, the first person to say anything about joining. Really? Aoyama nodded. If you can twinkle being a saint without his crew yet, then imagine how intense the twinkling will be as a whole group. I would disrespect myself by not joining. Izuku grinned really brightly. He put his hand in the box and grabbed the medallion from Shandi, which would help Aoyama's defense that wasn't as good. Then this is for you. It might tingle for a second. Aoyama grabbed the medallion. What is a shine without its buff? Everyone watched as Aoyama's bandaged arm glowed from having the medallion give him its power. Oi, this does tingle. The glowing stopped. Aoyama moved his fingers around. So do I just? Aoyama pulled on his power, and his body got covered in a purple glow. Whoa. Hanta's eyes were wide as he looked at the French boy next to him. Dude, that is cool. Hey, twinkling buddy. Izuku said to get the new saint's attention. The one I have you actually has a unique ability of a shield. Figured you would like the extra defense. Oh, you know me so well. Aoyama grinned and tried to figure out his shield. Suddenly his body got covered in waves of varying shades of purple, appearing almost like glass. Definitely shining with that, Denki remarked. This is a tremendously magnificent moment of shining. Aoyama did one of his signature poses. Hey Izuku, Ijiro said. I would like to become a saint. Done deal. Izuku grabbed the Brotherhood's medallion. That one looks way different. Kyoka remarked. Ijiro, you actually have an ancestor who made this for you. I don't remember if I was told of any extra powers, but this one is for you specifically. Ijiro took it carefully. So how bad does it dash? Before he could finish asking, the medallion did its thing with him, and he absorbed its powers. Whoa, that is a rush. Are you okay? Mina asked. Ijiro jumped up. Oh man, this is amazing. He was bouncing on his feet. Maybe it is an adrenaline rush-like ability, if anything. Izuku said. That would help with my quirk. That works off of my stamina, and with this I could go for days. The redhead was practically jumping. Okay dude, chill for a second. Denki tried to put his hands on Ijiro's shoulders to get him to stop. Hey Kyoka. Izuku turned to the earphone girl. Do you want to join? Kyoka looked at Nito for a second before nodding. Excellent. Izuku tossed her the medallion from Pierce. This has an ability that might be perfect for you. Kyoka grabbed it and felt it activate. A weapon called the dubstep gun was made into an ability for that one. Now you can fire waves of weaponized beams from music beats. Izuku explained. Kyoka's eyes went wide and she made a huge grin. That's rad. Any music I want? As far as I know. It's energy from you, so just think of some beats, I guess. Kyoka enjoyed the feeling of the power. I'm not testing explosive music here. All right. Katsuki looked at the box, everything making more sense about Izuku's weird grandparents and his scope of powers. Izuku? Izuku looked at the explosive teen. You still don't have a quirk, don't you? Katsuki asked quietly, which was odd for someone known for being loud and rude. Izuku looked at Katsuki, understanding exactly what his friend was thinking about.
No.
It's all the halo. Katsuki felt a wave of guilt remembering how much of a dick he used to be to Izuku, despite knowing the bad history of his father and how his bullying only made it worse. You think I can join? Izuku shared another look with Katsuki, everyone around them knowing that some sort of silent communication was happening. Izuku grabbed the medallion made by Julius Little, thinking about how both people shared a history of being friends and leaders at first, to enemies, to friends again. I don't think I could run a group without you involved, man. Katsuki had a small smile as he took the medallion, feeling its power flow into him. So do I get a cool special ability also? There was one for that medallion, but I honestly don't know what it is. Guess I get to find out later. Katsuki said. So all of these have no special abilities? Toru asked. They have super strength and super speed. Not on the same scale as me, or the people who are descendants, but definitely noticeable, and the person will have the purple glow. I want to join. Toru said. As do I. Meza said. Oh, definitely, man. Hanta nodded. I'm in. Soon everyone started adding in how they wanted to join. Everyone seeing it as a noble cause, a group made to strive to be the best and look out for each other. Mina poked the pink coin. What is this one? Oh, that is from Jezebel. Satan's daughter. Whoa, isn't that bad? Denki said. She actually helped Gramps when he fought Satan. Can I just say your grandpa gets more badass the more we learn about him? Hanta said. He is actually my great-great-great-great-grandfather. Izuku corrected. I have a weird feeling with this thing. Mina pointed at the pink coin again. The vibes are off. Not bad or anything, just weird. Izuku looked at the coin, which shook slightly, before getting wide-eyed and looking at the pink girl. Holy fuck. What? Mina jumped back. Izuku pointed at the pink girl. You're Jezebel's descendant. What? Mina and half of the class shouted. That coin only reacts to her descendant. Izuku said as he grabbed it. You're related to Jezebel. And Satan? Denki looked at Mina in worry. Mina looked from person to person, confused about learning this fact about herself. That isn't definite. Izuku put the coin in her hand, and it immediately started to glow. It wouldn't do that otherwise. Mina looked at it in surprise as she felt herself gain the energy from the coin. Am I a demon? Mina was questioning her existence. Probably only a fraction. Yui said, "So do you have a unique power?" Ijiro asked. Mina burrowed her eyebrows trying to do stuff with the energy, when suddenly a pink flat disk of energy that was translucent popped out of her hand. "What is this?" "Maybe you make walls or platforms or whatever from your hands." Denki poked the pink disk. "It feels solid." Mina tried to do the same to her foot, and a disk appeared below the soles of her shoes. "That is so weird." Denki grabbed a medallion. "You know you have 2 more than necessary for the entirety of our class to have one?" "Thankfully, because I want to figure out how to make more," Izuku said. "So everyone actually wants to join?" Everyone else in the class who hadn't taken one nodded. Izuku grinned and started to pass out the medallions. "Welcome to the Saints," Izuku said. "I actually have a good plan for structuring the group as it is." "Ribbit, that was fast," Tsuyu said. "Sorry, it's just I was looking forward to doing this for years." Izuku rubbed the back of his head. "First I should state, the scientists who were studying me believe it is an actual quirk I have. All Might knows, and no one else should." "How did All Might find out?" Mashareo asked. Remember that weird incident I was in last year?" the Saints leader asked. "Yeah," Denki said. "He was the one who got involved, and he kind of found us in the middle of everything, so we had to tell him. At least he is keeping it a secret." Meza said. "Yes, but Principal Nizu thinks something is up." Turu said. "It will also be weird when all of us glow purple, and some have new abilities overnight at the same time." Yui said. "I can actually make an explanation for that." Izuku said. "I can make up how I can transfer some energy, and your guy's quirks kinda mutated from it. Won't the scientists try to test that?" Kyoka asked. "Shit," Izuku said. "Luckily Momo distracted the one for now." "So does she already know all of this stuff?" Mina asked. "Yes, she knows everything except what has just now been happening. So what is this structuring?" "What's structuring?" Momo asked as she entered the comments. "Momo?" Izuku smiled. "Wait, where is Melissa?" She actually decided to stay in her room. Momo stood next to Izuku and noticed the box. "So what has been happening here that I had to distract her?" "You are looking at the new Saints." Denki did a motion around the room. Momo looked at them all. "Huh. Don't worry, Yamamo," Mina said. "Midori told us about the Saints and gave us all powers from some medallions. I'm also related to the devil apparently." Momo looked even more confused. Okay, my idea for the hierarchy of the Saints so far is this. Me as boss, I have 2 people directly below me, Momo and Nito. They are my advisors and otherwise second in commands. They have 1 person each that is like their assistant. Below Momo and Nito is 3 separate branches, each headed by what I call my lieutenants, who I would like to ask Tenya, Ijiro, and Shoto to be. All 3 nodded. Nice. You each get your own second in command to you, enforcers, and with their extra abilities it makes sense for Katsuki, Mina, Fumikage, Kyoka, or Aoyama to be. After that I divide everyone that has none of the extra abilities into the branches as the lieutenants can agree with. You guys can choose your assistants and enforcers as long as everyone can agree with it." "Aoyama," Momo started. "Would you like to work as my enforcer?" "Nothing would be better." Aoyama nodded. Tenya out a hand on Katsuki's shoulder. "Your aggressiveness would make you an excellent enforcer, and I request that you be my enforcer." "Damn right, I will be the best enforcer." Katsuki nodded. "Got it 4 eyes, or Tenya now I guess."
Mina grabbed Eijiro.
"You gotta take me as your enforcer." Ijiro chuckled. "At least give me the chance to ask." "I accept."
Mina smiled.
"I didn't ask yet." Ijiro replied. Mina shook her head. "Too late." Nito looked at Kyoka. "Don't even need to ask, stupid." Kyoka said. "Don't worry, I will do it." Nito smiled at her. "That leaves us together." Shoto said to Fumikage. "A formidable team." Fumikage nodded. "Excellent." Izuku clapped his hands together as they finished making their decisions. "Think you all can do the same with the branches?" Another round of talking and soon the branches were made. Tenya's branch had Yui, Mashareo, and Minoru. Ijiro's branch had Hanta, Denki, and Turu. Shoto's branch had Tsuyu, Mezu, and Achiko. Izuku's grin got bigger. "Perfect. If you guys ever want to change branches, that is fine. Just try to keep them even for the most part. So what are the rules, boss man? Denki asked. Izuku felt pride as he saw everyone looking to him when he got called boss. Saints above all else. I value loyalty just as much as the old saints did. We look out for each other. Try to be open about any problems that you need help with. Purple is a request. You don't have to change your entire outfit, but I request that some form of purple finds its way on there. I also have the thing of we are saints now, not heroes anymore. The two can and will cross, but you guys carry the title of saints now. Everyone nodded to show their understanding. That won't be hard to follow, Karo. Tsuyu said. Dude, I am just psyched to be part of the team. Denki said. Yeah, with all of us, we will kick all of the asses. Mina said. Izuku felt pride in the other people as they all were growing quickly into their roles. That's some team spirit right there. Izuku said. Represent us well, guys, and I want everyone to start training together, at least among your branches at first, to get used to any powers you got. Got it. Katsuki nodded. Luckily, I have 2 actual fighters and 2 smart people in my branch. Achiko felt worried because she felt like out of her branch, she was the least strong when it came to fighting. Oh man, this is going to be great. Hanta was pumped up. Now we can just relax until curfew, I guess. Izuku said. Let's celebrate the birth of the saints. Later that night, it was just Izuku, Nito, Shoto, and Momo left in the commons, cleaning up leftover trash and litter. So how are you feeling, Izuku? Nito asked. You finally got the saints up and running. Izuku smiled. Happy as hell. I bet Gramps is looking down with pride at this. He definitely is. All you two talked about was the saints pretty much. Nito grinned. Do you think he would be upset about the wings? Izuku asked after a minute of silence. I'm pretty sure he would say something about any good saint being good at kicking ass with 2 broken legs and 2 broken arms. Nito said. You already beat the Nomu. Shoto said. So even broken you can take a challenge. By the way, Shoto, you absorbed its powers, didn't you? Momo asked. The heterochromic teen nodded. I find it odd how I have a white glow instead of the Nomu's red, however. Izuku out his trash bag down. Do you have its blast? Shoto nodded. I have a blast, but I don't know if it is the same one. The leader of the saints smacked his own chest lightly. Hit me with one. We can see if it is the same from that. Shoto nodded, although looking uneasy about hitting his leader. All right, here goes. Shoto made a blast, equally white to his glow, and threw it at Izuku, hitting him in the chest. Izuku grunted slightly. Yep, that has the same sting, just not as strong in the pain side. So I have a paralyzing blast? Shoto asked. Pretty much is what it looks like. It feels like a sucker punch with more shock and less punch. Kind like you can get me to hesitate with a hit. That will come in handy. Shoto nodded. He began to head upstairs. I will see you guys tomorrow. See you, Shoto. Momo waved.
Bye, man.
Izuku said as he plopped into the couch. Nito stretched. I am going to head out as well. Good night, guys. The last 2 waved to him. Momo sat beside Izuku on the couch. So how does it feel to be a leader? Well, I am already going mad with power. Izuku said. I plan on taking over a country, probably Russia, for their vodka. Momo pushed him slightly. You better not be drinking. I already had to yell at you today about the incident with Fumikage. I didn't say I was drinking yet. Izuku yawned. I plan on it after we conquer Russia. Not very saintly of you to conquer a country just for alcohol. Momo yawned also. I'm the leader of the saints. Everything I do is saintly. Izuku stated as he leaned back into the couch. Momo let out a soft laugh at what Izuku said. You shouldn't be down here when curfew ends. Whatever. You haven't moved either, and I think Aizawa-sensei won't mind as long as we are still in the building. Izuku closed his eyes. Momo yawned again and leaned her head onto Izuku's shoulder. That's a valid point. Soon they both fell asleep like that, no one noticing the quick glimmer of golden liquid shooting through Izuku's halo veins. Chapter 14. /N. I don't own any franchises, sadly, but I own copies of the Saints Row games. Quirk name, Saints Flow. Abilities. Halo Veins. When activating his quirk, Izuku gains 2 sets of glowing lines that loosely resemble a nervous system all over body. One set is lime green while the other is a dark violet. When his quirk is turned off, all the way the glowing lines, which Izuku has nicknamed halo veins, have faded out mint green, and in faded out light violet glows to them. Super strength. Unknown limit, but allows to jump around at incredible distances. Increased durability as result. Can channel more energy to attacks to give more power, but can result in pain or injury for Izuku. Super speed. Currently can run at max speed of 120 km per hour. 33.3 meters per second. Healing ability. Can focus energy to heal self faster and others, but can leave the Izuku is used on tired after. Can give headaches if used too much in a short time. Blast. Charges up energy that user can throw like a projectile with different effects. Green blast. Energy forms into a green ball that when it is thrown breaks upon impact with force and sends a small shockwave of force that pushes everything slightly away from where it hits. Supercharged green blast. Izuku forces more energy into a green blast that can multiply its effects. Can strain his arm and make his arm unusable for a bit if strained too hard. Requires 2 hands. Supreme green blast. Izuku uses different flowing strands of green energy that he shoots out simultaneously that create a green blast that has the power of 40 green blasts combined. Extremely dangerous to use as even the slightest bit of a misstep could result in the energy releasing early in Izuku's arm and injuring it gravely. Purple blast. Energy forms into a purple ball surrounded by purple flames. Flames do not burn user and burn out in a flash once blast impacts something. Flames disappear instantly but do burn anything near where the blast impacts. Supercharged purple blast. Izuku forces more energy into a purple blast that can multiply its effects. If used too often in a shirt span, it too overloaded with energy can lead to danger for burning his arms. Requires 2 hands. Mold. Blue energy that can be held like a solid object and molded into many things. Dense but lightweight. Can be used to bring things closer to Izuku or swing from object to object. If used for too long, or the mold takes damage, can lead to a mental strain on Izuku that begins with a nosebleed. Over time, as Izuku has used it, bright blue lines gave form the ridges and lines on his hands and lower forearms. Electricity. Izuku can conduct yellow electricity inside of himself that he can release in any direction. If he charges up too much to release, he will short-circuit his bodily functions and be paralyzed momentarily. Usage has caused yellow arcs of electricity to start shooting around in his sclera. Can be used to give Izuku a quick boost of energy. Wings. Izuku has a pair of wings that can be materialized with a flow of energy or vice versa. Wings are green in color, and most feathers have small purple flames that are mostly harmless but give feathers a burnt appearance. Wings have own senses of feeling that Izuku gains instantly. Wingspan is 6 meters. Izuku has lost his wings since having them ripped out in the attack at USJ. Transformations. Izuku channels more energy from the halo that activates a new state or transformation. Currently, Izuku has 2 transformations. Transformation, Saint's Rage. Izuku activates all abilities at once, forcing him and the halo into a state of higher work. Can cause extreme exhaustion in Izuku and requires a long cool down. Physical changes involve purple flames coming from his eyes and his skin taking on a purple hue. Transformation, Saint's Demons, only accessed by extreme stress or anger. Izuku loses all sense of reasoning and control and becomes extremely violent. All of Izuku's abilities are locked off, and he only has access to increased super strength, super speed, and healing ability. Gains long claws for fingers that are extremely sharp. Physical changes include black leathery skin. Halo veins all become thicker with only a dark purple fluid. Horns that go back across his head, and his eyes become solid black orbs that cause fear in anyone who sees them from all of the malice Izuku gives off in this state. Extremely dangerous for Izuku to use because he has no control over himself and will attack anything he sees. Momo was sleeping contently until she felt something poking her face. "Hey Yaoyorozu," whispered someone who sounded like Ijiro. "Get out of my room, please." Momo mumbled without opening her eyes. "We're in the commons, and it is 5 in the morning." Ijiro said, "I figured that you might want to get up before everyone else so you don't get embarrassed." Momo still didn't open her eyes, Whatever thing next to her feeling really comfortable and warm. Why would I be embarrassed about sleeping in the commons? It's not that part, Ijiro said. It's the guy spooning you part. What sounded like Toru said. Momo's eyes shot open and she turned to look, seeing the sleeping Izuku behind her on the couch, one arm around her midsection. Yeah, luckily it was just us two seeing you guys like this. Ijiro whispered. Imagine if Mina saw this. Toru said. She would have like 50 photos already and copies of them all over the walls. Ijiro laughed. Momo tried to slowly move Izuku's arm, which he moved back without waking up. We already tried that. Ijiro said. Dude apparently likes to cuddle in his sleep. Does it feel nice? Toru asked. I imagine it's really warm with his halo veins and everything. Momo's face turned redder. She didn't want to say how he was really warm and holding her softly. Should I just wake him up? Did you guys fall asleep spooning? Toru asked as she sat down on the coffee table. How does that help? Ijiro asked the invisible girl. I just want to know. Toru shrugged, only visibly doing so by the straps of her tank top rising slightly. I'm here for details now, not help. No, we were just sitting on the couch. Momo started to sit up and move Izuku's arm off of her. Aw, Toru cooed. It's so adorable that you guys always do stuff like that unconsciously. Momo slapped Toru's shoulder lightly. We don't do it on purpose. Yeah, that's why I said unconsciously. Wow, you're so flustered you misheard me. Toru laughed. Momo got redder. Deciding to change the subject, she looked at Ijiro, who had fresh bandages covering his burns. Why are you guys even up this early? I wanted to train. Ijiro grinned. The abilities I got yesterday are so blood-pumping. I always feel like I can run around the world like 20 times before I take a sweat. And I need to get stronger also. Toru said. USJ made me feel useless. Ijiro got a disappointed look. Hey, without you I would have been in a worse situation. I know. I just want to be able to have nothing bad happen if I can help it. Toru stood up. So let's go. We woke her up, I want to train. Ijiro grinned. I love the enthusiasm. Oh, by the way, Momo, I heard that we don't have classes today. Momo raised an eyebrow. No classes? Why? I think Aizawa-sensei was told to give us one day off for a bit more recovery. I saw him earlier leaving a note about it. He didn't see you two like this luckily, or he might have flipped. Ijiro started to leave, Toru following. Momo looked at the sleeping Izuku, noticing how his halo veins did get duller when he was asleep, except for the red veins. Shaking her head to stir herself back from her thoughts of Izuku, she left to go get changed for the day. Everything around Izuku was destroyed, flames everywhere, and the sky was dark. The city was flattened in the area he was. Before he could properly understand what was happening, he saw two figures, near the middle of the destruction. Too far away to see who they were, he could only see the bright energy coming off of the two figures. One figure was covered in dark shadows, seemingly devouring the light around it. The other figure was shining brightly with an intense gold light. The power flowing off of the two was so intense it felt like Izuku was being crushed. Your time is over soon, Saint. A voice said all around Izuku. The hour draws near. The two figures jumped at each other, and the first blow that clashed between them caused the whole area to shake. Suddenly Izuku felt a sharp pain in his chest. Izuku jumped up covered in sweat, back in the commons at UA, not in a destroyed city of fire. Izuku tried to steady his breath to calm down, still feeling a bit of pain in his chest. Woman, are you okay? Denki asked, having been startled by Izuku. Izuku took a big breath. Just a bad dream, I guess. That sucks. Denki replied as he gave Izuku a water bottle. We don't have classes today, boss. We don't. Izuku took a drink. Nope, they are letting us in 1A take the day off for a little bit more recovery time, Denki said. Izuku looked at a clock to see it was almost 8. No one is up yet? Nah, some people have come and gone. I think Kirishima and Hagakure are training. Katsuki went with Kodai and Ojiro to practice their own new powers at Gym Gamma. Shuji, Tsu, and Todoroki agreed to help Fumikage learn his ability with what I think he called the Loa Dust More. I actually am going to join them, but with a gas mask to shock them back to normal. I don't know about the others. But everyone knows class is canceled, so they are probably doing their own thing. Izuku nodded. At least they don't waste time. Yep. Good group we are in, Denki said. So your grandpa, the Johnny guy, did he ever mess up? Izuku looked at Denki, thinking it must be about what happened at USJ. As awesome as Gramps is, everyone messes up once in a while. But what if it has bad consequences for other people? Izuku nodded. One time, actually against the guy Tenya is related to, Gramps had messed up and it got my grandma involved. It didn't end well, and the guilt carried on with Gramps for a long time. Grandpa said when he saw her for the first time after everything he actually cried because of believing how it was all his fault and that she should be pissed at him for eternity. Denki looked down, thinking how Fumikid should still be mad at him but wasn't at all. What did she do? Smacked him over the head. Izuku answered. Told him that next time just be careful, and then they started the family in the new timeline that led to me. What I take from that is that when you mess up it sucks, but you should use that mistake to motivate yourself to improve so mistakes like that won't happen again. I messed up at USJ, and I plan to make sure I learn from my mistakes. What do you mean you messed up, man? Denki asked. You straight up killed the Nomu and scared the other villains into willingly getting arrested. Denki, I jumped into a battle with little thought and lost my wings. Izuku said flatly. I lost a finger, broke my sunglasses that are supposed to magically fix and they won't, and now the principal is suspicious of my powers. We even have a scientist that is here to watch me for a week. I messed up. Well, when you put it like that, sure. Denki said. Oh, the scientist girl is actually talking with Nizu right now in the main building. About what? Izuku asked. She has a theory about your energy and how it affects people around you, saying something about the next step of evolution for quirks. Denki got up to head to the kitchen. Think she believes that because of us all having purple stuff now? Wait, you guys showed her? Izuku got worried. She saw Katsuki and Kodai talking and Kodai trying to hold her cloak. So scientist girl is trying to say how it might be your quirk and its energy are so strong and potent that it can increase quirks around you. Denki grabbed 2 apples. Izuku grabbed some ham and bread. Even though it is actually me with demonic powers, and me giving you guys medallions that give you all generic level demonic powers. They are awesome though. So the people that don't have awesome special abilities like me have just the shield cloak thing, some super strength and some super speed, right? Correct. And also a limited amount of power to use before it needs a recharge, although I think you guys can increase the limit a bit. Denki clicked his tongue. Nice. So I can get to your level of strength? The halo is different. Thing is really powerful. You could probably get a decent level of strength, however. Nice. I'm going to check on the Loa Dust group now. Denki started for the stairs. Hey, where is Momo? Izuku asked. The electric teen shrugged. I dunno. That's fine. Tell everyone I am going to head into the city for a minute. All right, boss man. Walking into his mom's apartment, Izuku saw she wasn't home. Rats. Hoping I can make up for this weekend. Izuku muttered to the air. Leaving the apartment, Izuku didn't know what to do. He didn't want to return to UA immediately because he felt like on his day off Nizu might try to make him do more tests on his quirk, and he would get irritated of that quickly. Best bet for Izuku was just to stroll the town for an hour or two, and then go back. Nito flew backwards, smacking against the wall.
Sorry.
Kyoka shouted, Nito barely hearing her over the ringing in his ears. So now we know that it sucks to be hit dead on by those. The blonde groaned. I thought you had your cloak up. Kyoka felt bad about it. Nito and Kyoka were testing her dubstep gun ability, which Kyoka now called her Beats Blast. While I gain back my senses, why don't we go over everything we know so far? Nito sat against the wall of Gym Gamma, which the class has asked Cementos to create walls so they could all practice. Aizawa was at first hesitant to let them all practice on their day of recovery, but liked their drive and allowed it. Are you sure you're okay? Kyoka asked, worried about Nito's chest wounds. I should be fine. Luckily, it wasn't too bad. Nito took a breath. If you are sure. Kyoka slid down the wall next to him. I don't need my earphones or speakers to use it, but it definitely makes it better. The harder the beat, the more destructive each shot is. Faster songs produce more shots, and I can make up my own tune if I can't think of one. And your original beats are better. Nito added. Kyoka turned red. That, And they definitely aren't lethal unless someone takes more than a few, but I am not going to test that on you, or anyone else. That's fine. Nito stood up, no longer disoriented. I'm good to go. Are you sure? Kyoka didn't want to hurt her crush. He nodded and activated his cloak. Definitely. Shoot it, Frenchie, Mina said as she slid around on her acid, having the pink disc-like objects out. My name is not Frenchie. It is Yuga Aoyama IV. Aoyama corrected her as he used his saint's power to charge a laser shot, learning it is an excellent substitute for the previous source of his stomach and its contents. Bah, whatever. Come on. Mina used a disc to block the laser shot, the laser deflecting. So my discs work like mirrors. We can definitely do interesting things in a tag team. Aoyama said. They would be too busy trying to dodge a straight shot from you, not expecting on to reflect from me.
Mina grinned.
Say your shield ability glows brightly. What if it is so reflective that you can shot your lasers through any part of it? That is an interesting thought, mademoiselle. Aoyama stopped and turned on the shield, becoming a beacon of multiple shades of reflective purple. Watch out while I test the fullest extent. Aoyama forced as much of his quirk to go out, trying to bend it as much as he could. Mina was glad she got behind a wall and used a disc as a window to watch because the area around Aoyama become a ball of massive heat and light as the lasers somehow become what could be described as a small sun. Aoyama stood there in amazement if his new super move. Now that is shining. Mina gave a thumbs up. Ijiro jumped up off of the ground. Okay, time to test out my special ability. Toru was on the ground wheezing, not understanding how Ijiro was still at the top of his game almost. Can you test it on your own? I need to breath. All right. Ijiro clapped his hands together. Here goes nothing. A deeper red glow covered Ijiro, giving him much more energy. Ijiro's skin turning blood red and his hardening quirk forced to its max. How is it? Toru looked at the diamond hard red skin of Ijiro. Ijiro grinned. This is amazing. Ijiro felt such a rush of power that he punched the wall next to him, the wall of cement shattering like glass. Suddenly, the intense glow disappeared, and his skin turned back to normal. Ijiro fell to his knees. What happened? Toru jumped up to check on him. Ijiro took a deep breath. I am going to call that my bull rush. You figured it out? Toru still didn't understand what happened. Yeah. I think it is like a massive boost to my highest level, but is good for like one hit or a small time. What sucks is when it is over, I think everything has to restart, meaning I am at risk if I miss. Ijiro's basic red glow returned, meaning his normal powers were back. That was 20 seconds. I definitely have to make hits count. You should want to use that as a last resort. Or when you aren't the only one on your side of the fight. Toru said. Definitely. Let's now see if there are risks to using it more than once in a set amount of time. Ijiro jumped back up. So how is it hanging? Denki walked into Fumikige's room, where he, Shoto, Mezu, and Tsuyu were. Hey, it's that guy, Shoto said. Kaminari, Tsuyu croaked. Ribbit. We are okay so far. I think Todoroki and Shuji need a shock now. Indeed. I am testing if I can change the potency and strength of the Loa dust. So far I can. Todoroki is almost as far as yesterday. I want to say he can use his blast to shock us back into it, but he is not able to aim properly. Fumikage pointed behind him to a broken chair. Rip? Denki said. Luckily I got that electric touch. All right, princess, try again. Katsuki said. If you think you can, then I believe you. Yui nodded, still upset over her lack of progress. Okay. Yui summoned her cloak, and then tried to use her quirk on it. The cloak began to expand past her, gaining a more circular shape, before it popped and she fell over in pain. Katsuki helped her back up. You did better that time. It's useless, though, Yui said, trying to hide her nosebleed from Katsuki. Hey. Katsuki whacked her shoulder. It's not useless. You could very well end up creating a unique move that can work as a shield for more than one person. That could block a big attack or a crumpling building if you work at it. When did you get caring? Mashireo asked. Fuck off, lion tail. Katsuki snapped. We could be working on finding your special ability, though. Well, I decided we are working on finding yours, Katsuki said. After that nosebleed is cleaned, and you are fine, let's try it again. Tenya smiled as he flashed across the track. If you keep at this pace, my Netta, then you should be a fine saint indeed. Tenya clapped Minoru on his back, breaking the small boy's concentration. Omph! Minoru fell over. Dude, you don't know your own strength? Tenya turned off his powers, the yellow fading away. I apologize, it is taking some getting used to. I understand, man. Same here. It's weird actually having muscle for once. Minoru picked himself up. The powers actually affect my purple balls. I don't think I have to worry about my health anymore. That is great. Tenya reactivated his powers to pull out an energy blade. Can you make 2 of your balls? One at regular and the other as strong as you possibly could? No problem. Minoru plucked a normal ball off of his head, and then forcing as much energy into the second one as he plucked it, feeling it weigh just a bit more. He tossed both to the ground. Tenya swung his energy blade, cutting through the first one like a bit knife through butter, but the second one offered resistance, but with a bit of force he cut through it just as easy. Your new powers do in fact increase the stickiness of your balls. I believe all of our quirks might have improved in some way. Well, I gotta catch up then. Now way will the purple midget be a weak saint? Minoru exclaimed. Amazing enthusiasm. Let's use that to run 100 laps. Tenya set off down the track. Did you just say 100? Minoru felt like crying as he began to jog. Walking down the sidewalk, Izuku felt something crash into his side. Looking down, he saw a scared little girl in bad shape. She had on little clothing past a gray dress that desperately needed replaced, having bandages all over her arms and legs, and his footwear and small scrapes and cuts covering her arms. Her long, almost white hair was a mess, and she had a horn on the right side of her head. What got Izuku's attention the most was her large red eyes that looked so scared. Izuku knelt down to be eye level with her. Hey miss, are you fine? Izuku spoke in a soothing tone her heard his mother used to use all the time with him when he had problems long ago. The girl looked terrified for a second at first, put off by the halo veins Izuku had, especially the red ones that even changed parts of his left eye. She got calmer at his tone and saw his horn, which wasn't as rounded as hers, but it was enough association to help her not freak out. Where is your mother? Or your father? Izuku asked with one hand on her shoulder to comfort her, noticing how she freaked out at the word father. Want to come with me on a trip to find your mom? The girl nodded hesitantly. All right, I just have one rule. If you jave no shoes, you got carried. Jay don't want you hurting your feet, Izuku said as he indicated to her feet. The girl nodded. That means I will carry you. Do you like piggyback rides? The little girl looked confused for a second. You don't know what piggyback rides are? Izuku asked. Oh, you are missing out. My mom used to give me some, and I loved them. The girl looked like she now wanted one. All right, just hop on my back, and we can begin our trip. The girl hesitantly and carefully got on Izuku's back, and Izuku hid the winces he got from when she touched where his wings were ripped out. All right, you are now the captain of Ol SS Midoriya, so lead the way, O captain, Izuku said as the girl put her arms around his neck to support herself. Before Izuku could go anywhere, he heard something. Eri, there you are. A voice called out from the alley that the girl ran out of. Izuku noticed how the girl freaked out at the sound of the voice by tightening her hold around his neck. Izuku turned to see a middle-aged man in a dark olive-colored bomber jacket, black dress shirt and matching pants, and a gray tie. What got Izuku's attention the most with this guy were the white surgical gloves he was wearing and what looks like a plague doctor mask on the lower part of his face. Oh, are you her father? Izuku asked as the man got closer. I am Eri's father. The man responded. That's a great coincidence because I was just starting to take her in a trip to find her mom or dad. The man looked at Izuku with what he assumed was a smile under the mask. The man was hiding his disgust for seeing someone with a quirk that changed their appearance in such a way. Izuku felt the girl Eri grip him even tighter as the man got closer, shaking with what he thought was fear. This is a great coincidence. The man said, I guess I can take over your trip from here. Nah, I don't think so. Izuku said. The man looked confused. Excuse me? The trip is to look for her mom and dad. I will only pass her off to her mom and dad. Izuku stated. Well, I am her dad. the man said in annoyance. Bullshit. Izuku spat. Either you are the biggest fucking liar and creep hurting a little girl covered in bandages and rags, or the worst father I have had the displeasure to meet. This girl is shaking with fear at the sight of you. The man got a pissed look in his eyes. I will ask you nicely to stay out of family issues and return my daughter one more time. Izuku glared at the man. Kiss my ass. Like hell I would give her back to a creep like you. The man jumped forward at Izuku, trying to grab him, almost getting his arm before Izuku used his mold to push the man away. The man grabbed onto the mold and suddenly it shattered and blood shot out of Izuku's nose as he felt like someone took a jackhammer to his skull. Ow fuck. Izuku cursed as he tightened his grip on Eri and got farther away from the man, his head pounding. The man put one hand against the ground, which began to vibrate, and the sidewalk had spikes of the cement jut out, trying to impale Izuku. Izuku using his super strength to jump high off of the ground and towards the side of a building.
Eri, hold on tight.
I need my arms for a minute. Izuku shouted as his feet hit the building, him jumping off of the wall as soon as he hit it, jumping over the man by a good 20 meters. Izuku channeled a green blast to his hands and threw them both at the man as he landed on the roof of a 4-story building, landing on his hands and knees. Eri still with him, holding on tightly. Good job, Eri, Izuku said as he got back to his feet. Don't worry, you are safe now. You better give her back, kid. Somehow the man had made a path up to the roof and was at the edge, glaring at Izuku. Dude, fuck off. Izuku threw another blast at him, preparing to jump away again. The man ducked below the blast and put his hand on the roof, the ground shaking as a spike of the roof shot out and impaled Izuku's left ankle. Ah! The man grinned as he stopped Izuku before he could get too far away. I warned you, brat. That is not nearly as bad as I could have gotten. Izuku grit his teeth, really wishing he still had his wings to just fly away. Shaking his head, he used his mold and made it go along his arm and down his side and leg to create a brace for his foot as he stood on it. Kiss my ass, you glorified chicken fuck. Izuku jumped away, biting his tongue at his foot and landing on another roof, 3 buildings over. The man watched the annoying brat jump to another building, growling as he grabbed his phone and dialed a number. You better be close with that helicopter. Have a bullet ready. I have our first test subject for the stronger formula decided. Landing again from his second jump away from the guy, Izuku landed less gracefully than before, crashing his knees into the roof. Eri fell off of him. I am sorry, Eri. Izuku grunted as he wiped his nose and sat back to look at the terrified girl. She looked at his bleeding ankle and began to try to rip off her own bandages. Izuku put a hand on hers, stopping her from removing her bandages. But dash, the girl spoke for the first time, barely a scratchy squeak.
Infine.
You're the one I am worried about. Izuku readjusted her bandages. You're hurt, though.
Eri stammered.
Izuku used his mold to stop the bleeding of his ankle and brace it again. I have been hurt worse than this. Saints, stand strong. Izuku stood back up, his left leg faltering slightly. Come on. The trip on the SS Midoriya has changed course for a better path. Izuku helped Eri to her feet and onto his back. This time Izuku didn't notice the pain from his back wounds. You're still captain, but I think the crew should make the course now. Eri nodded and gripped Izuku tightly. Izuku jumped again, on a path to his mother's apartment, and he heard the sounds of a helicopter overhead. The man stepped onto another roof and spoke into his phone. Take the shot without hitting Eri. Izuku ignored the helicopter. Landing on another roof, he stagger-stepped but stayed standing. Oh, that is getting tough. Izuku commented as he took a big breath to steady his mold. I would stop right there if I was you. Izuku cursed as he turned and saw the man using his quirk to create paths across the roofs to keep up with him. How the hell is your fucking horror movie walking keeping up with me? Izuku backed up and prepared a purple blast instead of a green one. Your quirk disgusts me, the man said as he stood a couple of meters away from Izuku. Yeah, well, I don't care, Izuku said, turning the regular purple blast into a supercharged purple blast, purple flames dancing around his hand. The world would be better without quirks in it, starting with yours. The man put his phone to his ear. Take the shot. Okay, I guess. Izuku tried to hurl the blast at him, but a shot rang out, and Izuku felt his chest get ripped open. The man let a small smile appear below his mask as the irritating boy in front of him collapsed on the roof, a pool of his blood forming under him. Eri falling down as well and looking terrified, as she should be for defying him. "Let's go, Eri," the man ordered as he grabbed her forcefully by her arm. "Maybe next time you will remember your place. Someone needs to put you in yours." The man turned to see the boy stand up, a pinkish glow surrounding the hole in his ribcage from the bullet.
Impossible.
The man didn't understand how this boy had his quirk still. Eri was tearfully looking at Izuku, the guy who was getting hurt trying to help her. The man looked on in shock as the boy's glowing lines all got slightly bigger, all of them flowing with a deep purple, the cracks in his eye turning purple as well. The boy's skin had a purple tint, and his lines and eyes erupted with purple flames as electricity started to dance around him. His horn grew slightly as if it was beginning to gain a soft point. "You have 2 seconds to get your ass away from Eri before I pound it through this building." Izuku glared at the man. Melissa looked around the commons of the 1A dorms. "Where is Izuku?" Melissa asked the kids who had returned from outside. "The boss left?" Toru asked. Pikachu said he went into town. Katsuki said from the dining table where he was eating a bowl of cereal. Glowstick probably went to see his mom. Or he is getting involved in more trouble. Yui said from a couch by the TV. Izuku wouldn't get into trouble right now. Ijiro said, "We are still getting over USJ. Well then Midoriya has a clone." Yui said, "He is on the news." She pointed at the TV set to the news. "Fucking again?" Katsuki groaned, getting up to look with everyone else at the news, which showed a clip from a phone of Izuku with a small girl on his back and a man with an odd mask on. Izuku was glaring at the man. "Kiss my ass. Like hell I would give her back to a creep like you." The man jumped forward at Izuku, trying to grab him, almost getting his arm before Izuku used his mold to push the man away. The man grabbed onto the mold and suddenly it shattered and blood shot out of Izuku's nose. "Oh geez." Hanta winced. "Ow fuck." Izuku cursed and got farther away from the man. "What is that guy's quirk to shatter Midoriya's mold with a touch?" Mezu asked. The man put one hand against the ground, which began to vibrate and the sidewalk had spikes of the cement jut out, trying to impale Izuku. Izuku jumped high off of the ground and towards the side of a building.
Eri, hold on tight.
"I need my arms for a minute," Izuku shouted as his feet hit the building, him jumping off of the wall as soon as he hit it, jumping over to a building above the man. Izuku throwing green blast at the man as he disappeared over the building. The clip ending as a reporter said that so far the 3 in question have not been found yet. "Why does the boss always find trouble?" Hanta asked. Izuku quickly thought through his situation. A man with a quirk he didn't understand completely but could manipulate anything he touches. That alone made this a tense situation. A helicopter with a sniper that if he had to guess wildly from what was said recently had quirk erasing bullets, it was either that or this man wanted to just kill everyone with a quirk. A little girl needed his help, so he couldn't just be gun-ho about anything here. No doubt because of that shot the authorities and heroes will be here soon. He will definitely get scolded, but saving this girl was definitely something he needed to do, so he will take the punishment. "I don't know how you still have your quirk," the man said, "but you should just stop before I take your life. I don't think you are tough enough to even untie my shoes, bitch boy." Izuku said as he got an idea. It will hurt him, but it will get Eri away from the guy. However, first he needed to get that helicopter away. "Electric discharge," Izuku shouted as he threw an arc of lightning at the helicopter, hitting it dead on and frying the controls. Luckily for the people on board, they were close enough to the rooftops that when they crashed, not too much dangerous damage happened. The man glared at the boy who just got rid of his back, using one hand to manipulate the roof to attack the boy. Izuku jumped over the attacks and used it mold to create half of a ball with 4 layers and crashed straight into the man, smashing into him as the man shattered the first 2 layers of his domed attack. Eric falling away from them both, using the chance to make space away from the 2 men. Izuku jumped back as the man shattered the final 2 layers of his mold, blood pouring fast from his nose and even his ears, his vision feeling a little blurry and slowed. "You can't possibly keep this up like that," I don't understand how your quirk is still even working, but I can see that you are not in good shape, the man said. Out of kindness or weakness, I am giving you one more chance to surrender and walk away. Izuku wiped the blood from his nose, which was soon replaced with more blood, and flashed a grin. Are you kidding me? I can do this all day. The man shook his head. I gave you a chance. Yeah, well, I am about to give you a chance to kiss my ass. Izuku fired off a supreme green blast at the man, his timing off and straining his arms slightly. The man manipulated the roof to create a wall to take the blast for him. Just give up. Izuku jumped over the new wall and slammed his heel over the man's shoulder, knocking the man back towards the edge of the roof. Just kiss my ass. Izuku slammed into the man and sent them both of the roof into the alley below. Both of them hit the walls of the buildings a few times before crashing into the ground close to each other. Izuku tried to create more layers of mold, but the man broke through them as grabbed Izuku's chest. The man used his quirk to manipulate the boy's chest to change the layout of everything inside. The man watched as all of the glowing lines and flames disappeared. The man stopped attacking as he knew the boy would die from this, and watched as Izuku fell over, vomiting a purple tar-like substance. The man looked in shock as he saw the face of a kid he hasn't seen in over a decade. The man backed away, confused about seeing the face of the kid that was his driving force and his cause be part of the problem he saw in the world. Boss, the cops are coming. The man heard one of his cronies call out somewhere in the maze of alleys. Not knowing how to react to the kid in front of him, he left. Confused about everything, he decided to leave before the cops got him and ruined his plans. Minutes later, Eri scrambled into the alley, frantically looking for the guy who saved her. Finding him, she freaked out because he was unconscious, covered in blood and a purple substance next to him. Eri started crying into his chest, crying because someone got hurt and died again because of her. She felt scared again and felt her body start to activate her quirk, no longer caring as it went off, on the guy who tried to save her for no good reason. Izuku felt a head rush and his chest fill with air as he started to violently cough. Hearing a yelp of surprise next to him, Izuku's halo veins turning back on with his green and purple glow. You're okay? Izuku heard Eri cry in surprise. Huh? I figured I was toast by that dude. Izuku groaned and sat up, before he saw the dim glow that disappeared from Eri's hands, as well as her horn. You used your quirk to save me? Izuku asked the girl. Izuku didn't know what her quirk was, but it had to be the only reason he was there at that moment. Eri looked at Izuku and then her hands. At first scared that she had used her quirk that was a curse on someone again, but then realized what the guy just said. He said she saved him, with her cursed quirk. I guess that makes you the hero here, I guess. Izuku grabbed her shoulder, seeing how scared she looked again and trying to comfort her. Thanks for being my hero. Eri started crying, and Izuku got afraid that he said the wrong thing before Eri hugged him tightly. Not sure what exactly to do, Izuku hugged her back. Young Midoriya, why must I always be the one who has to deal with you when you cause or get into trouble? Izuku turned to see All Might standing there, looking irritated with him. Just lucky, I guess. Izuku shrugged as Eri hid behind Izuku from All Might. Can you explain to me exactly why you destroyed a helicopter and parts of some buildings? All Might asked, noticing how tightly the little girl held onto Izuku. I was just walking around on my day off from classes, met my new hero here, and a creep tried to take her. He seemed like he was hurting her, and she was afraid, so I acted even though I know I shouldn't have within the law. However, I did what I believe was right, and no punishment will take me change that mindset. All Might looked at the boy, seeing the intensity in his eyes, and nodded. I understand your mindset completely, Midoriya. However, you should still operate within the law, like I had to tell you last time. Luckily, most of this here wasn't seen by the authorities, so I can just slap you on the wrist for what was seen. You do need, however, to stop finding yourself in these situations. All Might lectured. Trust me, I try. It's just how saints are, I guess. Izuku tried to stand but fell to his knees, having forgotten about his ankle. I don't think I can walk back. I kinda abused my mold. The number one hero shook his head. You are just as reckless as me when I was your age. Can I ask who your little friend here is? Eri tried to shrink further behind Izuku as she had the massive hero's attention on her, only as calm as she was because of Izuku at the moment. This is Eri, right? Izuku looked at the small girl, who nodded at him.
Yeah, Eri.
She is an amazing hero. If it wasn't for her, I wouldn't be talking right now. Izuku tried to hint to All Might to call her a hero or anything positive. The hero took the message well. In that case, I am proud to work as a hero with someone like you around to make my job easier, young Eri. Eri smiled slightly at the praise, before seeing Izuku try to stand again and leaning on his one bad leg. Hey, All Might, the saint said as he decided to go against what he just said and used his mold to make another brace for his foot, noticing some more blood trickle from his nose. Can I get an escort out of here with you and the tough hero? We need to make sure this all gets on record first. My friend Tsukachi might be willing. I can carry you there if your leg is too bad. All Might could see the pink glow of his student's healing ability at work, wondering how Izuku can have two abilities active despite not being in his Saint's Rage mode. Nah, I have to finish my trip. Izuku felt a small headache from having his two abilities at work at the same time. He looked at the small girl next to him. Do you still wanting to finish your trip on the SS Midoriya, Eri? Eri looked at Izuku in awe, finding it amazing how much he kept going just to help her. She nodded, and Izuku helped her into his back. All Might smiled at the sight, proud of his student that was making a big step in being a hero, but fought a frown when he saw Izuku wince because of Eri, realizing she must have touched his back wounds that weren't healed all the way. You're still captain of the ship, Eri, but Bunny Ears here is now the one making the path. Izuku started walking, able to focus on other things besides the pain. Onward, Bunny Ears. All Might realized the joke was about his hair and chuckled. All right, we go this way. Cursing as he washed the dirt vigorously off of his arms. He didn't know how the boy even had powers in the first place. Everything about the situation confused him now. The last time he saw the boy, he genuinely thought he had died. Because of that bastard he wants to target the most, a so-called pro-hero, who would do something that was the opposite of what people thought to be heroic in the corrupt and filthy world. The loss of Eri not even in his mind as he questioned that event from over a decade ago. Izuku sighed as he sat down next to All Might and Eri, who he had just given his purple jacket to cover her better than just the raggedy dress she had. So Midoriya, can you start from the beginning? The detective known as Tsukachi asked. Izuku told him everything that happened, from the second that Eri bumped into him to All Might finding Izuku and Eri in the alley. Tsukachi finished writing and looked at Izuku. Son, I believe that there were better initial reactions and ways to handle that situation. However, because of what you did, we have captured in two things that were in the helicopter. So even against my better judgment, I will let this slide because we now finally have a way to get information on the Shaiha Saikai, a Yakuza group that is rumored to be distributing a quirk-disabling drug into the black market. Izuku noticed Eri gripped his arm tighter. Maybe her quirk was used by that as had in that drug. It would explain her appearance a little, and why the guy put so much effort into getting her back. What confuses me is you getting shot, Tsukachi said. He seemed confused in your report of your fight about your quirk still working. Perhaps young Midoriya's quirk was strong enough to bypass any effects of the quirk-disabling drug. All Might answered, covering for Izuku, well aware of the fact that Izuku was actually quirkless, so a drug to erase or disable quirks was useless on him. That might be true, that or your transformation into what you call your Saint's Rage purged the drug from you system. Tsukachi said, just lucky, I guess. And you cheated death for what I believe is the second time, if I read the USJ report correctly. That man's quirk seems like he can manipulate anything he touches, and his description matches the one of this Chisaki Kai, the person rumored to be the new leader of this group. You should have died when he grabbed you. However, you are still here thanks to the quirk of this little girl. Yeah, Eri is my hero. Izuku put a hand on Eri's shoulder, the girl blushing from the praise. I would actually to run a quirk blood test on her to find out more information. Tsukachi said, you can go now, Midoriya. She is in good hands. Izuku seemed hesitant. Midoriya, she will be fine. All Might said. Izuku tried to get up, but Eri held onto his arm tightly. He sat back down. I'm sorry, but I can't. My job isn't over till she feels completely safe. All Might smiled. Tsukachi nodded. I guess I can allow it for now. We don't have a place to keep her for safety yet anyways. I am her place for safety, Izuku stated. The SS Midoriya. Midoriya, she can't just stay with you. She is no doubt still wanted by the Shaiha Saikai, and you are in high school. All Might said. First off, UA dorms, high security. And second off, I am a saint, and the saints look after their own. Me and her saving each other makes her one of my own. Izuku said. Midoriya, you are still recovering from the USJ attack, and now this, taking care of this little girl, might be too much on top of that. Tsukachi tried to reason with the boy. Want me to repeat what I said to Bird Mask? Izuku asked. Because I will. All Might narrowed his eyes at the mouthy boy. Midoriya. I'm sorry, but the more you guys argue with me on this, I can feel her squeezing my arm. Clearly I am the only person she can be around because of what that Chisaki guy did, and I will be damned if she has to feel afraid anymore. Izuku had a defiant look in his eyes. All Might and Tsukachi both couldn't help but think of how stubborn like a younger All Might Izuku was. I suppose she can stay with you. Tsukachi sighed. However, I still want a blood test. Izuku looked at Eri. Ready to crush a blood test?
Eri nodded torstai Izuku.
The blood test took a minute because Eri was afraid of the medical equipment. However, Izuku's presence helped calm her down. No results popped up for Eri, and her quirk also showed no results. Now Izuku was walking back to UA with Eri on his back again. All Might a couple of steps ahead of them. Hey, All Might. Yes, Midoriya? The hero turned his head as they walked. You remember my goal of making that group called the Saints? The Saint asked. Of course. I was actually worried at USJ because of the idea of you not getting to carry out your legacy. Well, I actually started them, Izuku said, and watched as All Might stopped and looked at him. Have you indeed? Izuku nodded and grinned. I told everyone and wanted the truth. They all joined. A respectable bunch of rascals. All Might nodded. What are the Saints? Eri mumbled from Izuku's back. Only the greatest team of superheroes and badasses ever. Izuku declared. We believe in loyalty, good times, maybe one day getting a hot dog suit and being the greatest bunch of heroes around. I want to be a saint. Eri said. That will have to be taken up with the board. Izuku said. You're in. We needed a super tough hero like you. Eri felt something close to a smile for the first time in a while. Getting to the dorms, Izuku immediately wanted to cover his, and especially Eri's ears. Izuku Midoriya, you reckless idiot. Momo yelled at him, and everyone in the commons looked on in surprise, even Katsuki, who had his own yelling planned. You can't go one fucking day without getting yourself almost killed? Izuku's eyes were as wide as dinner plates.
Ui.
Momo got madder. Hi. I was worried sick about you. Momo grabbed Izuku and out him in a tight hug. Don't scare me like that, dumbass. Eri didn't know exactly who this girl was, but she scared her. Izuku returned the hug with one arm. Sorry, but Eri needed help. Momo let go of Izuku. And Leaf MG, a rampage across the town was necessary? How much did you guys see exactly? Izuku asked. Well, we saw your little skirmish with the masked dude before you took to the rooftops, Minoru said. And then the reports were about the scenes after everything had happened, from blood with purple specks being found on multiple rooftops to a broken-down helicopter and a purple substance with even more blood in an alley. Are you okay now, boss man? Denki asked. Ribbit. You do seem worse for wear, Tsuyu said as she pointed out the blood that has dried around his ears, nose, and mouth, as well as his ankle that was blood-soaked and still covered with his mold as a brace. Thanks to my hero, yeah, Izuku said. Speaking of which, here is the newest member of our dorms, Eri. Eri tried to lower her face behind Izuku's back as everyone looked at her. She said very quietly. She's adorable. Mina and Toru exclaimed. So first you become a gang leader, then a dad the next day? Minoru asked. You don't waste time in life, man. She is already more of a hero than me, so I gotta play catch up, Izuku said. Eri blushed at the positive attention she was getting. Hey Momo, I know you are pissed off at me right now, but I also have to leave again with Eri in a minute. The saint didn't give Momo eye contact. Why? Momo asked. Well, as her caretaker, I plan on getting her actual clothing to wear, Izuku said. I just planned on trying to heal my leg a bit more before I go. Mina shot forward like a bullet, actually pushing Momo a little, but to get in front of Izuku. Fashion? I will totally help her look like the definition of style. Mina calmed down. Ijiro called from a couch, trying to detail what could end up a disaster. Eri looked at Mina's horns curiously, seeing that her and Izuku were the only two with horns, even if Izuku only had the one like Eri herself did. Pinky, don't scare the little kid, Katsuki said. PSSH yeah. Yell at me even though Yamamo was the one screaming like she was going to beat Midori up, Mina said. Izuku went with Eri to a couch and dropped her carefully next to him, his jacket creating a shell for her that she hid under as he sat down. Do you even know everything you need to get? Momo asked. Not exactly. I haven't had to be responsible for another person before. Izuku released his mold in his leg and began to pour all of his energy into healing the ankle. Boss, why don't you take a load off and we help Eri? Ijiro said. Your ankle looks like it will take a minute. I can get what she needs. Tsu said. I take care of my little siblings all of the time. I am definitely helping her get good clothing sense. Mina stated. Do you think you can go with them? Izuku asked the girl hiding in his jacket.
Eri hesitantly nodded.
If you get scared, don't worry. In fact, I have something to make you strong. Izuku took off his broken sunglasses and held them to Eri. Every time I feel worried, I use these to block out my fear. Eri didn't know how he could say he was afraid, him fighting the scariest person she knew earlier without hesitation. Eri took the pair of broken glasses gently and put them on, feeling a warmth come from them that felt comforting like Izuku has been for her. I will be right here when they bring you back. I promise. Izuku said. Because our trip is not over. Eri still didn't understand why he was being so nice to her, when in her short life she was always abused and told she was a curse. Eri started crying again, and Izuku looked like he was freaking out. Hey, it's fine. Izuku out an arm around her, Eri grabbing him in a hug again. If you don't want to go without me, I can be there. Izuku didn't like how she seemed almost deathly afraid of everything, including the idea of him not being right by her side. Izuku swore he would find that Chisaki Kai guy again and kick his ass. So how do you like Midori looking like a dad? Mina said to Momo. Momo looked at the pink girl. Do you always have to bring that up?
Yes. Mina nodded.
Eri looked at Izuku again after hearing the word dad, and then hugged him again even harder. How does this make me a dad? Izuku looked at the pink girl. Oh, come on, you are giving off dad vibes. Mina said. Taking Eri's reaction a secret ago into consideration, Izuku said his next line carefully. Well, if that makes me the dad of the best hero, then I accept. He felt Eri start to cry again, but not sadly like before. An hour later, Tsuyu, Mina, and Momo all were at a clothing store with Eri. Eri had finally separated from Izuku after a few minutes, and he went to clean off all of the blood and see Recovery Girl, saying how he wanted Eri to visit her when she got back. How about this? Mina held up a selection of clothing. I think I made an adorable outfit. The other three, Eri being lead by hand by Tsu after Momo made her basic shoes earlier, came over to the pink girl. Mina held in her hands a white dress, shirt with a frilled collar, and a plain red pinafore with 2 large, golden buttons, as well as gray tights and a large set of tan boots. The red would go with her eyes so well. Mina clapped her hands together. Eri looked at the outfit and shook her head. Seeing where Mina had grabbed the pinafore, Eri went over to it and grabbed another one. This time purple. Purple, but that won't match your eyes.
Mina pouted.
It reminds me of him. Eri murmured, almost embarrassed to speak. Tsuyu knelt down to Eri's level. Who? Eri shakily pointed to the broken sunglasses that Izuku had let her keep. Midori? She even thinks of him like a dad now. Mina said. You so gotta be the mom, Yamamo. Momo pinched her nose to hide her blush.
Mina.
Are you saying you wouldn't want Izuku to make you a mom? Mina asked with a raised eyebrow. Tsuyu gave Mina a crossed look. Please don't speak inappropriately in front of a child. I haven't cursed yet. Mina said. We saw Izuku do that on the news. Do you think he will get in trouble for that? Karo. Tsuyu asked. Like more trouble than he usually gets into. I saw him with All Might earlier when he got back. Momo said. All might have already given him his punishment. Our boss sure likes causing trouble. Tsuyu remarked. Boss. Eri asked with a whisper, wondering what they meant about Izuku. Oh, Midori started a group called the Saints. We even have a logo. Our job is to protect innocent people like you.
Mina explained.
He looks out for us like family. Eri had curious eyes, knowing Izuku had said things before about saints, including how she could join. He said that I could be a saint. Eri held onto the sunglasses to help her stay calm. All wool.
Mina cooed.
Midori keeps sounding more and more like a sweetheart. Yamamoto got yourself a fine one. Momo put her face in her hands. You do this just to mess with Yayarosa, don't you? Tsuyu asked.
Yep. Mina chirped.
Now let's get like 10 more of this outfit for Eri and take her back to Midori. You said you got shot, did you not? Recovery Girl looked at the X-ray of Izuku's chest, seeing no bullet, entry, or exit point of such a thing. I think I would remember being shot, Izuku said. Right here, actually. Izuku did a circle around the middle of the second rib from the bottom on his left side. The only injuries you seem to have is ankle. So I only have the injury from the beginning of the fight? Izuku was confused. But what about all this blood from my ears and nose? The stuff I even vomited? Nothing. It's almost as if the wounds were all erased. Recovery Girl didn't think Izuku would make up injuries. If anything, she figures he would act like he wasn't. That's weird. So my insides are all normal? Yes, dearie. But that guy, Chisaki or whatever, had a quirk where it is like he can manipulate things by touching them. He tore up roof just to chase me, and touched a roof to make it rip up and block an attack from me. I assumed it was just non-organic, but he could shatter my mold, which is a whole different problem, and I felt all wrong when he grabbed my chest. It is possible he might have been able to manipulate the human body as well. Recovery Girl rolled her chair to her computer, which means your chest should be looking like someone shook an Etch-a-Sketch. Unless Eri's quirk had something to do with it. Izuku felt a light bulb go off. Who is this Eri? The old nurse looked at Izuku. This little girl that I saved from that Chisaki dude. After I fell off of a building with him into an alley dash. You fell off of a building? Recovery Girl felt her blood pressure rise. What was with it and boys at UA getting into bad situations? It was kinda reckless in hindsight. The glowing saint let out a nervous laugh. He grabbed my chest. Everything felt painful as hell inside of my chest, and then a second later, I feel like I got a head rush and Eri was over me with glowing hands and her horn. She might have a healing quirk then. Have her come by once you return to the dorms if you can. I can run a test. She doesn't really like medical equipment. I think that guy wasn't really nice to her, and this talk makes me think her quirk had something to do with it. I can be as gentle as I can try. Recovery Girl said. I have seen a lot in my time. So I am good to go? Izuku asked. Yes, dearie. If you can have the little Eri here before 5. As Izuku was about to leave, he stopped. Recovery Girl. You said you have seen a lot, right? Recovery Girl turned to look at Izuku. Indeed I have. Izuku hesitated before he asked his question, almost afraid of the answer. What are the chances of me getting my wings back? Recovery Girl looked at Izuku, seeing how hopeful he tried to be about it. It broke her heart to give the honest answer. I'm sorry, sweetie, but it doesn't look good. Izuku nodded. It's fine. Today showed me I can work without them. It's just, they meant a lot to me. Recovery Girl nodded. I can see if I can talk with those researchers from my island and see if my expertise can help. Thanks, Izuku said as he left. Before he could exit the main building, Izuku ran into Principal Nizu. Mr. Midoriya, I wanted to speak to you today. The mouse bear thing said. May I ask about what? Izuku said as he followed Nizu, who motioned for him to follow Nizu to his office. It was about some findings that Ms. Shield has found, and more recently I believe I have had something interesting brought to my attention regarding your day today. Izuku felt like he wouldn't like something Nizu would say. What did Melissa say? Izuku closed the door to Nizu's office behind him. To her it seems like your quirk has affected others in your class. Almost like the energy of your quirk is so potent that people close to you can, and do, seem to achieve what can be called a small mutation of gaining a byproduct of your quirk. Ms. Shield told me she has even seen Ms. Kodai with a glowing purple energy. That could just be her quirk. Izuku shrugged. Quirks aren't a complete science that we know all about. Maybe this type of power is the next step, and it just happens that my quirk helps everyone else's quirks reach it. While I do agree that quirks are in fact not a complete science, I doubt the chances of the next step of evolution is similar to your quirk. It seems highly unlikely that so many of your classmates can achieve this next step immediately after being around you. I believe that you are either consciously or unconsciously running your energy off on others, and whether or not that is a good thing is still up for debate. While what has been seen in Yaoyorozu, who I believe has gotten this as well, has shown nothing but excellence in using the powers, it is still unknown whether or not there are health risks involved in your powers doing such a thing. There are no health risks, Izuku said. You say that as if you have done this before, Nizu said. Izuku felt like saying fuck. I also feel like there is a secret you are hiding, if I can be candid, Midoriya. What secret? Midoriya, I know you are intelligent, so don't waste both of our times. Nizu started to pour tea. This science experiment has been to study your quirk and better understand it. However, looking at your history, it is quite odd that you were marked as quirkless until a little over a year ago. Then suddenly you have a remarkable amount of abilities. My guess was the quirk and energy was not ready to appear until I was ready to handle it. That sounds like it could be the case. However, a sudden burst of energy instead of a filter seems illogical. Nizu leaned forward. Midoriya, we are both intelligent people. I know there is something going on, and you know that whatever it is will be revealed eventually. It would be far easier to reveal it to me. Izuku didn't say anything, pursing his lips and thinking about the situation. He didn't know if he should even reveal anything to Nizu, not was he expecting to at all. Izuku had no clue if Nizu would even keep the secret. Nizu studied the student in front of him, noticing how Izuku was thinking hard. If Nizu had to guess, this was a big secret Izuku had. Midoriya, you have my word that whatever it is I can keep in this office, if it is in my judgment that it is not a risk to any of the students. The principal promised. Can I have someone here who can vouch for me because they have witnessed parts of this secret? Izuku asked. And I need to stay an absolute secret. Nizu nodded. Who is this person? All Might. Nizu raised an eyebrow. Nizu sat in silence as Izuku finished talking for the moment, with All Might having filled in at some points to add credibility. Izuku had so far only revealed the part of his great-great-great-great-grandfather Johnny Gat, giving him the halo because he had to pass it on, and how he has its power flow through him. So, this definitely confirms the devil is real for sure if it is true. It also explains that transformation a bit more as it was triggered by your hatred. Nizu rubbed what Izuku guessed was the unknown animal's chin. However, what about your classmates? Are you leaking out energy like your great-great-great-great-grandfather, or is there something else? You know how I said my ancestor was a saint? I didn't mean the religious type of one, but rather part of a group. I started to remake the group, and he gave me these medallions that can infuse the person with a generic level of powers like mine. They will only have increased strength, speed, and a purple cloak that acts as a 1 or 2 hit shield. So you have recruited your classmates? Do they know the truth? Nizu would be upset if Izuku was lying to them and recruiting them. No, I told them everything. They all were hesitant at knowing that the old saints weren't as good, but agreed when I said I wanted the next generation to be more aligned to good. The principal nodded. Honesty is a good leadership quality. Do you have any spare medallions? I have 2, but I need them to learn how to make more. I shall respect that. If All Might has faith, and this is all consensual from he others, then I suppose it is fine. However, you must fill me in on any growth from the others. These powers might be limited, but unexpected things can still happen. Deal. Izuku grinned, glad that he wasn't in deep shit like he thought. Now let's discuss your fiasco today. Izuku relaxed too soon. Simply that situation was a fiasco, and luckily what was on the news and of you was only you using your quirk to escape. I don't condone the way you handled it, especially without a hero license. The situation from what I heard was spring on you, and it would even be against my own judgment to let the girl be taken by that man. However, from what I have heard, you should most likely be dead from this Chisaki Kai's quirk, if not for Eri. So as a punishment to help you realize you shouldn't jump into situations where you would lose your life, I don't think you should participate in this year's upcoming sports festival. Izuku jumped out of his seat. What? Midoriya, sit down. All Might put a hand on Izuku's shoulder. Midoriya, you keep getting yourself into situation after situation where your life is on the line, and you leave with a scar. If we let you participate, imagine how the media would react. As the news from USJ has reached public eyes by now, and you're one of the worst cases from it. The two reasons you just gave are bullshit. Izuku said. Worried about the damn media? Heroes should do their best to protect others, not be happy little puppets or celebrities. And if you punish me for getting into situations where I could get hurt, that is also dumb as hell. Every situation has either been villains attacking me out of nowhere, or me trying to save another person. Heroes are supposed to dive headfirst into danger to save others. The lesson I would learn is that you apparently don't trust me to be able to look after myself. I fought a fucking demon from hell. I am a damn saint. I am fine. Nizu sipped his tea. Are you done, Midoriya? This showed me you can't handle outside decisions that go against you. Heroes have to learn to go with the flow. Well, good thing I want to be a saint more. Saints go against the current. Without another word, Izuku got up and went to leave. All Might looked at Principal Nizu. That could have gone smoother. Nizu sipped his tea. It could have. He does have a strong sense of ideas. Most people never get so into it with me. As much as he should get a punishment, I think he should be allowed into the sports festival, to show how he stands strong after tragedy, which will go smoothly with the press. Nizu mulled it over. I cannot simply allow him to at this point freely, and you know that. Perhaps I can give him a challenge to overcome. A test. How about the big three? All Might proposed. That could indeed make for an interesting test. However, I have one more test as well, which will test the loyalty of his saints. Izuku stormed back into the dorms, still mad about the sports festival.
Midori.
Mina called out. Before he could say anything, Eri quickly hugged him tightly. All of his anger was gone. Hi, Eri. How was your shopping trip? I missed the actual trip, Eri said as she held Izuku's sunglasses in her hands. He ignored me. Mina pouted to Tsuyu, who laughed lightly. Well, the actual trip hasn't ended, Izuku said as he picked up Eri. Like I said earlier, this isn't over until we have you a better mom and dad. I have a new dress, Eri said, slipping the trip because she wanted Izuku to notice the color of her dress. It looks nice. Izuku saw the purple dress. Good color choice. Makes me wonder if I could pull off a dress like you. You don't have the legs for it, Denki said. Rats. Izuku snapped his fingers. There goes my idea of being a dancer. Why were you looking upset earlier, boss? Hanta tossed the ball he had to Ijiro. First off, Principal Nizu now knows some of the stuff. How much? Nito looked up from his chess game. He knows you guys are saints and how I am quirkless. Also the halo. That's a big majority of it, Katsuki said. How will this affect that scientist girl? She's not here, by the way, luckily. You should really scan the room before you say that shit. I have no idea how this affects her. Hopefully Nizu goes along with the charade. What? Eri asked in confusion. Oh, it's this, Izuku looked lost, trying to think of how to explain to Eri, which made him think of the question. Should he tell Eri? Are you quirkless? Eri seemed afraid of the topic. Izuku sat on the floor, eye level with Eri. Yeah, I am quirkless. Eri started to cry and grab Izuku. I'm sorry, it's my fault. How is it your fault? He used me to make that. It took your quirk.
Eri sniffled.
I was born without a quirk, Eri. That guy had nothing to do with it. But your quirk. Eri was confused about what Izuku was saying. Wasn't that stuff earlier his quirk? I don't have one. All that stuff I did was to help you, by digging deep in myself and using my inner strength, Izuku said. And it wasn't your fault. That Chisaki guy is a major stupid head, and next time I see him I am shoving his dumb bird mask down his throat. It was him being a bad person, abusing you, and you aren't anywhere close to as bad as him. I mean, you saved my life today. You're nothing but a hero. Eri started tearing up again, not used to all of the kindness Izuku had. I can tell you that her quirk is not necessarily a regular healing quirk, beyond that it is lost to me, Recovery Girl said. Oh, guess we can find that out later then, I guess. Whatever it is, it definitely saved me. Izuku sat beside Eri, who looked between the two people talking with curiosity. I can also tell you that she is around 6 or 7 years old, just about, but definitive age I can't be sure of. 6.
Eri muttered.
Oh, you know dearie? Recovery girl asked. Do you also happen to know your birthday? This can help us find your parents, as well as the DNA from earlier. Bur. Eri tried to pronounce the month. It is in December. All right, we have December at least. Izuku said. That should definitely be more than enough to find out where her real parents are. I actually have a match right now already. Recovery girl looked at her computer. In the city, in fact. Izuku looked at Eri. Ready for the biggest part of our trip?
Eri nodded.
Let's go then. Izuku knocked on the door of the apartment, Eri nervously next to him. It's okay, Eri. Trips always have the best final stop. The door opened and Izuku saw a woman with pale blue-gray hair just like Eri's. Can I help you? Yes, I believe you might be related to Eri here. Izuku indicated to the small girl next to him. The woman took one look at Eri and tried to slam the door shut, but Izuku quickly out his still-healing foot in its path. Now what the hell was that? Izuku asked. A simple no instead of slamming it. Damn. Get that little witch away from me. The woman hissed. Izuku glared at the woman. So she is related to you? That little witch is my daughter. She used that curse of hers and made my husband disappear. The woman tried to slam the door over Izuku's foot, which Izuku used mold to protect. Now I want an explanation, without your current word choice. Izuku growled, a small amount of black fluid appearing in his halo veins. Whatever her damned quirk is, erased my husband. That thing is a curse. Eri was close to crying behind Izuku. Her name is Eri. Izuku realized he needed to control his anger. And her quirk is the only reason I am alive right now, so I suggest you quit insulting a hero. She is a little witch who killed her father. Now leave before I call the cops. I probably should before you need to call an ambulance instead, Izuku said as he yanked the door shut. Bitch. Izuku turned to the crying Eri. It infuriated Izuku that Eri had a parent that treated her poorly because of her quirk, remembering his father and his situation. Izuku knelt down to Eri. Don't listen to her. She is an idiot. No curse would ever save a life. What you have is a blessing. Eri hugged Izuku tightly, Izuku returning it and lifting her up so he could carry her. Apparently, this was not the last stop on our trip today. The trip continues. Izuku walked back into the 1A dorms with Eri held tightly. Hey boss. Wait, I thought you found Eri's home. Ijiro said. That place is not what I thought it was. Izuku said. They don't realize how great Eri is, so she stays with us. Everyone could tell there was more Izuku wanted to say, but wouldn't because Eri was there. Well, welcome to the dorms again, little lady. Denki said. Katsuki dragged Izuku away from Eri, who Izuku had just placed down on a couch. What happened? Katsuki asked, far enough away from everyone else for privacy. You looked pissed. That bitch had the fucking nerve to dash. Izuku stopped himself by taking a breath, feeling the black liquid himself that time as it entered his system. Katsuki saw the black liquid and realized what it was. You have to struggle with that demon mode shit? It's only when something sets off my deep rage, and this is right up there. Izuku took a breath. What happened? Katsuki asked. That bitch reminded me of my father. Izuku said quietly. Katsuki's eyes widened and looked between Izuku and the little girl. Well, luckily Eri has a new family, Katsuki said as he poked Izuku's chest. Be the parent you both deserved. Izuku looked at Eri, who had looked around for Izuku at that second, noticing him and waving slightly. Izuku felt his anger leave at the sight. She deserves it. It was now dinner time, and Eri had a new seat next to Izuku. So is Eri here permanently? Denki asked. Yep. She is a saint now too, Izuku said. Are you giving her a medallion to signify that? Katsuki asked. Keeping it quiet on the powers talk with Melissa there. That will be a no for now. Eri looked up at Izuku confused. Can I have a medallion? First you take my glasses, now you want my medallions? Izuku made sure it was clear to Eri with his time that he was joking. You're robbing me, aren't you? Eri shook her head, suddenly aware again that she still had Izuku's sunglasses. Do you want them back? Eri tried to give them back. The hero needs something cool to wear, and you pull them off amazingly. Izuku out the glasses back on Eri. You can keep them, although I might borrow them to fix them for you.
Eri nodded.
Anyone find it weird how Izuku has almost died today and became a father? Denki whispered to a few of the others. I don't question the boss. Hanta sipped his soda. I feel like questioning things might just waste time now. What did you two talk about earlier? Yui whispered to Katsuki. Midoriya looked upset. He found Eri's mom. Katsuki whispered back. She was a bitch and disowned Eri. Luckily, he was willing to bring her back here. Yui said. Katsuki nodded, knowing how greatly this would be for the sakes of Izuku and Eri. It was an hour later, and Izuku approached Tsuyu. Tsu, I have a question and I, feel really embarrassed about it. Izuku said. The frog girl looked at the leading saint curiously before speaking. What is it, Karo? Can you help me give Eri a bath? Tsuyu felt like there always a joke to make about the guy that would fight till he dropped or fight a monster, but would be worried about something like this. However, she wasn't one to make jokes on such matters. Luckily, there were other things to tease about. I can help, but wouldn't you rather have Yaoyorozu do that? Izuku looked at the frog girl.
Ah.
She doesn't have little siblings, but you do, so I figured you would be an easier help for the first time. So you want me to teach you so you can show your fatherly instincts to Yaoyorozu later? Will you help me or not? Izuku sounded a little annoyed. Yes. Tsuyu smiled. Later that night, curfew was drawing closer. Izuku trying to find an empty room for Eri. All right, Eri, does this room seem fine? Izuku walked around an almost completely empty room with Eri on his back, who was close to sleeping. Eri shook her head that was on Izuku's shoulder. Too empty? Izuku asked. Too empty.
Eri repeated.
How about this? I think I have a great room for you, and you even get a roommate. Are you interested?
Eri nodded.
Alrighty, let's go. Momo opened her door to a knock, seeing Izuku with a tired Eri on his back.
Izuku.
What is wrong? Eri needs a room. Can she bunk with you? Izuku asked her. You do have that large bed? Momo nodded. I have more than enough room for Eri. Hear that, Eri? You got a roommate. Izuku said as he walked into Momo's room. She's pretty.
Eri mumbled.
Yeah, but she is scary when I do dumb things. Izuku said as he slid Eri carefully into the bed. Sleep well, and I will see you tomorrow. Izuku started walking away but heard Eri whimper. Turning around, he saw Eri looking sad. Hey, it will be fine. I will be right down the hall on the guy's side, I promise. If you need me, just bug Momo into getting me. Izuku owed Eri's head and smiled before he left.
Momo sat beside Eri. Eritrea.
Sorry you met me while I was screaming at Izuku. It was scary. Eri said. I was upset with him because he was reckless. Because of me. Eri felt guilty. It's not your fault. Izuku is just a good person, who risks a lot to help others. He would no doubt do it again to save you. He stopped the bad man. Eri said. I was afraid the bad man would kill him. From what I hear, it was you that saved Izuku from that happening, which makes you better than the bad man. Izu is strong. He sure is. I miss Izu. Eri said. Wanna bother him? Momo asked. I don't want to be a bother. Eri said. Okay. If you need anything, let me know. Momo turned off the light. Good night, Eri. For hours later, Momo woke up hearing crying. Turning on the light, she saw Eri in the midst of a bad dream. She dialed Izuku on her phone as she gently moved Eri to stir her. Hello? Izuku mumbled over the phone. Eri is having a bad dream. Momo said as Eri started to wake up. I am on my way. Izuku hung up. Eri jumped up looking scared. Her eyes really red. Are you okay? Momo asked. Eri shook her head, jumping when she heard a knock on the door. Momo got up to open the door, and Eri jumped up as well when she saw Izuku, running to him and holding on to him for comfort.
Eritrea.
Izuku kicked her up. You okay? The bad man was back.
Eri sniffled.
The shades didn't scare him away? Izuku asked. I wasn't wearing them. Eri said. I thought you couldn't wear them to bed. You can't, but them being close should have worked. Tell you what, how about I hold you while you sleep? and if the bad man comes I can kick his ass again. Is that fine with you?
Eri nodded.
Will that keep the bad man away? Definitely. If that doesn't work we can have Momo scream at him. Izuku sat by Momo on the bed with Eri. I'm too tired to walk back to my room, Momo. Is it fine if I just stay here? It's fine. We fell asleep on the couch last night anyways. We did. Izuku looked at her oddly. I didn't know that. We gotta talk about that later. Momo turned red as she turned her light back off. Not sure I will be helpful with that conversation. Izuku smiled. Now, Eri, if the bad man shows up, all you gotta do is call my name, and I promise I will be there as soon as possible to kick his ass. Izuku mumbled. That's a saint's promise. Eri nodded as she snuggled into Izuku's chest, feeling comfortable from the warmth of his halo veins. Izuku smiled as he drifted off, not yet realizing the fact that their trip to find her family had ended. Chapter 15. /N. I don't own MHA or Saints Row, although if I did we would have a Saints Row 5 by now. Quirk name, Saints Flow. Abilities. Halo Veins. When activating his quirk, Izuku gains 2 sets of glowing lines that loosely resemble a nervous system all over his body. One set is lime green while the other is a dark violet. When his quirk is turned off all the way, the glowing lines, which Izuku has nicknamed Halo Veins, have faded out mint green and in faded out light violet glows to them. Super Strength. Unknown limit but allows to jump around at incredible distances. Increased durability as result. Can channel more energy to attacks to give more power but can result in pain or injury for Izuku. Super Speed. Currently can run at max speed of 120 km per hour. 33.3 meters per second. Healing ability. Can focus energy to heal self faster and others, but can leave the Izuku is used on tired after. Can give headaches if used too much in a short time. Blast. Charges up energy that user can throw like a projectile with different effects. Green Blast. Energy forms into a green ball that when it is thrown breaks upon impact with force and sends a small shockwave of force that pushes everything slightly away from where it hits. Supercharged Green Blast. Izuku forces more energy into a green blast that can multiply its effects. Can strain his arm and make his arm unusable for a bit if strained too hard. Requires 2 hands. Supreme Green Blast. Izuku uses different flowing strands of green energy that he shoots out simultaneously that create a green blast that has the power of 40 green blasts combined. Extremely dangerous to use as even the slightest bit of a misstep could result in the energy releasing early in Izuku's arm and injuring it gravely. Purple Blast. Energy forms into a purple ball surrounded by purple flames. Flames do not burn user and burn out in a flash once blast impacts something. Flames disappear instantly, but do burn anything near where the blast impacts. Supercharged Purple Blast. Izuku forces more energy into a purple blast that can multiply its effects. If used too often in a shirt span, it too overloaded with energy can lead to danger for burning his arms. Requires 2 hands. Mold. Blue energy that can be held like a solid object and molded into many things. Dense but lightweight. Can be used to bring things closer to Izuku or swing from object to object. If used for too long, or the mold takes damage, can lead to a mental strain on Izuku that begins with a nosebleed. Over time, as Izuku has used it, bright blue lines gave form the ridges and lines on his hands and lower forearms. Electricity. Izuku can conduct yellow electricity inside of himself that he can release in any direction. If he charges up too much to release, he will short-circuit his bodily functions and be paralyzed momentarily. Usage has caused yellow arcs of electricity to start shooting around in his sclera. Can be used to give Izuku a quick boost of energy. Wings. Izuku has a pair of wings that can be materialized with a flow of energy or vice versa. Wings are green in color, and most feathers have small purple flames that are mostly harmless but give feathers a burnt appearance. Wings have own senses of feeling that Izuku gains instantly. Wingspan is 6 meters. Izuku has lost his wings since having them ripped out in the attack at USJ. Devil's Sight. In Izuku's left eye, there is an infusion of red energy stolen from the Nomu at USJ. Red halo veins cover the left side of his face in a crack-like design, even running through his left eye, heaving residential cracks of energy through his sclera and iris and leaving his pupil blood red. Through using this energy, his left eye can see better in the dark, but everything is in shades of red. A flash of light will be more blinding than usual and will shut off the eye momentarily. Transformations. Izuku channels more energy from the halo that activates a new state or transformation. Currently, Izuku has 2 transformations. Transformation, Saint's Rage. Izuku activates all abilities at once, forcing him and the halo into a state of higher work. Can cause extreme exhaustion in Izuku and requires a long cool down. Physical changes involve purple flames coming from his eyes and his skin taking on a purple hue. Transformation, Saint's Demons, only accessed by extreme stress or anger. Izuku loses all sense of reasoning and control and becomes extremely violent. All of Izuku's abilities are locked off, and he only has access to increased super strength, super speed, and healing ability. Gains long claws for fingers that are extremely sharp. Physical changes include black leathery skin. Halo veins all become thicker with only a dark purple fluid. Horns that go back across his head, and his eyes become solid black orbs that cause fear in anyone who sees them from all of the malice Izuku gives off in this state. A flat part of the left horn is permanently sticking out of Izuku's skull, believed to be there because of the TED energy. This transformation is extremely dangerous for Izuku to use because he has no control over himself and will attack anything he sees. Where's the boss? Denki came down the stairs to the comments. He isn't in his room. Probably taking care of Eri, Katsuki said as he mixed pancake batter. I think he went to go find a room to give her last night's Sanmob, one of the empty rooms on the girl's side. I don't know which rooms those are, Denki said. We had a room showcase like just over a week ago. How can you not remember? Hanta asked. Do you? Denki tried to defend himself.
No.
But doesn't everyone have a name tag outside their room? Just look for the ones that don't. What are you guys talking about? Izuku came down the stairs holding Eri. Pikachu was trying to find you for something, I guess. Katsuki passed some seasoning bottles to Yui. I was in Momo's room. Izuku answered as he sat at the table. Doing? Denki wanted answers. Keeping watch for the bad man. Izuku said. Eri didn't want him around, so I agreed to kick his ass if he showed up. Did you kick his ass? Hanta asked. Nah, he was too afraid of my awesomeness. Didn't even show up? So you slept in Yaoyorozu's room? And nothing at all. Even the slightest bit of stuff we expect from you two happened. Minoru didn't believe it. No, I don't think it's weird because apparently we slept on the couch over there the night before. What? Mina looked at him in shock. How? Just, Mina hit her head against the table and kept it there. Did I just break her?
Izuku poked Mina.
Mina sat back up. Who saw this and didn't let me know to take pictures? Ijiro and Toru stayed silent, not wanting the pink girl's moment of anger to be at them. I don't know, Momo mentioned it last night. She said you were warm. Toru said before she could think of the consequences. Mina whipped to stare at her invisible friend. You knew? You couldn't tell me? Toru suddenly pulled out her phone. Would you look at that, my mom is calling me? Toru walked away fast. The phone wasn't ringing. Hanta commented. Momo came down the stairs at that moment. Why is there yelling? You know exactly why. Mina pointed at Momo accusingly. You were sleeping with Midori? Half of everyone choked on their breath at how that sounded. Momo's face turned red at the inappropriate thoughts of Izuku that arrived with that statement. Clearing her throat, she responded. Can you run that by me again? What is so bad about sleeping in the same room? Eri was confused about the conversation. Any mature themes going over her head? Nothing. Ashido is just weird. Izuku answered the small girl. Which she should stop doing in front of you. I will try. Mina said. So. Tenya cleared his throat. Today is our first day back in class after the events of USJ. Do you think things will be different? Probably. I guess the other classes will either A, try to coddle us because we almost died, or B, not like us because we got more attention. Izuku said. Especially you. Have you seen the news all weekend and last night after your fight yesterday? Mashireo asked. No, why? Glowstick, you left USJ in front of a bunch of reporters. The whole of Japan has seen by now how close to death you were. Last night some people already speculated it was you in that thing yesterday, connecting the broken kid from USJ. Oh. Izuku kind of forgot how much of a mess he was at the end of USJ. They have been using you as the poster child of why UA is losing their touch and shouldn't be trusted as much. They should ask my opinion before using me for political points. Izuku sighed. Although I do have a bone to pick with UA right now. About what? Mezu asked. I'm barred from participating in this year's sports festival because of my recent behavior. Izuku said.
What? Katsuki sounded mal.
I wanted to kick your ass in front of everyone. All in due time. Anyways, Nizu thinks that my attitude isn't as good as he wants it, so this is to give me time to think. He also said how the media wouldn't be thrilled to see the most injured person from USJ just up and added in the festival because he thinks it will look like Yui doesn't care about my safety but instead attention. That's dumb, Katsuki said. That's kinda what I said, although I might have used worse language. How bad? Katsuki level, but a little lower. Izuku answered. Momo whacked his arm. You're an idiot, you know that, right? I liked it better when you just called me a dork. Izuku rubbed his arm. Stop being an idiot then. That is a bit of a challenge. Izuku said. Eri got confused watching the two interact. Do you guys think we might have our second heroics course today? Mashireo asked. They will definitely be different with everything that happened. Are you following us to classes now, scientist girl? Katsuki asked. Melissa nodded. Just for this week. That way if Izuku's quirk does something out of regularity I can see it. What about Eri? Tsuyu asked. She does need supervision. I'm bringing her with me. Izuku said. I think Aizawa-sensei will be fine with it. I will bet a lot of money he says it's fine as long as she isn't loud. Momo whacked Izuku's arm again. How many times do I gotta tell you no gambling? How many hairs are on my head? Izuku asked back. Midoriya. Aizawa pinched his nose. Before I even get into the fact of seeing you on the news yesterday, why do you have a toddler here? She is Eri, and she is a professional hero. Izuku answered. I am her caretaker now, and I don't want to leave her by herself at the dorms. Is it fine if she is here with me? Aizawa sighed. As long as Eri isn't a disruption. Hey Eri, you just got a class at UA, way younger than I did. Izuku said as he guided Eri to his seat. Wait, am I in trouble for yesterday with you too, Aizawa-sensei? Aizawa shook his head. It appears as if the situation was dropped on you. I will let it slide. However, when I give you all a day to recover, that doesn't mean putting yourself in a life or death situation. I mix those two up a lot. Izuku shrugged. Eri had a chair created for her by Momo that was set between Izuku and her. Noticing how much nicer and also tired Izuku's teacher was. Before class, I want to make an announcement. Aizawa said as everyone got seated. As you should know by now, the sports festival is 2 weeks away. What's the point of we all can't be in it? Katsuki grumbled. So you know of Midoriya's punishment that speeds this along. Niza has, with stipulations, allowed Midoriya to try to get into the sports festival. What? Izuku asked, surprised that Nizu would change his mind. What kind of stipulations? A test. Principal Nizu announced as he walked into the room, followed by 3 upperclassmen. The first one was a well-built blonde with what could be described as a cartoonish face, with big blue eyes and a huge grin. Second one was a girl, way shorter than the tall blonde, who had really long blue hair and equally big eyes. The third person had indigo hair, was skinny, had elf-like ears, and was facing the other way looking like he didn't want to be there. A test of what? You gave quite a stern argument with me yesterday about the strength of you and your group of the Saints. I believe that if you are as strong as you say you are, then you should be able to compete with the top 3 students UA has to offer. Izuku looked at the 3 upperclassmen, all of whom had their eyes on him as well. Wait, so I am sparring with them? Indeed, 3-on-1. Nizu nodded. Right now, in fact. Nizu motioned for Izuku to follow. Everyone else is welcome to follow. In fact, I recommend it. Everyone was now at Gym Gamma, which was currently the big empty gym it was normally known as. So what are the rules? Izuku asked as he adjusted his gym clothes, his hero suit having been torn to shreds from USJ and still being repaired. I believe that if you are pushing your resolve as you say it is, I believe this should go until they have you incapacitated, or you have all three of them incapacitated. Nizu said, I also have one more thing. This affects all of 1A that has joined Midoriya's group. Everyone looked confused. However, it should be said after this spar. Izuku clapped his hands together. Alrighty. Let's do this then. You heard him. Nizu said as he stepped back, wanting to give them space for Izuku's test of willpower, and the test of his group as well. The blonde disappeared into the ground, confusing Izuku as he saw the clothes of the blonde dropping to the floor. Before Izuku could question that, the girl shot spiraling waves of energy at Izuku. Izuku dodged by jumping to his side, getting smacked as the blonde, completely nude, shot out of the ground and drop-kicked Izuku. What the hell? Izuku pointed to the naked guy. Get some clothes on. There is a 6-year-old here. Aizawa had already faced Eri the other direction. It's my quirk. Clothes don't follow me, the blonde said as he dropped into the floor again. Izuku guessed he should keep a sharp eye on the ground now because of the nude blonde. Jumping up high, Izuku dodged another volley of spiraling waves from the girl. Before he could return his own blasts at her, the third guy yanked Izuku back to the ground with octopus tentacles.
Ah shit.
Izuku groaned. That's not good language. The blonde reappeared and slammed a fist into Izuku's chest. Izuku rolled back, before picking off of the ground and using his mold to create a ball around him. Don't lecture me, Izuku shouted. You're naked in front of 15-year-olds. If I could be fully clothed right now, I would be, the blonde said. Oh, that's pretty, the girl said about Izuku's sphere of mold before sending out another volley of waves, jumping up and using her waves to make herself fly at Izuku. Thanks. Izuku dropped the sphere and sent out 2 supercharged green blasts at her, aiming for air in front of her. The shockwave could get her. Whatever your quirk is, it's cool too. The girl smiled before moving away from the blasts, but still feeling thrown off as their impact into each other caused a shockwave. Izuku dodged the tentacles from the third kid before he jumped at the girl, intent on taking out their best far-range person first. The blonde shot out of the ground again, and this time Izuku was counting on it. Throwing a blast, he got surprised as it went right through the blonde, who smiled and knocked Izuku over the head hard. That was almost unexpected, the blonde said. Izuku rolled away and turned his electricity on, sending it to his chest as a way to ward off the third kid grabbing him again. This is almost tough, Izuku said as he tried to think up a plan. I like your attitude, the blonde said, but you should know your limits. PSSH, Saints have never been good at that. Izuku decided to try something new. Izuku grabbed the energy he uses for his purple blasts, and instead of focusing then to his arms, he let it flow through his purple set of halo veins, coating himself with purple flames. The flames felt like they would burn Izuku if he held them for too long. Izuku punched a wave of the spiraling energy that the girl sent at him, causing it to actually get away from him and hit the ground before exploded. Seeing the girl look confused, he figured that wasn't meant to happen. Ignoring that for now, he rushed the indigo-haired boy, who wasn't expecting to be a target so soon. Izuku felt his instincts go nuts, so he jumped up, narrowly dodging the blonde that came out of the ground. Oh, have you gotten my timing down? The blonde was surprised. Sure. Izuku tossed a blast at the blonde, only to see it go right through him again. Maybe his quirk made him have the ability of not being a solid? Izuku stopped pondering as he launched an assault on the indigo-haired guy, who had somehow transformed his hands into clams to shield himself. Izuku felt a hit from the back and cursed as the blonde sent him to the ground. The indigo-haired boy used his tentacles to wrap up Izuku, whose fire had extinguished when he got pinned down. The girl got next to them, aiming her arms at Izuku. Nizu sipped his tea, ready to see if Izuku would pass the true part of this test. The other saints looked on with worry that Izuku had just failed. Izuku felt anger at being pinned. Losing this was not acceptable. A bit of black fluid shot through his halo veins at the thought of him being a failure. I think we dashed, the blonde tried to say.
Fuck no.
Izuku shouted. Saints aren't out until we're dead or unconscious. Izuku used his mold to shield himself from the blue-haired girl's direction and erupted in electricity, shocking the blonde off of him and making the indigo kid let go. Izuku rolled away and shot multiple green blasts into the air, hitting the lights around them and making the area get darker. Soon Izuku had broken the last light, and the entire gym was in darkness, save for his halo veins. You made yourself a big target, I hope you realize. The blonde wondered why the kid with glowing veins all over his body would turn off all the lights. He was now the only visible thing. You're all the only targets, Izuku said lowly, as he poured almost all of his energy into the halo. Forcing his abilities off was a constant work. Not having a proper switch, he had to keep a watch on having them cut off from being active and making his halo veins glow. He succeeded in masking himself in the darkness, leaving only the red lines on his face and eye visible. Izuku's 3 opponents felt a shiver as they saw the pupil expand and make the whole eye a blood-red orb, draining the red lines of their glow as well, leaving just his eye. I can see in the darkness, can you? Izuku said in a whisper before closing his red eye, melting into the darkness. Everything was silent and it unnerved everyone watching. It was impossible to tell if Izuku had chosen to stand still and just scare them, or he was actually moving and planning an attack. Eri felt intimidated by this side of her hero, wanting him back to his smiling, glowing self. Momo shuddered from how scary her crush could get sometimes. The blonde felt like he was being watched for a second and prepared himself for any attack, despite not being able to see or even hear his younger opponent moving. Kyoka and Mezu were the only two with any idea of where Izuku was, Kyoka using her jacks to hear the sounds of his careful steps and Mezu making multiple ears to hear his boss and more eyes better equipped for darkness, allowing him to make out a form that must be Izuku in the darkness. Seeing him about to take his first attack, the girl suddenly yelped as Izuku opened his eye again right in front of her and began to attack her. Completely caught off guard, she couldn't properly defend herself before she was knocked to the ground and went unconscious. The blonde shivered in the dark. Knee gyre? Izuku's eye closed again, and he again slipped into the darkness. The indigo-haired kid felt a chill and transformed his arm into a clam to protect his side, right as Izuku went for a strike. Mirio! The indigo-haired guy shouted. He is here. The blonde, now known as Mirio, nodded. On it. He disappeared into the ground. Izuku jumped away before crouching low and thinking of his situation. He can see through his eyelid with the eye closed, but it needs to open every 10 seconds. The indigo-haired guy had a good defense and could very well somehow transform into something that could also see in the dark. The other guy seemingly couldn't be hit at all, but that must be him perfectly timing his quirk activation. Izuku only had his natural but still incredible strength and his ability to see in the dark, all of his other abilities having been forced off hard to turn his glowing veins off. He could go in for a number of strikes at the Mirio character to see if he could be hit, but he would have to strike him while he was up and not in the ground. Mirio shot out of the ground next to the other boy. You okay, Tamaki? Tamaki turned his legs into bird's talons. I can't see him anymore. This is fighting blind. Mirio commented. Maybe for you. Izuku said next to Tamaki, who tried to go for a strike, but Izuku silently jumped over him and slammed his legs into Mirio's chest, actually hitting him. Whoa! Mirio jumped back and somehow became intangible in his chest as Izuku tried to hit it. You got a hit. I will get more. Izuku flipped backwards and slammed a heel down on Tamaki's shoulder, causing a pop sound. Ah! Tamaki winced as he felt his shoulder pop out of place. Izuku went for uppercut to Tamaki's jaw and felt a powerful strike to his chest and back at the same time, both Tamaki and Mirio landing hits on him. Izuku coughed up some blood as the hit from Tamaki was with those talons, and it definitely cut something and felt even more forceful than talons look. Mirio grabbed Izuku's arms and held them tightly behind Izuku, and Tamaki regrew his tentacles to hold Izuku down more. Second time should do it, Mirio said. Izuku struggled.
Fuck no.
Not until Izuku felt a hard impact against his head and blacked out. Minutes later, Izuku reopened his eyes. What happened? Izuku asked as he could see the lights were back on. I headbutt you. Mirio, now with his clothes back on, said. You did say how saints kept going till they were dead or unconscious, and I decided the latter was better. Izuku rubbed where he felt the bump on his head. You were right. You actually did way better than we thought you would. Mirio gave a thumbs up. The principal said how he wanted to test your character and gave you a challenge he didn't expect you to win. What, why? Izuku asked before he sighed. You wanted to see if I was all talk about saints going against the current. Correct. Nizu smiled. You talked about facing any challenge head-on and ignoring the risk. I wanted to see if you truly would keep going against the odds. These are the big three here. Nijire Hado, Tamaki Amajiki, and Mirio Togata. Three of the most powerful students we have here at UA, and even stronger as a team. Pro heroes that have experience would struggle with that lineup. You even knew that, but kept fighting, not even giving up when they all had you pinned down the first time. I didn't expect you to actually do as much damage to them. However, you knocked out Miss Hado, dislocated one of Amajiki's shoulders, and was the first person in 2 years to get a hit on Mr. Tagata. I don't like how I could barely fight it off before he knocked me out. Nijire pouted. Your eye is scary like that. It was unexpected. Tamaki mumbled. What is your quirk anyways? Izuku looked at Mirio. Can you make yourself intangible, or something? That would explain my attacks going through you, and you falling into the floor. Mirio smiled. Correct. You are a sharp one. Wait, that means that every part of you is intangible. Izuku put his hand to his chin as he thought. Well, yeah. So? Toru asked. Think about it. Izuku said. If he can pass through objects, everything passes through him. During his quirk usage, then he wouldn't be able to breathe oxygen because it goes through him. Can't see because light won't hit his eyes, and sound will pass his ears without hitting them, so he wouldn't hear either. He is blind during it. Wow. First, you are the first person to hit me in a while, and the first person that gets all of the catches of my quirk before I can explain it. You are correct, my quirk is basically being blind to the world. And you kept hitting me and getting to me without messing up. Your prediction ability is off the charts. Mirio's grin got bigger. I like you, kid. You have good potential. I'm a saint. We're built on potential. Izuku boasted. That actually brings me to another point. Principal Nizu said, none of you in 1A are allowed to participate in the sports festival if you continue to be saints. What? Izuku and his group all shouted in protest. I don't want to repeat myself. However, you're running a group inside of the school is enough for me to warrant saying that you have a disregard for the rule of an unsupervised organization. Violating that is enough for me to bar any member from the festival. Stop the group or leave it, and you can join the sports festival. Nizu watched every student's reaction. Well then, Katsuki said, you just lost some of the best possible contenders in the whole damn thing. Yes, sucks to suck. Denki nodded. It is a loss, but saints stick together. Tenya said firmly. As the boss says, saints are about loyalty. Hanta crossed his arms. So we can go without that festival. Shoto added. Izuku had pride as he watched every one of his saints all stand firm in the group, feeling tears of happiness begin to well up. So you all stand together? Nizu asked. Taking the problem together despite leaving being a way to benefit yourself. That is loyalty, like what Midoriya said. We're about loyalty. Izuku stated. Indeed. I will be waiting to see how well the saints do at the sports festival. Nizu smiled. Wait, we're allowed in it? Mashireo asked. It was a test? Tsuyu asked. It was. Aizawa spoke. Midoriya does say a lot about his saints. I believe hearing him say multiple times that saints don't leave others behind or saints stick together, something you all also agree with. I wanted to see if his group was as he said it was. Loyalty is a good aspect, even if you all go into trouble just for one of you. I will allow this group as long as you have 1 or 2 teachers in support of it. PSSH easy. Izuku snorted. Have them by the end of the day. Nizu said as he left, the big 3 following him. Hey Aizawa-sensei dash. Yes. Aizawa yawned.
Isponsalis.
You all have gotten stronger just being together. Even if you get into trouble, I think this is good for you. Awesome. Izuku said. I already know the second teacher. That was fast. Katsuki remarked. Who is it? Tsuyu asked. All Might. Izuku announced. He met Grandpa, knows about the saints, and I know he supports my goal anyways, so sponsoring it like this is something he would do. Excellent. Katsuki said. Which means we can go in that sports festival and I can win in front of the world. I would drop you like I drop my brain cells, Izuku said as they began to move back to the school, Izuku holding Eri's hand. You realize you called yourself dumb, right? Hanta asked. Yeah. I tackled a guy with a quirk based on touch off of a building. I don't think smart sometimes. Good thing we're smart, especially Yaoyorozu, Denki said. You're an idiot, though. Kyoka looked at Denki. That was uncalled for. Denki said. It was now lunch, and 1A had split to 3 tables in the back, with enough space for the addition of Eri and Melissa. Hey Glowstick, what the hell was that? Katsuki asked his friend. What do you mean? I think he means you're fighting in the dark. Yui answered. That was definitely new. Nito said. Yeah, that red energy ingot from the Nomu seemed to patch onto my face. Gives me a sort of darkness vision. Everything is red with it active, and I am weaker to light with that eye during it. If it can alter your eye, what about your ear? Some of the lines go to it. Momo indicated to the mentioned lines. Haven't tried. Maybe since that Nomu was jacked up with multiple powers, and probably stuff to boost his senses when my quirk stole the energy to keep, I might have small versions of it. Or your energy repaired your eye using the red energy, and that just happened. Katsuki said. Since you decided to have an odd quirk that is hard to read, sometimes we don't know. Try to do what you did to your eye, but with your ear. Yui offered. I will do that later. Now I want to talk about something important. Your fire for Momo? Can it for now, Pinky? Katsuki said. I'm going to annoy you next when I find you a partner.
Mina treade ned.
I wouldn't even be worried if I even liked anyone, Katsuki stated, no one noticing the slight frown from Yui. I want us all to be show stealers at the sports festival, Izuku said, getting the conversation back to the big topic. Nisa wanted to make it difficult for us to be there, so we gotta make sure everyone knows we are there. What's the sports festival? Eri asked, struggling to peel an orange. A special event held every year that UA does. Izuku started, as he helped Eri peel the orange. It means a whole lot, and especially the first-year students like us, because it is like our debut to showcase our abilities in order to get scouted by pro heroes to get internships. The sports festival is a huge event, and I want it to be where the Saints announce our presence to the whole world. Wow, the whole world. Eri pictured it while eating slices of the orange Izuku finished peeling. So how do we go about it, boss? Hanta asked from another table. We will spend a lot of the time between then and now working our asses off, I can tell you that. We get as many of us past the first round, which is made most of the time to take out like 90% of the competition, but not us. Refine our skills and make sure that people outside of our class don't know as much, so we can pull out the big guns and amaze as many people as possible with the stuff that Saints are made of. Pure awesomeness is what it is. Denki said. I have an idea I wanted to test out, but it can wait till after our heroics course today. Does anyone notice how people are looking at us funny? Mina asked. The Saints turned to see that in fact a large majority of the lunchroom was looking at the group that had tables farther away from everyone. Izuku knew that no one else actually heard what he was saying and took one of 2 guesses. Either everyone was just looking at the class that survived a villain attack, or they were trying to scope their competition. Please don't make a SC-dash. Momo tried to stop Izuku. Izuku made a scene. What are you all looking at? Izuku yelled. Fuck off, all of you. Katsuki joined Izuku, only for Yui to lightly smack his arm, making him look irritated but sitting back down. Just looking at the competition. A boy with lilac-colored hair and tired eyes said. Everyone here is well aware of when that sports festival arrives, most of the heavy hitters will be from the 2 heroics courses, especially 1A, the class that survived a villain attack. Damn right we are competition. Of course everyone will be giving it their all to get into the hero course classes, seeing as how evaluations will be made at the sports festival to see if anyone in general studies has more of what it takes to get into the course. With your class being weak from the attack, it will be easy to get a spot. One knew the guy struck a nerve with Izuku when he called them all weak. Izuku stood up and walked over to the boy, standing slightly taller than him. Listen, fuckhead, and this goes for all of you. I don't take insults to my crew well. Better remember that next time, especially since I know any one of my Saints could drop you all right now and before you. Izuku poked the lilac-haired boy in the chest. Come at my friends. You should not look so scrawny that my 6-year-old could drop you. At that moment, people looked at Eri to see her accidentally miss putting her straw in her juice box. The lilac-haired guy stared into Izuku's eyes, studying him. Noting how Izuku didn't brag for himself but rather the class, and a 6-year-old that was there for some reason. Well, I guess we have a war then. Oh, you don't want a war with the Saints, Izuku said. The two keep staring at each other. Yamamoto, if I wasn't so for you and Midori, I would have yelled for them to kiss by now. So I hope you understand my sacrifice here. Mina whispered to Momo. Why do you tell me these things? Momo wondered what she did to deserve Mina's teasing, even if it was sometimes nice. Hey boss, stop scaring the extras and get back here. Katsuki broke the silence. If I can't talk shit, then no one can. I think I made my point anyways. Izuku walked back to his seat. You realize you might have painted a target on all of our backs, right? Nito asked. Yeah, I am aware. We can handle it. I know we can. I am just making sure you know what you are doing. Nito sighed. I always know what I am doing, Izuku said as he tried to drink from the bottom of an unopened juice box, looking confused about why he wasn't getting the juice. Momo rotated the box and sighed. Our leader is a 2-year-old. I thought I was 4. Izuku replied. Good afternoon, students of 1A. All Might greeted them as he entered their classroom. Today you have another foundational heroic studies class. Is it the one we were meant to have last week? Achiko asked. That very one. All Might pressed the button that opened the panels on the walls for everyone's hero suits. Everyone having a case except for Izuku. Damn, your suit still isn't repaired? Denki said. Nope. Guess I get my gym clothes today. What is the hero class? Eri asked as she followed Izuku and All Might to the site they would use. Class where we take lessons in every aspect of being a hero in the field. Izuku answered. Is little Eri going to be following you everywhere, Midoriya? I want to say yes for the most part. I didn't want to leave her at the dorms by herself. I thought that recovery girl found her mother? All Might was confused. Mother wasn't very motherly. So now Eri is my sidekick, Izuku said. All Might knew there was more to it than just not motherly. However, he wouldn't press the issue. Hey All Might, will you sponsor the Saints?
Sponsor?
The principal said something about us violating a rule of an unwatched organization in the school. Aizawa-sensei us sponsoring us, and we need one more. All Might nodded. It is of no problem, Midoriya. Although correct me if I am wrong, you and 1A won't really like the supervision. We just do our thing. Yesterday, on our day of recovery, everyone trained. Except for you getting into trouble. The pro hero pointed out. No one is going to let that go, are they? The Saint sighed. The class of Saints and All Might were standing in the now familiar test site 4 streets over from the Battle Trials building. This, my faithful students, is the site of Battle Trials 2. All Might waved to the massive library building. There was a library here? Izuku looked confused. I flew around this place multiple times and never noticed. It was down the street from where you saved me, Hanta recalled. Ah. Izuku nodded. Now we make teams, All Might announced. Are we drawing lots again? Katsuki asked. Nope. Will the 5 MVPs of the previous battle trials come forward? All Might watched as Tsuyu, Mina, Denki, Yui, and Fumikage stepped forward. All right. Going from match 1's MVP down, you will all take turns picking people for your team. Try to think strategically. Not knowing exactly what the rules are this time means you must have a well-rounded team. Tsuyu nodded and made the first choice. Yaoyorozu. The said girl smiled and stood in line with Tsuyu. I am hurt I wasn't picked first. Izuku faked some tears. Be the best then. Momo teased him. Ijiro. Mina said excitedly. Top 3 pick. Ijiro grinned. Don't worry, boss man. You will get picked eventually. Denki said. You could pick me. Izuku said. Sorry man, but I call Monoma. Unexpected to get picked this early. Nito returned the fist bump Denki wanted. Nah dude, you can copy quirks and got monster strength. Denki smacked Nito's back. Careful where you hit. Nito winced. Right, sorry man. Forgot a shark tried to eat you. Denki immediately apologized. My heart.
Izuku wipe da non-existent tear.
Katsuki. Yui stated her pick. Ha, suck it, glow stick. Katsuki laughed. Picked before you. Katsuki stood next to Yui, unaware of her blush. I'll be picked next and shove it up your ass. Izuku flipped Katsuki off. I apologize, Midoriya, but I pick Aoyama. Fumikage said. Well, I really need to stop talking. Izuku said, while Eri patted his side to comfort him, not realizing he was joking. The darkness naturally chooses the star. Aoyama posed as he stood next to the Birdman. I pick the boss. Tsuyu croaked her next pick. Whoop. Izuku shouted as he got next to the Frog and Creation Girls. Why are you extra weird today? Momo asked. I dunno. Sports festival tests, fought the big three, and did better than everyone thought I would. Gotta see my Saints show their loyalty. Pretty big day. Izuku shrugged. Anyways, I pick Minoru.
Mina skjuter excited Ly.
Huh. The small boy wasn't expecting to get picked this early. Come on, man. Ijiro said. We both think you would be awesome. Think about it. Mina makes the plans an agile one. I can be a tank, and you can set traps. Minoru smiled. We got this. Team 2 had officially became the hype team. All three just revving each other up. We want Kirby. Denki grinned.
Yeah.
Achiko grinned. Yui looked at Mezu, who nodded. That was the quietest exchange. Hanta remarked. Shoto. Fumikage said, watching as the half-fire, half-ice boy nodded. Who should our last pick be? Tsuyu asked as the three people of Team 1 looked at the final 5 students, of Tinya, Mashireo, Kyoka, Toru, and Hanta. Oh, let me pick. Izuku said as he got an idea. Tsuyu thought about it before saying her next words. I know who you want and I agree. Call it. Izuku grinned. Ribbit. We want Hagakure. Oh. The invisible girl was confused. She didn't know why the powerful team of 3 of the best strategists wanted her. She wasn't really as good as the other picks. Come on, Hagakure. You got the perfect skill set for this team. Momo said. With Izuku's normal level of noise-making and fighting, next to my ability to make anything, you can fly under the radar. Right. Toru got excited as she joined them. I wanted Toru.
Mina pouted.
Our rats, we want Ojiro then. Mashireo nodded. I'm Music Girl. Denki said to Kyoka. We need your tunes. Kyoka looked embarrassed. Can it? She said as she stepped next to Nito. You can pick this one. Yui said to Katsuki. Elbows. Katsuki said immediately. Hanta did finger guns as he joined his team. Tinya realized he was the final student and deflated. I'm last. This is great for us. Fumikage said as he put a hand on Tinya's shoulder. You bring speed to our team. Tinya nodded, not even bothered by being last if his team actually wanted him. You all have excellent teams. All Might nodded, before sticking up one finger. Before we choose the matches, I have one question. Which team does everyone believe is the best? Who cares? Teamwork makes the dream work. Katsuki said. You are the last one I would expect to say that. Hanta said. Fuck you. Katsuki said in a normal voice, not shouting because he was next to Yui. Well, based off of synergy and strategy skills alone, it is Team 1. Ijiro said. Tsu is able to flow with everyone, Yaoyorozu is smart, Izuku is Izuku, and Toru can work with anyone just as well. Strategy-wise, they all are smart. And if we add quirks, their team is even more monstrous in skill. Izuku is Izuku? Izuku repeated with a raised eyebrow. What is that supposed to mean? You're something else. Momo answered. You're something else. Izuku said back. You're something stupid. Momo shot back. You're something. Izuku got cut off. Quit flirting. Not during the discussion. Toru shouted from behind them. What about our team? No one is saying us. Mina looked offended. We have a trapper, 2 close combats, and a close or mid-range fighter. Mashireo said. We all can work well together in this class, but strategically speaking our team isn't as versatile like them. Denki's team or Yui's team has equal amounts of variety, each having a sensor, aggressive combat, someone who can trap you with their quirk, and such. What about Bird's team? Katsuki mentioned. Speediest fucking class, shiniest fucking class, coldest fucker in class, and darkest fucker in class. That was definitely a description. Denki chuckled. Thank you for calling me shiny. Aoyama ignored the part about being called a fuck. Tokoyami picked crowd control with Todoroki and long range with Aoyama, Tenya giving the team speed. In honesty, I picked Aoyama and Todoroki because their quirks are bright enough to hinder Dark Shadow's rage if my dust isn't enough. I think it is still Azui's team that is strongest, Tenya said with a chopping motion. It's Tsu. Tsuyu corrected. Interesting debate. No one really wanting to claim their own as the best. All Might said. Which team as a class do you think is best? Team 1. Yui answered while others nodded. Is everyone in agreement? All Might watched them nod. Then Team 1 is Harby disbanded. What? Tsuyu asked, not liking that she just lost her team. Sometimes teams fall apart. All Might started. While this doesn't apply to you kids, hopefully it does happen in life. Teams will hit rough patches or just slip apart. Or the more frequent situation, planning a big mission but schedules don't line up or members get busy with other work. You 4 are being moved to the other teams. By being picked again? Izuku asked. Originally, yes, but I find it more humorous if little Eri gets to participate. All Might chuckled. Huh. Eri was confused. How do I pick? Sort them however you feel like. All Might said. But each team must get one. Izuku looked at his crew. No one put pressure on her. Eri looked at the 4 in thought, before walking up to Toru and pointing at Ijiro. That team. Yay. Mina and Toru cheered at the choice. Eri turned to Tsuyu. Are you actually a frog? Eri asked. Ribbit, was Tsuyu's response. Eri grabbed Tsuyu's hand and walked her over to Yui's team. You're here. Welcome to Team 4. Yui said to the frog girl. Or Team 3 since Team 1 died. Hanta said. We didn't die. Momo said. We came back after none of you came to our funeral. Izuku added. Eri looked at Izuku and Momo, thinking how she would like it if they were both on the same team. We're in no rush, Eri. Izuku said. I got all day to stand here and look cool. When do you start? Momo smirked. Izuku looked at her. I will have you know I have always been cool. You tried to drink a juice box from the bottom. Momo deadpanned. And I looked cool doing it. Izuku grinned. You are such a dork. A cool dork. Both of you quit flirting so Eri can decide. Kyoka said. Eri kinda liked how they talked to each other, disappointed that it was over. Eri grabbed Momo's hand and led her to Denki's team. Hey, we got the smart one. Denki clapped. That was rude. Izuku let himself be led by Eri to Fumicage's team. Dude, you tried to drink a juice box from the bottom. Denki said. I haven't seen Yayarosa do that, so you can see the choice there. Ahem. Anyways, I want every team to separate. All Might said. Only I will be watching the battles today as they happen, because I want to do something interesting. Once again, there is one team in defense and on entering the building, but I have bigger rules. No destroying large parts of the building. Sure, you can make a person-sized hole once or twice, but not excessively. I have removed the time limit for the action phase. The match goes until one team has been successfully and completely captured or the goal has been met. Also this time, if she is willing to participate more, this can be a hostage situation. Wait, you mean Eri? Izuku asked. Indeed, but only if she is willing. And everyone is careful. Whichever team is on defense gets 10 minutes in the library building before the offensive team is allowed in, from any direction, as I will allow them to walk around outside but not enter. This can teach you how to scope out a place before you enter. For all you know, a villain might make their place in a room with windows, giving you a clear shot at them. If a scratch happens to the hostage from either team, you fail. Villains shouldn't harm the innocents because in a hostage situation, the safety of the hostage is the only thing buying them time. And the heroes shouldn't harm those they are rescuing. Nice. So do you want an Eri? This could be hero practice. Izuku asked the little girl.
Eri nodded.
What do I do? Pretty much just sit there and chill. If the villains aren't jerks, make small talk. Kyoka said. Wait, so we don't know if we are on offense or defense, or which team we are up against. Momo asked. You will know the first, but only your team should know you're standing until your round goes. Each team not in the round will be secluded in separate buildings waiting, by planning and the such. Suspenseful, Denki said. I am pumped. Why is it being kept secret? Achiko wondered. In some situations you might get into, you won't actually know what you are up against. Even though you might be able to guess from experience, you can never be sure. With this, you know the other teams, but you don't know which one is the one against you. So you have to be ready for anything. Kinda like the boss fighting that one guy yesterday. What did he even do? Hanta asked. As far as I can tell, exactly, he can manipulate stuff by touching it, including living people. He rearranged a roof to block one of my blasts. Wait, how do you know he affects living things? Momo asked. Izuku didn't want to bring up how he had everything in his chest twisted around, causing him to die, or whatever, for a few minutes. Lucky guess. We are talking about this later. Momo looked mad. Momo, nothing bad happened. Izuku lied, and everyone knew that. Momo didn't respond and looked madder about the blatant lie. I shall be in a viewing room right there. All Might steered the conversation back to their class, pointing to the small red building right behind him. And I will separate the teams to their own respective waiting areas until they are in the match. How will you pick the matches? Tsuyu asked. By flipping a coin. All Might let out a chuckle. Really? Nito respected his mentor and previous holder of One for All, but his decision-making skills were sometimes odd. Indeed. All Might pulled out a quarter. First, let me take you to your buildings. Little Eri, stick with me. But Izu. Eri tried to protest. I will be fine. Izuku said. Can't get strong if my hero is always watching me. Take care of All Might.
Eri nodded.
All right, so follow me, students. All Might led everyone to their buildings. Little Eri, call heads or tails. All Might flipped a coin. I don't know how to call. Eri realized she also didn't know how to do other things with a phone. You can just say heads or tails. All Might caught the coin. Heads or tails?
Eri smiled.
All Might chuckled. Just one of the two will work. Oh, tails. Eri said. That makes Team Ishido an offensive team. All Might flipped the coin again. You can call it this time, Melissa. Heads. Melissa called it. I don't understand how this method works. Neither do I. All Might laughed. If Eri calls it correctly, that team is offensive. If you call it correctly, they are match one. Did I call it correctly? Melissa asked. You did. The pro hero answered. So now we flip for Team Kaminari. Tails, Eri said before he even flipped it. Eager. All right, this is correct, so they are offensive. That means the last two teams are automatically defensive. All right, Melissa, call it for whether Team Kodai is match one or two. Tails. Melissa called it. All right. Looks like match one is Team Ishido on offense against Team Yui on defense. Eri, come with me to fetch your defenders for this match. Melissa, I believe you know where the viewing room is. I'll be there. See you, Uncle All Might. Melissa went off to the red building. What do I do? Eri followed All Might. In this match, you would just sit in an area and the team on defense must guard you from offense, while the offensive team must retrieve you from the building safely. Will Izu be saving me? Eri asked. Young Midoriya is on defense. He will be protecting you. Eri smiled at that. All Might walked into the office area he left Team Yui at. You kids are up, he announced. We're up already? Katsuki grinned as he jumped off of a cabinet. Hell yeah. Right off the bat. Hanta pumped his fist. The other three followed quietly. This room looks good enough, Hanta said as they stepped into an office in the first level of the basement. Ribbit. No one can get us from below or from windows. Sue added. This will work then. Yui announced. Do I just sit? Eri asked. Sure. Hanta pointed to the main desk's chair. You can even be the boss of the library. So what is our plan here? Katsuki said. We don't know which fucks are coming, but the heaviest hitters from each team are obvious. We should plan around that. If it is Team Ishido, then all we gotta do is mostly worry about Kirishima. Meza said. From what I hear, his bull rush is quite a heavy hit. Pinky also is dangerous with acid and reflective discs. Gumball is made for defense, so on offense he won't peak as good. Tail is probably the best at formal fighting. Katsuki said his observations. Hagakure could sneak in and just walk out with Eri. Hanta said. We would notice the floating 6-year-old. Sue said. I can stay guard. Meza said. My senses will allow me to notice quicker if anyone comes. That is acceptable. Yui nodded. She looked at Katsuki. I believe you will roam for a fight? Katsuki shook his head. As much as I want to, it's your call, princess. You're running the show. Yui hid her smile. Start farthest up with your roaming for conflict. Make them think you are an aggressive guard up there. He is aggressive, Hanta remarked. Shut up. Katsuki snapped. I can stay close by, but on the first floor, most of the books and shelves create a maze I can hop around on. I can swing around the giant open area at the front and just wait for any that enter the front door. Hanta said. I will work with Shuji here. Yui said. Everyone have their roles? Fuck yeah. Katsuki nodded. Go team. Hanta said as he began to leave. This will be interesting. Mezu stated as he began to meditate on the desk that had the chair Eri was spinning in. All right team, what are we gonna do?
Mina shouted.
Kick ass. Ijiro yelled. And chew bubblegum. Minoru yelled. We don't have gum right now. Mashareo stated. So we kick ass. Tura shouted. I'm going to check windows from over there. Mashareo pointed to the north side of the building. All right. I will check from the south. Ijiro ran off. We can't enter the building, right? Minoru asked. No, why? Mina asked. The purple midget grinned. I'm climbing it. I don't think you can. Turu said. Not entering. Minoru pointed out. So what is our game of the plan? Denki asked his team. Either way, we should send the person with the least destructive quirk to either defend or be the main person to get Eri. That's Momo, Kyoka said as she looked to her friend, who still looked mad about earlier with Izuku. Are you okay, Yaoyorozu? Achiko asked as she noticed Momo still looked mad.
Infine.
Just going to yell at Izuku again next time I see him. Wait, did he not mention that his chest was all torn up inside, or something to you? Denki asked, not noticing Nito's signal for him to shut up. What? Momo asked with an irritated tone. Wait, Izuku didn't tell you? Achiko asked. All I know was he got hurt by that guy, and Eri used her quirk to heal him. Momo really wanted to yell at Izuku. What exactly happened? That guy used his quirk on Izuku to make his chest not have proper organs or whatever. Izuku said it felt like he actually died. Denki answered, not wanting Momo's wrath, as she was actually the scariest one in the class to him. Momo took a breath. You're going to scream at him, aren't you? Kyoka knew the answer. Yes. Momo said flatly. Okay, let's make our actual plans for our match. Nito tried to steer the conversation back from the current topic. Well, I guess by now it is official that we are going in the second match. Tenya checked the time to the conference room they were in. Damn, I'm already bored. Izuku leaned back in his seat. If on defense, which of us should be watching Eri if not all? Fumikage asked. My attacks do better with more room, and my fire isn't up to a good enough standard for that. Shoto said. I can stay close, but actual guarding wouldn't be wise for me. Nor would it be wise for me either. Fumikage said. Dark Shadow has better control, but I will not risk it around a child. Shit, me and Aoyama can do it. Izuku sat forward. Twinkling buddies. Aoyama nodded. We will be the best duo of defense. With my speed, I can be a response to any situations that arise. I can roam until properly needed. And with the comms we are given, that is good. Fumikage nodded. How about offense? Cut the power again? Izuku asked. That leaves 2/3 of our team at a disadvantage. Shoto said. So just like the first battle trials. Izuku shrugged. I say we don't. Oh, I have a good offensive idea. Tenya said. Action phase about to start. All Might announced. Good, I am fucking bored. Katsuki stood up, noticing a moving shadow across a window. What the fuck? Start. Ijiro heard as he grinned and activated his first bull rush. Showtime. Ijiro crashed through the wall in a charge, everything breaking away and making a new door for him. Geez, that was huge. Mina remarked as she followed Ijiro in, who was on one knee taking a breath. You fine? Mina put a hand on the bandaged red head. Ijiro felt his energy kick back in and stood up. Never better. Minoru dropped through the window, landing quietly in an open hallway that looked over the floor below. I'm in. Minoru said into his comms. Going to search the top floor? Neato. Turu replied. I am checking the third floor. Hey Gumball Head, check your surroundings. Minoru cursed his luck when he heard the most aggressive person in the Saints speak. Minoru turned to see Katsuki grinning like a madman. Perhaps we can talk about this? The smaller boy asked.
No.
Katsuki said flatly. Mina smacked her head against a wall when she realized a major mistake they made. Guys, we didn't from a plan of extraction, Mina said into her calm. Anything for me will have gone out the window anyways. Minoru spoke. Bakugo just tied me to a door upside down. My Netta has been captured. All Might announced over the speakers. Rats, that was fast. He wasn't expecting a flashbang. Katsuki said over Team Mina's comms. Hey, give that back to my Netta. First off, in the words of the boss, suck my ass, and secondly, I was just borrowing it to say I saw you, Tails. I watched you enter through the north entrance, and I am coming. Everyone heard a scuffling sound as Katsuki gave Minoru his comm back. Hey guys, he gave me back my comm, Minoru said. I am just going to hang out here with the door. Sorry I was out so fast. Not much you could have done on short notice against Bakugo, Mina said. Kodai spun Eri's chair again, having a small smile as the little girl laughed at the motion. This is fun.
Eri giggled.
It is a nice distraction before conflict. Mezu commented. Hey, I captured Gumball on the 4th floor. Katsuki announced over their comms. Saw Tails enter the 2nd floor on the north side. I'm close to there. I'll check it. Hanta informed them. I'll say something before I engage. He knows that I saw him. Katsuki added. So he is expecting a big entrance. Sneak on him using that. I can distract him from a side if possible. Ribbit. Kirishima and Ishido are on the 1st floor entering the basement. They didn't see me, but I am following them. We'll need someone to back me up. I will help. Yui got prepared to leave the room. Shuji, what direction do you hear them in? Mezu listened for a second. They sound like they might be close, but coming from the right side of the door. Young Siro has been captured. All Might announced. Guys, this might sound stupid, but I got caught by Hagakure because she tripped me and tied me up with my tape before I could realize it happened. Well shit. Katsuki cursed. Yui stepped into the hall silently, hearing far-off chatter. Are you sure we are on the correct floor? Mina asked Ijiro. The basement is a smart place to go. No windows, way fewer entrances to it. I believe that they have Eri down here. Mina turned on her comm. Toru, Ojiro, help us check the basement. Kinda busy hiding from Bakugo on the 3rd floor. Toru whispered. He is like 10 meters away trying to find me. Hit him for a neck chop. Knock him straight out. I will try. Yui used a small mirror to check her corner, seeing no signs of Mina or Ijiro, who have stopped talking. I think Invisi bitch is around here, Katsuki said into his comm. Invisi bitch? Tsu repeated. You know which one I mean. Katsuki replied. She can jump me and I don't want to risk her getting a sneak attack, so get up here, Frogger, 3rd floor west side, by the staircase. When did you think things through without charging? Tsu asked. Not my mission to ruin. I'm not in charge. Katsuki said back. Just get up here so she uses her stealth advantage. Tsu, you can go. Yui spoke into her comm quietly. I can handle Ishido and Kirishima until you two come back. Once I know Invisi bitch is taken care of, I will be down to help you, Yui, Katsuki said. Yui couldn't help but smile before she heard a floorboard creak outside of the conference room she was cutting through. Kodai, if that not you who made the sound in the hallway, you have company from just one of them. I only heard one set of footsteps. Mezu reported. It's not me. I will make sure you all know who it is before I engage. Yui replied. Don't get into too much trouble. Katsuki said. No, that's your territory. Yui responded. Look at you with some comebacks. Katsuki let out a laugh. Katsuki, I see you from over the banister. I think I see Hagakure behind you. If that rug flattening slightly was a tell. Just tell me when she gets close enough that I can turn the tables. Yui peeked into the hallway, and instead of Mina or Kirishima, she saw Mashireo, who was facing away from her, luckily far enough away that she can still whisper into her comms. It's Ojiro near me. Looks like they all might know about us in the basement. That just means Invisi bitch might have gotten the info from elbows. Or they guessed my destructive behavior was put as far away as possible from the squirt. Katsuki guessed. It makes sense. You are kinda destructive and the goal is to not harm Eri. Tsuyu added. I wouldn't have harmed her. Katsuki said. No chances are taken. Tsuyu said. I'm going to engage Ojiro. Yui cut in. Are you sure? Your form still needs a little work before you can fight someone like him in combat. Katsuki actually sounded slightly concerned. It won't be direct. I will try to box him in with the same trick I used against you. Yui moved into the hallway and held a small sheet of metal from her utility belt. The hallway he is going down, if my sound is of any indication, ends, and he will have to turn around or go through offices. Meza reported, using his powered-up senses to replicate echolocation somewhat. That works, thank you, Shuji. Yui slid up to the corner that Mashireo had just walked around, before his tail almost direction hit her. Yui barely dodging it.
Ikudai.
Mashireo got into his fighting stance, having one hand to his comms so his team heard him. You're not one for more roaming, so Eri must be down here. It could be a ruse. Yui got into the form Katsuki had been teaching her. Bakugo now. Tsu announced that Katsuki could turn and attack Toru. Either way, my team is coming to check. Mashireo looked confused as he listened to his team on his comms. Invisi bitches down. Katsuki said. What did you call me? Yui could hear Toru yell from Katsuki's comm and Mashireo's. You heard me. Katsuki responded as he presumably tied her up. Young Hagakure has been captured. All Might announced. It's now 4-3. Yui said to Mashireo. I'll even the odds. Mashireo replied. I saw Katsuki teach you, and I can counter it. Counter this. Yui repeated the same tactic she used during the first battle trial to Katsuki, made the sheet metal grow so large he dug into the walls, ceiling and floor, creating a new wall between her and the tailed teen. I blocked Ojiro momentarily, but he should soon find his way back around. On our way down. Katsuki replied. Hurry up, Frogger. I'm one floor closer than you, Karo. Tsuyu sounded annoyed. No, you're not. Katsuki said as the building shook slightly. I'm using my 2 or 3 destruction allowances to cut down. Another explosion sounded, closer this time. Don't waste your last one yet. Yui asked. You might need it down here. Kodai, I hear 2 footsteps around the corner from you. Meza spoke. I believe Ishido and Kirishima know where you are. Yui pulled out a small metal piece, barely as long as her thumb and barely any width to it.
Ikudai.
Mina said as they found her and had her cornered. Sup? Ijiro smiled. Give us Eri and we will be nice. Mina made a grin. Leave me alone or I will get my attack dog. Yui replied. You have an attack dog? Mina asked. Who the fuck is your attack dog? Katsuki asked over the comms. Language Bakugo. Tsu spoke.
Sari.
Whom the fuck are you calling your attack dog? Is it Bakugo? Mina asked. Yui looked at where they were in the building and remembered that right above them is the crest of this fake library and Surei made into the floor of the entrance. If you are still on the first floor, do something by the entrance, Katsuki. It is Bakugo.
Mina nodded.
Well, yeah, who else on their team is prone to anger? Ijiro asked. Katsuki, closer to the door when you see it. Yui positioned her metal piece so that it pointed at the ceiling. When I see what? Katsuki looked confused. Without answering, Yui made the pole grow, making it go faster than usual. The pole jammed into the ground and ceiling at the same time, but Yui kept pushing its growth until she felt less resistance on the top part. Oh, I see it. Katsuki responded. Down in a sec. The ceiling exploded with a hike that Katsuki dropped out of, now in between Yui and Mina/Ijiro. Now that's an entrance. Ijiro grinned. I take burn notice and you take pinky? Katsuki looked back slightly at Yui, who had shrunk the pole to a reasonable length for a fighting staff, her best type of combat. That works. Yui smiled. Burn notice? Really? Ijiro asked. What happened to red head or shitty hair? It fits you better. Katsuki got into his stance, hands crackling with mini explosions. Like my foot about to go up your ass. I love the attitude. Let's do this. Ijiro rushed Katsuki. Mezu looked at the door as Mashireo walked in. Hello, Ojiro. Meza said with his comm active to let Tsuyu know the situation. Hi Shuji, shall we have a formal fight since we can't fight in here with Eri? Mashareo indicated to the room that he entered from. That is somewhat reasonable, although what would I do if my hostage were to just walk away? Mezu didn't want to act like he knew Eri was upside down in a chair and spinning it ignoring them. Take the risk, I guess. Eri, I want you to stay here, Mezu said with only a little authority because he knew she wasn't listening. You call that a bull rush, you dumbass? Katsuki's voice came from the comms. Left you wide open. That works. Mashareo found the scene a little funny. That's the risk. Ijiro heaved. Young Kirishima has been captured. All Might announced. Mezu and Mashareo went into the next room, empty save for some shelves against a wall. Are you ready? Mashareo got into his stance. Need help with the pinoi, or do you have it? Katsuki said over the comms. Help. Yui grunted as a thump was heard. Get over here, Pinky. Katsuki shouted and let off explosions. Indeed. Mezu nodded. Young Ishido has been captured. All Might announced. Except you are the last one against 4. Suffice to say, I think you should surrender. Mezu said to the tailed teen. Mashareo deflated. Damn, I didn't get to do much. Well, like the boss says, Saints won't be stopped if we are still moving. Mashareo got back into his stance with renewed vigor. Then let's have a good fight. Mezu used his duplication quirk to make multiple arms as he rushed in towards Mashareo. Mashareo cloaked himself in purple and went low, dodging the 10 arms that went for him, slamming a strike from his foot into the back of Mezu's knee, and using his tail to throw himself up like a spring to uppercut Mezu's jaw. Mezu fell back a few steps. Your strength has increased, it seems. Mostly in my tail, Mashareo said as he spun through the air and spammed his tail down on Mezu's arms he raised in defense. Mezu winced as one of his duplicate arms was definitely broken. Indeed, you can do a lot of damage. Mezu created more arms and used them to grab Mashareo as he came in for another strike. Too many arms being around for Mashareo to find an easy spot. I have you now, can you call it? Well, since this is a simulation of a real situation and not the real situation, I guess I could fold. Mashareo reasoned while he was upside down, held by 7 arms. I have detained Ojiro, Mezu announced. Defensive team Yui wins. All Might announced. Since you all were the first match, I suppose you all can come to the red building. No viewing the next match, however, to make this all fair. Hey, let's fucking go. Katsuki pumped his fist, grinning like a madman at their victory. Yui had a small smile, proud that her first time as a team leader was a success. Good job, princess. Katsuki tapped her shoulder with his fist as he walked past to grab Ijiro, who was tied up on the ground. Yui felt a different emotion when Katsuki smiled at her and tapped her shoulder. This sucked, I barely did anything. Minoru whined when they got to the waiting area, a classroom in the red building. Dude, I got one tapped before I was aware of it. Hanta joined him. Doesn't help that Kodai sent Katsuki after more than half of us. Mina had her head on the table, not really upset about losing as much as she should be. It was a good tactic, Yui said as she checked her belt pouches to make sure everything was accounted for. It's kinda unfair when he only listens to like 3 people and is violent. Toru said. You all are just jealous she was smart. Katsuki was polishing one of his grenade gauntlets. So you listen because she is smart? Dude, we all are at UA. Everyone has intelligence here. Ijiro argued. Pikachu is a prime example of you being wrong. Katsuki replied. She made a plan at USJ that resulted in a fucking meteor getting shot like a cannon. I will gladly follow anyone who makes something that badass. Mina squinted when she saw a ghost of a facial expression on Yui's face. Never seeing her blush or make emotions most of the time, making that one time stand out. Despite her urge to say something, Mina decided to just watch and see what happens this time around. When do we get to go? Izuku groaned as he took a card from the deck, having brought out his deco to play with the others to pass the time. Fumikage coughed. Hopefully soon. I'm itching too. I apparently get buildup of the Loa dust, and I need to release some once in a while. It would be bad to release any in here with us. Might throw our game off. I would not shine properly. Aoyama said. And on defense our guard would be worse. It would help if we waited in a room with windows. Shoto said. Wait, how long can you hold that stuff before you need to release it? Izuku asked. I can probably go 10 or 20 minutes. Fumikage said. So if we don't get to go really soon, you definitely gotta release some outside. Tenya said. A knock happened at the door before it got opened anyways, All Might looking confused about Eri opening it to run in. Izu. Eri ran up to him excitedly. I played the hostage amazingly. You did? Who had you hostage? Izuku asked. Bunny Ears made me promise not to say. Eri said. He said it should be a surprise. Oh well, I guess I get to hear the surprise later. Wait, are we defenders? Izuku looked to All Might. Indeed, Eri was really excited when she found out Izu would be defending her. All Might grinned. Izuku picked up Eri and put her on his back as they all started to follow All Might to the library. I've had practice, so this should be a cakewalk. How basement levels are there? Shoto asked as they looked at the stairs down. According to this map, 2. Tenya stood in front of a map. The lowest level having a generator room and several small archive rooms, as well as an older section of the library. UA really goes all out in making a fake city. That's the floor. Fumikage said as he went down the stairs. I will be on the first floor of the basement, patrolling between the 2 staircases down to the lowest floor. I can stay up on this floor. Shoto said as he stayed behind. Or the second floor. I can announce any persons I see enter and let us all know what team we are up against. I will stay in the first basement level, closest to us all. Tenya said. Let's chill in that older library section, you two. Izuku said to Aoyama and Eri. I see a person. Achiko said as she looked through binoculars that Momo made. Who? Denki said through the comms, having decided to wait by the south side of the building. Didn't get much of a good look, but red hair for sure. Achiko said. So either Kirishima or Todoroki. Kyoka said from next to Achiko. Let me use my earphones to try and find some talking in there. I can confirm it is Todoroki, Nito said. He is patrolling the second floor, so they might be there. Could be throwing us off because they know we can be watching. Denki pointed out. Hold on, I hear talking. Kyoka focused harder. That place has a basement, and I can't tell who but 3 people, laughing or something. That could be whoever is watching Eri playing with her. Achiko guessed. So definitely the boss, since Eri adores him, and I don't he would say no to guarding her. Denki added. Should we go for Eri immediately, or take out anyone patrolling first? Make the odds better for us? Nito asked. Because with his level of ice control and his red blast, he easily can defend himself against one-on-one attacks. You can take his quirk if you get in close. I can shock him to give you that time. Freeze him with his own medicine. Denki offered. Does anyone else feel a slight vibration? Shoto asked. I do indeed. Either one of them is violating the rules or using a quirk to scan us. Tenya speculated. Oh shit. Might be Kyoka. Izuku offered. It could be Bakugo's ability. We still haven't found out what it is. Tenya said. I doubt he would have a sensory ability, not his style. Aoyama said, being over the comm because he was in another broom that had mirrors. The abilities aren't your choice. He has a pre-made power, but he doesn't know it as far as I know. Izuku said. I am going with the idea of Jiro. I saw Kaminari outside, I believe. Shoto said. Oh, interesting. Izuku poked Eri's nose while talking. Team Denki. That means him. Boy, Kirby, Kyoka, and Momo. She's pretty. Eri commented, which Izuku nodded to. Their team has dangerous combos. Jiro can use shockwaves of sound to paralyze a person. Shoto said. I think it would be wise of me to get down there with you guys. Correct me if I am wrong, but can't Mademoiselle Jiro detect us if we make sound? Aoyama said as he began to return to Izuku and Eri. Well shit, they know where we are for sure. Izuku cursed. And Yaoyorozu is upset with you, Midoriya. Fumikage said. Although I doubt she would react now, it is still a risk of her not playing nice with you. Yeah, I might be unwise of a choice to have around Eri. Izuku sighed.
No.
Eri shook her head. You're the best choice. Izuku smiled and ruffled Eri's hair. Yeah, but Momo is upset and might lash out. This is still speculation. For all we know, and should expect Yaoyorozu will be mature about it. Tenya spoke. Better to be safe than sorry. Izuku replied. She did scream at him yesterday. Shoto added. That was intense. Fumikage recalled. You don't have to tell me. I was the one being yelled at. Izuku grinned when Eri poked his nose. The pretty lady Momo was scary when she was yelling. Eri added. Midoriya's eyes were so wide. Fumikage laughed. Stop embarrassing me. Izuku groaned over the calm. I'm trying to have a cool image. I thought they said you lost that when you tried to drink the juice box that was upside down? Hey, you missed the straw on yours. Izuku said to the little girl. I'm 6.
Eri responded.
She already has comebacks like you. Aoyama laughed. So are we gonna just make jokes at me and not prepare a new plan? Izuku changed the subject. We should all stay on the same floor, close enough to help each other if needed. Any combination of them could be disastrous. Especially Kirby. One touch and we are screwed. Not necessarily. Shoto said. We all have ways to propel ourselves through the air, so it's not an immediate elimination. True. It will be a disadvantage, however. Most of their team have ways of stunning us, aside from Monoma, but he can copy everyone else's quirks, so it's moot. Worst two to fight are Momo and Inboy. Izuku said. I can fight whichever one of them that shows up first. I will provide backup if able. Tinya said. How long until our prep phase is over? Shoto asked. Not long. Aoyama checked a clock. Barely 30 seconds. Well, I am on the first level of the basement now. Shoto let everyone know. As am I and Ida. We are both in the North Hall. Fumikage added. Ready to hit it, Pikachu? Achiko asked. You know it, Kirby. Denki confirmed. Time to return the favor, Izuku. Momo added. Action phase has now started. All Might announced. Alright, let's do T-. Izuku was pumped until the lights went out. She didn't just copy my move. She did. Fumikage said. Only 2 of us can see in the dark. Dark Shadow appeared for the first time in a day. Hey, I finished it. Dark Shadow held a yellow ball of swirling energy. Similar go his own shadowy eye. Fumikage took the glass-like object gently. What does this do exactly? Fumikage asked. I took lessons seeing the Descendants' red one. Should be like his in every way but color. Fumikage nodded. Can I turn it on and off? Permanently turned on. However, I already have a solution for when you don't need it. Dark Shadow took the dark purple eye patch that Fumikage was wearing, revealing his destroyed eye and scarred area. Infuse this eye patch with my shadow and such. Makes the eye see only darkness, so it is off technically. Quickly do the swap, please. Team Kaminari could arrive quickly. Fumikage asked. This could be an advantageous tool. On it. Wait, are you getting your own demon side ability? Izuku asked. It appears so. Fumikage felt a buzz as Dark Shadow began infusing the demonic eye into his skull. Nice. Izuku whistled. It will definitely change the outcome slightly. Shoto added. If they detect us from sound with Jiro, I think it would be best to stay silent, unless something is absolutely necessary to say. Tinya said. I moved with Eri farther away from the stairs, currently in what looks like a copier room at the opposite end from the closest stairs. Aoyama spoke. Guys, I'm going dark mode. Try to not attack me in the halls. Izuku asked. Dark mode is what you call that thing you did today during that test, correct? Where you turned off your powers except the eye. Fumikage wanted to make sure. Yeah. Barely more than a whisper, they heard Shoto speak into his comm. They are here. Momo dropped silently down the hole she had carefully made to land on the first basement floor, adjusting her night vision goggles before continuing. Okay, the 3 we guess have Eri are now split up. One of them entered the hallway. If you continue your path, Momo, you might run into that person, or you can ignore them. Kyoka reported. I am going in from the north side and the closest staircase down to the 2nd basement level. Nito whispered into his comm. Please don't hurt your chest too much. Kyoka added. Yeah, man, be careful with it. Earphones will beat my ass if you overdo it. I promise I will be fine. If I get cornered, I will use good judgment. Momo finished cutting her hatch that dropped into the 2nd basement level, having found a perfect spot that won't have light follow her. Don't use your Izuku judgment. Achiko said. That would make it worse. I don't want to make it worse, I want to have it heal. Nito said. I'm on the 1st basement level, and I think I just saw Todoroki. Denki said. requesting backup near the southern staircase. Over there in a sec, Nito said. If you know which path he took, maybe we can box him in. Momo carefully peered into the hallway and saw exactly who she was mad at in that current moment. I found Izuku. I can follow for backup. Achiko offered. Momo gave no response, opting to go after Izuku. Hang on, Achiko. I am going to guide you to her. Kyoko worried that her best friend might do something dumb to ruin the match. I have a bad feeling, like I am being watched and followed. Shoto said into his calm and felt the hairs on his neck stand up before he smelled ozone. Reacting as fast as he could, he made a wall of ice behind him, blocking a majority of the electricity that was shot at him. Shoto winced from the amount that did hit him. That full amount would have definitely been enough to paralyze him long enough to be captured. I have Kaminari here, same floor as you but south side. Coming to you ASAP. Tinya said. My energy blades are enough light to help me see.
Itudoroki.
Denki shouted from the other side of the ice. What's cooking? The power is off, so nothing. Shoto replied, forming a plan of defense. He wouldn't be overly arrogant this time around. Well dang, I wanted Salisbury steak. Denki's voice seemed to go away from him. Shoto wanted to question it before he got zapped from behind. Ah, what? Shoto was brought to his knees by the shock. Nito was standing there, having copied Denki's quirk. Good plan, Denki. It worked? I mean, of course it did. Denki clapped as he climbed over the ice. Shoto shot a dome of ice over himself to stall for time. Nito, can you break this? The electric boy kicked the ice. Denki, get away from it. Nito moved away. Shoto broke his ice dome, standing back up and having his white glow surrounding him. That was a good plan, I must admit. Shoto's left half covered itself in a small layer of fire, however I have the advantage. We thought you weren't arrogant anymore? Denki looked confused. That's why I'm here. Tinya slid to a stop, his energy blades out and illuminating a large portion of the hallway. Whoa, lightsabers. Nito remarked. Not lightsabers. Energy blades. Tinya corrected. Won't those cut them? Shoto really didn't want any saints dismembered. I actually learned with my Netta how to craft them into something blunt. No sharpness, just a really hot yellow bar of energy. Tinya explained. Like butter. Denki grinned. Tinya looked irritated. Let's take out him first. Really got under your skin? Nito asked. Shoto. Tinya said the ice and fire teen's name. Shoto made ice flow out of his leg and straight at Nito, covering him in ice to his mid-thighs. You're up, Ida. Tinya flashed towards Denki, going so fast he moved around the shot of electricity Denki sent out. Tinya was led Denki over the head with an energy blade. Ow, that thing is hot. Denki rubbed his head as he dodged a kick from Tinya, who wasn't relenting his assault. Shoto looked at Nito. Your chest is still not fully healed, correct? Nito felt useless when he realized he couldn't really do anything else because of his chest. Yeah, my chest is still bad. I don't want to make it worse, so please don't fight. Nito knew that Kyoka could hear them and would lose her shit yelling at him if he did anything to damage his chest. Just this once, I guess. However, we should both have an official fight once my chest is back up to standards. Shoto nodded. I can do that. Young Monoma has surrendered. All Might announced. Fumikage coughed as he decided it was now or never to release his built-up Loa dust. His demonic eye transplant being a success as he could now see in the darkness and with his new pure yellow and smoky eye. Everything being shades of yellow through it. Everyone be careful near the west wing of the basement. I have to release Loa dust. Fumikage warned the others as he stuck his arms into a slightly open door to an office and began to spray the smoke from his arms, breathing in a little bit of it. Oh, that feels so much better. Fumikage took a clean breath, his body no longer being clogged with the smoke. I really need to set a schedule to release that. A rock smacked into Fumicage's head and he spun to see what caused it, seeing Achiko wearing night vision goggles and surrounded by a purple glow. Hello, Uraraka. Fumikage stopped pouring smoke out and faced her, dark shadow not out due to the affects of the smoke being too much for him, as well as using all of his energy to give Fumikage his new eye. Heito Koyami. Achiko made more small objects float. Can I assume that you can shoot objects with the added powers? Achiko grinned. I actually can, not just making things float anymore. This makes it more interesting. Fumikage dodged a marble that was shot at him. How many can you shoot at a time? Haven't really tried more than 2. It gets hard to make them all go to the same spot. Perhaps after this I can help you with it. Fumikage sprayed some Loa dust, just enough to cause light hallucinations. Achiko covered her mouth and nose, taking a step away, knowing his Loa dust is not really something she wanted to breath in. Taking a breath of clean air, she shot another marble at Fumikage, nailing his shoulder. Fumikage winced. They definitely can hurt. Achiko grinned before she rushed Fumikage, barely missing an attempt at touching his arm to remove his gravity. Dang, I missed. You have definitely gotten faster. Fumikage dropped low and sprayed more Loa dust. This time both of them inhaled a decent amount of it. This feels weird. Achiko tried to grab what she thought was Fumikage, but was empty air. It takes some getting. Fumikage cut himself off as he was losing his ability to focus. Achiko giggled, the fuzzy feeling being nice. Is everything going slower? She decided to send out all her floating objects in the chance of hitting Fumikage. Fumikage felt 2 objects smack into him and made a wincing sound, which made Achiko know where he was for sure, and she finally got his arm. Fumikage floated up to the ceiling with his back against it and sighed. If Dark Shadow hadn't given him the eye and used all of his energy to do it, Fumikage could still be in the running, even if he really wasn't mentally there. Young Tokoyami has been captured. All Might announced. It is bad, but my team can pull through. Fumikage said from the ceiling. Achiko fell down against the ground, not able to really think clear enough to be much of a help. How long until this ends? Maybe a few minutes. Fumikage said to the girl opposite of him on the floor. That's nice. Achiko thought Fumicage's yellow eye was pretty. Young Kaminari has been captured. Kyoka cursed her luck as it seemed like it was just her. Achiko was under the influence of the Loa dust, and Momo's mic had cut out minutes ago, so she wasn't exactly sure what happened to Momo. Both Midoriya and Yaoyorozu have surrendered the match. All Might said, sounded a little off. Kyoka didn't know what happened, but now she needed to get to Eri to pull a clutch move. Minutes earlier, Izuku focused all of his energy into turning off everything but his red eye, making himself blend in with the darkness. Hey Aoyama, dude, try to get somewhere with one way in and out. Keeping your laser there at the door? Izuku offered. Already on that, monsieur. Aoyama said. Little Mademoiselle Eri found a chair that spins and is having a blast. Izuku smiled at the thought of Eri having fun. All right, keep me posted, my dude. Mademoiselle Eri says she misses Izu. Aoyama said. This will be over soon. Tell her after class it's her choice what we do. Izuku walked around a corner and immediately got hit with a beam-tongue shoulder. Izuku fell back a step and decided to turn his powers back on, illuminating the hallway more.
Imumu.
Izuku said with a smile. Momo still looked upset and shot another beam at him, which Izuku knocked away with a green blast. What no witty banter? Izuku asked as another beam got shot, and it nailed his shoulder again. Izuku let out a burst of electricity to get her farther away from him, not noticing he fried both of their calm. What's your problem? What's my problem? Momo repeated. It's you. Is this about that Chisaki guy? Izuku asked. Of course it is. I was worried sick about you, and then it turns out you were lying. Momo created a staff and began an intense assault of attacks that Izuku was barely dodging. I'm sorry, I didn't want you to worry as much, Izuku said as she hit his gut, and then pushed him against the wall, using the staff to keep his arms down. Izuku could definitely make an escape from that pin, but his gut feeling was telling him to just let Momo yell at him. How can I not worry about you, dumbass? Momo was starting to tear up. You lost your wings, a finger, have physical scars covering your face, and a scar where you got stabbed in your chest. You almost died 3 times in the past 4 days. How can I not worry? I'm okay now, Izuku tried to say. But how long will you stay okay before you jump onto another life-threatening situation? You will eventually run out of luck, and it scares me that you don't think about the rest of us when you get yourself into all these problems. Do you know how I felt seeing you almost die the first time? It was even worse when I saw you in that lab. How do you think I felt seeing you when I thought you were dead? I literally snapped and became a demon to harm and kill the Nomu. I keep getting into these problems because I don't want people to suffer. At USJ, I thought I could help All Might by us dealing with the Nomu. I was wrong, but luckily we are here. With Eri, there was no way I could let that Chisaki asshole keep using her for whatever reason he had. I'm sorry if I worry you getting into these problems, but I can't just stay still and let anyone have any problems when I spent so long wishing someone in / would help me with mine. Izuku didn't realize how close he was getting to his past. Momo didn't speak for a second. One of these days you are going to end up needing rescued if you keep trying to help everyone. Which is good that I have you then. Izuku responded. I'm going to keep trying to help everyone until I drop, and hopefully my luck hasn't run out, and you are there to pick me up. Momo hugged Izuku hard. You need to shut up sometimes. Izuku heard her sob. Izuku returned the hug. Are you still mad? It's hard to be when you talk. Momo whispered. How can I make it up still? Izuku whispered back. Just be more careful. I'm kind of an idiot who can't drink juice correctly. Can you just watch me instead? Izuku heard Momo snort with some laughter at that. Sure. Do you feel like finishing this trial? Izuku asked. Because us hugging and whispering kinda would have to stop for that. Momo shook her head. This is how you can start making it up to me. Okay. Izuku nodded. A few seconds of silence passed before All Might spoke over the speakers of the building. Both Midoriya and Yaoyorozu have surrendered the match. Do you even care that you might get a bad grade for this? Izuku asked her. No, it's worth it. Izuku couldn't help but agree. Come on, Kirby. Kyoka grunted as she dragged the girl to her feet. Every is tilting. Achiko said. That's because of Bird Boy. Kyoka looked at Fumikage, who was still against the ceiling. Come on, you haven't been counted as eliminated, and it's us against 3. Who? Achiko couldn't think of who was on the other team, even though she knew that she knew them earlier. Ida, Todoroki, and Aoyama. Our odds aren't good, but let's at least try something. What about Tokoyami? You eliminated him when you took his gravity. Tokoyami is nice. Okay, let's talk about something else on the way to Eri. Kyoka was relieved when Achiko was walking on her own. Like what? Achiko shook her head to clear it up. Like how we plan to deal with Ida and Todoroki and Aoyama. I think someone has a crush on Todoroki. Achiko said. Kyoka raised an eyebrow. Not what I meant, but do you? No, not me, someone in our class. Achiko said. She wanted me to ask Izuku about if dating in the Saints was allowed. Kyoka felt both of her eyebrows raise. Really? Who? It's, before she could say it, someone else spoke. Hello, Jiro and Uraraka. We most stop you. Tenya slid up to them and swept their legs. Whoa, I'm on the floor. Achiko said in confusion. Kyoka looked annoyed as she tried to pick herself up, seeing no way out with Shoto, no doubt on the way, and Tenya as close as he was. Her Beats blast was a no since Achiko was in the middle of them. Well, fuck, I guess it's over. The remaining members of Team Kaminari have surrendered. Defense wins, All Might announced. All Might looked at the teens in front of him, having all of them meet him. Today, Class I will just give notes I took about possible improvements instead of rights and wrongs and naming MVPs. Those won't be named here. Young Ojiro and Mineta, I believe you both can benefit from more intense training. Ojiro, in your ability to deal with multiple opponents, and Mineta, you are lacking on the offensive side. I will make notes and let Midoriya have them to give to you, and the other Saints if he sees fit. No more negatives for the first match, except I believe everyone, all of you, could do more training to deal with loss of senses, mostly sight and hearing. Match 2, Tokoyami, I know you already have made note of it, but your new ability can get dangerous if not checked regularly. Try to check it more often and whenever possible. And my final note is for you too. All Might looked at Izuku and Momo, who were side by side in the back of the group. Please sort issues outside of simulations or actual situations. It won't happen again. Momo nodded. Outside of situations for sure. Izuku also nodded. Little Eri, you did wonderful as a fake hostage. It was fun being a fake hostage. Eri said. I will make more notes on extra steps you can all take in improvements and give them to you either next class or if I find Midoriya between now and then. It was now after dinner time, and Kyoka was looking around the table and thought, trying to figure out who it was that Achiko was talking about earlier. Achiko shutting up about it once she gained proper awareness. What's on your mind, Kyo? Nito asked. Yostom. Wait, Kyo? Hanta looked at the two. Did you two finally admit your feelings? Everyone looked the two in question. Kyoko wanted to yell at them to shut up, but decided to bite a bullet to help the mystery girl in class that liked Shoto. Where's Izuku? We wanted to ask him a question. Nito looked like he choked on the biscuit he was eating. Oh,
Mina grinned.
What's the question? Kyoka already knew she liked Nito and that he returned the feelings, so trying to do this would benefit them as well as the mystery girl. She looked at Nito hoping he would also be fine with this. Before she could say it, Nito said something. If dating is allowed in the Saints. He knew what the question must be, and that look from Kyoka definitely confirmed it. Kyoka smiled, glad that he caught on.
Mina gosped.
Have I been focusing on the wrong two? Shut up about your damn young love shit. Katsuki groaned. Get a new gimmick. Don't speak to the descendant of Satan like that. Mina wasn't proud to be related to the devil, but using it to scare Katsuki was something she wanted to try. Don't use your heritage to scare me. Katsuki snapped. I'm on you next, Bakugo, so shush. Mina stick her tongue out at him. I don't like anyone, so fuck off. Katsuki flipped off the pink girl. Stop yelling, please. Yui said from next to him as she flipped the page in her book, hiding her frown well. Where is Midoriya now that it's being questioned? Tsuyu asked. Think he said he was going to give Eri a bath. Ijiro scratched the bandages over his bicep. Hey guys, what's up? Izuku came around the corner with Eri, whose hair was wrapped in a towel and she had on purple PJs. Hey, is dating allowed in the Saints? Hanta asked. It better be. Mina said. Because the chemistry between some of the people here is too great to let waste. Izuku looked confused. I never banned that. Not when Nito obviously likes Kyoka. Why not use yourself as an example? Nito asked. You and Yaoyorozu clearly have something. Can't make it unmake rules because I want to do certain things. So you do want to date Yaoyorozu? Shoto asked. Everyone shut up. Izuku said. Shush. There is no rule banning that stuff. Leave it at that. He didn't say no. Toru said to Mina. Kyoka cursed when she realized she forgot to check the other girls' faces to check for the reactions of who the mystery girl. An hour later, everyone was gathered around the TV area and couches for the most part. Hey, so boss, what was that earlier today? Your whole red eye and darkness thing was legit badassery, but dude, that was intimidating. Denki said. It was scary. Eri said. Sorry about that, Eri. Izuku gave her a side hug. Didn't mean to scare you. Is that all the red energy can do? Katsuki asked. Night vision is nice and all, but surely there could be more. I mean, some of the lines go to your ear. Maybe it's a senses thing. Try to do your eye thing, but with your ear instead. Achiko offered. I can't use my ear to see. Izuku joked. Achiko tossed the rubber ball she had just caught from Ijiro at Izuku. You know what I meant. All right. Izuku tried to flow his energy to his ear, but felt something else in the back of his head, like another spot his energy could do something. Taking that spot instead, he felt a clicking and suddenly felt 19 pings around him, feeling like it was coming from his classmates. Whoa, what the hell? Katsuki felt a tingling feeling. What just happened? Mashireo asked, having an odd feeling as well. Did I do that? Izuku asked. What was it? Momo asked. I felt you guys, like a pinging. Does that do more? Momo asked. Maybe it's built in walkie-talkies. Denki offered. Let me try saying something with it. Izuku thought of the words corn chips as he did the pulse again. Nothing feeling different from the first time. That feels more like just a ping. Almost like I know where you guys are. Mina said. It's weird. Maybe it's just a locator for our powers. Izuku mused. I can probably train it to make it be just pinging between me and one other. So you can sext Yamamo in Morse code? Mina asked. Why must you be like this? Momo asked. Because I like teasing you too. Mina stuck her tongue out. I can work on it later, I guess. Hell, if I can get it to the point of Morse code, we can all talk during class if we are bored. Momo whacked Izuku's arm. Don't use your powers just to screw around. That takes a lot of the fun out of it. Nito kicked a pebble in front of him, waiting for Kyoka to meet him outside like he asked. Hey Nito. Kyoka blushed as she came outside. Hey Kyo. We never really got to talk about what happened at USJ. Nito remembered her kissing him. Oh, we haven't really. Kyoka got redder. Sorry, I have been avoiding the topic. No, it's fine. I was avoiding it sometimes too. So what do you want to say about it? Kyoka asked. It was nice? It was nice? Kyoka raised an eyebrow. That's all?
No.
Nito wanted to smack himself. Wasn't he supposed to be smart with his words? Listen, Kyoka, I really like Dash. Kyoka cut him off with a kiss to the lips, Nito tasting grapes. Kyoka broke off the kiss and looked at him. I know. I do too. Nito said the most intelligent thing he could say at that moment. Did I kiss you, stupid? Kyoka grinned. I didn't know I was that good. Nito shook himself to normal. Sorry, okay, you were good at that. Thanks. Literally no practice, just natural talent. Kyoka grinned. Should we talk about what this means? Nito asked. How about we kiss again and talk later? Kyoka gave him a sly look. That works. Izuku cursed as the piece smoked up. Damn it. A knock at his door made him drop his tools and go open the door. Seeing Momo holding a sleeping Eri, he smiled. Hey guys. Izuku smiled. Why were you cursing? Momo asked as Izuku took Eri. My gun didn't survive USJ as well as we did, so I was trying to repair it. I think some of my parts are fried. Izuku explained as he carefully placed Eri on his bed. Momo looked at the pieces, one still having light smoke. Do you know where to go to replace them? I was going to ask Aizawa-sensei about it tomorrow. Didn't even know this was a problem until like 10 minutes ago. Will it be expensive to replace? Hopefully not. But if I do, I can get money from the wages Gramps made in hell. Izuku pointed to a burnt red and brown wallet with a faded pentagram that had the saint's symbol drawn over it. He actually gave you a wallet from hell? Momo held the hardened leather wallet, opening it to see a bunch of yen in it. I feel like that shouldn't be questioned if he gave me a cracked halo and demonic powers. Izuku yawned. Momo put down the wallet and sat next to Izuku. I'm sorry I freaked out earlier. That was fine. I should be more careful anyways. Izuku waves it off. I have a crew to run and her to watch over. Izuku rubbed the sleeping Eri's shoulder. You should also live because of yourself. Momo said. I find it better to live for you guys. Izuku replied. I'm gonna hit the sack now. Momo pursed her lips, wanting to continue what they were saying but decided against it. See you tomorrow, Izuku. Good night. Izuku waved an arm before she closed the door. Aizawa shook his head. I don't think it would be wise to bring him here. Nizu sipped some tea. I believe it is for the best. What do you think, All Might? All Might, as well as Aizawa, both disagreed with the idea of Nizu's. I don't think it would be wise either. In the year I have known, Midoriya mention of him has never come up. It is abandonment issues. I believe it happened to Midoriya when he was 4 or 5, early on. It has clearly shown an effect on his behavior. If he has a transformation based on anger, I want to temove anything that could trigger it. By digging up an issue that has happened over a decade ago? Aizawa said. As much as I agree that any risk of loss of control should be dealt with, we can't just dash. I already called him. He is going to be here tomorrow. Nizu said. Then why tell us in a way to see our opinion? To see how close you two are to Midoriya. If it is simple abandonment issues, then a father figure could help it smooth over. You don't expect it to go well? All Might asked. I think it might go well. In fact, he seemed excited to come. However, a reunion might cause a little distress, so I believe that someone should intermediate. All Might nodded, feeling a shiver like it wouldn't go well at all.